My event is starting. Good morning, everyone. How are you? And welcome to a very sunny and warm Portugal. Welcome to me. I'm Nick Damon. Welcome to Matt McCallum. Welcome to Stu Noble on the camera. And welcome to what I expect will be a slightly more energetic day's response after we were trying to do the last yesterday with jet lag, weren't we, Matt?
Booyah!
Oh, we're straight on the booyahs. We are, of course, here at the EFRA 110th Electric TC. I noticed that we've got a bit of
Bit of a
parasol
sunshade.
there in the top left-hand corner.
I think it's nice.
It is, isn't it? And we are here with Protoform, and we are here with the Durango DETC 410, we've decided. Thank you all for...
No, we've decided not at all.
Have we? Oh. Why have we decided that?
We've decided we know for a fact
It's 410.
TC 410.
All right.
It would be 410, it would be 410. But anyway, it's 410.
Everyone's having a go at me. So what do we have for you today, Matt?
We've got some control practice taking place right in front of our eyes right now.
We have. We're going to show you the last two, the top two heats of control practice in the first round today. There's a second round of control practice. There's a lunchtime show, Matt.
Which is going to be tasty.
It is going to be tasty. And then we have the first two rounds of qualifying.
Which is going to be...
Qualifying.
It's where we're going to find...
So this is going to keep us on air until just before 5 o'clock local time. So you have 7 hours of us, really.
A marathon.
And we do suggest that even when you're not watching, just leave the sound on, because we may say something drivel-based that you might want to hear.
Yeah.
I now need to go and tell it. Can you fill for about a minute, right? Tell everyone we're on air.
Yes. Shall I just simply repeat the words "we're on air"? I see that there are some...
Here's nothing. Why doesn't Stu go round the track really slowly and you say what the names for everything are?
Yeah, good idea. Yeah, okay. not physically walk around the track, but... But yeah, okay, so we are here at the track in Portugal, in Torres Novas, and we are brought to you by Protoform, and we're sponsored by Durango in the DETC 410. And this is that wonderful pyramid-shaped track. We are currently looking at the front straight. It's called the front straight, isn't it? At the moment, it's just simply titled the front straight. This is also a nitro track sometimes, so if it rains, it'll get very slippy, but it's not going to rain, is it? So that's fine. Going into... Does this have a name? No. A point. There's a hairpin here. Does it?
Parasol.
Ah, yes, this is Parasol. This is called Parasol because if the shot goes too wide, you will see the Parasol in the top left-hand corner next to our sponsors' logos. And we go from Parasol into the Durango D, where Pumpy is sitting, waiting to marshal. Past the Durango D through into some tricky infield S's, which I can show you another shot of from this reverse angle side with that exceedingly wonky camera, which I will go and straighten up in a minute. We don't have a name for the wonky S's, do we yet?
I like that.
The wonky S's. Well, they won't be wonky when I'm straightening the camera. And then we have, so you have this kind of twisty S section into a hairpin, into the extremely high-speed straight all the way down the back of the track, which is where we're sitting up the right-hand side of the pyramid, all the way into Snakebite Corner, which is at the top of the pyramid. This is interesting, but this is where I think we'll get a lot of action. Although we're not seeing a lot of traction roll, are we? We're just seeing high-speed cornering, people just flying around the corners with no problems whatsoever. It's intensely grippy. So that is, for obvious reasons, because of the banners there, that is the Snakebite Corner, because there is a gathering of serpent banners. Okay, so we come from there into another hairpin, which, does that have a name?
Not yet.
Not yet. which is where marshal number 5 sits, as the drivers then drive straight towards themselves back to the front straight, where they will be beginning when we start racing. When we're qualifying, they start just in front of the just behind the timing line, which is in front of the snakebite corner where the serpent banners are. But obviously when we're racing on Sunday, they will be starting directly below themselves on the starting grid, which is already pre-labelled, which is handy. We have 1 minute to start. We're going to begin with Group
7,
which
surprisingly has Gilles Gross.
Well, there has been a bit of a there's been a bit of a reshuffle overnight, because we have Gilles Grosskamp in car number 1, Alessio Menicucci in number 2, Bruno Coelho in 3, Martin Hoodie in 4, Chris Granger in 5, David Echbar in 6, Francesco Martini in 7, and Michael Orlowski from Poland in number 8, I believe, driving the Durango DEC 410. And there you can see them all lining up in a kind of a cluster behind the start line at Snakebite. And we'll follow Gilles. Why not? We'll follow the world champion as he makes his opening lap. Here he comes. This is a free lap. His time begins when he goes over the timing line. Okay.
They're slightly behind the timing line back there. At the end of the snakebite. That's where the race starts. That's where the race ends, but not where it starts.
I thought that the time started now, though.
Let's have a look. That's the rules within the other sort of things.
I thought the first time they went over it,
no,
it didn't count.
No, it does.
It does count.
Yes.
So the
first time they go over it starts the clock.
Okay.
Unlike in, well, it does as well in all. But they actually are, but rather than having to wait to go round, because they start behind the line, they start immediately. It's a hangover from the fact that cars used to not be able to do the 5 minutes. They wanted to do as little time as possible before actually starting the race.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because of batteries not being.
That's right.
Not being quite
Battery
so
enough.
Powerful and.
Short on batteryness.
Batteryness, yes. Stamina and being
duration.
long.
They didn't durate enough.
They didn't gyrate or durate for long enough periods. But now, no problem. You can race
for a fortnight.
On
our website, www.rcracing.tv.
Yes. What can you find?
Only this week.
Yeah.
I did a story about a new 10,000 milliamp battery.
Good Lord.
When
that's
I started
a lot of
racing,
milliamps.
we had 1.2 amp hours. Now we've got 10. So it's gone up by 7-fold. For that much weight and no more cost. That's progress for you.
That's progress.
Unfortunately, not enough to make electric cars work in practical positions. But
who else is progressing? I think we're looking at car number 2.
This is controlled practice, so they're actually racing as it would be a proper racing heat. We have marshals out. The marshal number 5 needs to be moved, I've been told by Stu, and we'll try and move him in a minute.
We're looking at car number 2 of Alessio Menicucci.
Nice to see an Italian.
Yes.
Doing well as well. There's been a lack of Italians. Some events are swarming, no offence to Italians, and some events are Italian-free.
Yeah.
Whereas, like the Brits and the French send some people to everything. And the Germans send lots of people to everything. And the Swiss do as well.
Yeah. Yeah, the Swiss love a bit of RC, don't they?
Well, because it's all full-size motorsports banned there, isn't it?
Yes, so you say. Yes.
Not only do I say it's true. I'm not making that up.
I'm not doubting you. I'm not doubting you.
I'm not having a go at the Swiss.
Shall we have a little look at Chris Granger?
Oh, yes. Brit star Chris Granger, 6-time national champion.
Stu will be more than used to filming him. Car number 5 of Chris Granger.
Indeed, if you go down to, again, I'll say our website again, www.rcracing.tv, you have an exclusive interview with Stu, don't you, about his latest BRCA national video. Another
team member, Ollie Meggett, said that was one of the best interviews he's ever read on our website.
Which is good, because he writes most of them. It's always easy when they can't move away and they're being paid to be here.
We're talking about... Yes. Okay. At this stage, I don't have a clear idea of timing until Nick opens up the right window.
Just twittering.
Just twittering and publicising our activities Are they still looking at the best of 3 laps, 3 consecutive
No,
laps?
This is just practice for the heat. This is. It's that there won't be another resort after this. Even
This
though
counts for
Groskamp
nothing.
wants one. There won't be one.
This is fine for Groskamp though. Why does Groskamp want another one?
I don't know. Actually, it's interesting. Really, I don't think he like being seated ninth, which may be a pride thing. But he's going to be. He's unlikely to be. He's going to be a bit quicker. I don't think he's going to have to do too much lapping. He's not going to have to worry about people behind him either.
Well, over in 10th scale buggies, it was actually they do spread out the top drivers over the top 3 groups and chuck in a load of mediocre drivers to kind of bump them up.
Less good.
Less good, less abled, less decorated.
More likely to be a liability.
So they spread them out because otherwise it just turns into an all-out race. So I think Yillis will just have his own qualifying on his own. He'll just get on with
as
it.
we get toward, we were 4.5 minutes in this 5-minute run. It is Groskamp who, if this was race, would be leading with a 17 at the moment. His best lap time is a 14.7. It is Alessio Menucci from Chris Gage is not running according to this. He fell off today. Thank you. So he didn't do any laps in the end. So it's Menucci, third is Bruno Cahella, the local Portuguese driver. Then Martin Huddy in fourth, Michael Orlowski in fifth, David Abar in sixth, and Francesco Martini is currently in sixth and seventh. But it doesn't really matter because it doesn't count for anything. It's more a kind of a let's see what sort of pace they're doing. Once again, I realise I haven't got a pen, which I should have. Honestly, I think I've never done this before. So Groskamp looking quick. He's a second now. He's going to finish. He has finished his 5-lap run. That's it. And he will do a 21 lapper just. So it looks already like 21 laps is the thing you need to do. And he does feel on his roof actually, so he falls over at the end there. So that was 21 laps in 5:13.8. Thank you. I haven't quite finished with the publicisation.
Have you not?
No, I've got lots of people need to be told we're here and doing this.
Hello everybody, we're here, we're doing this.
All right, that's done that then. Let's sorted it out. Thank God for that. I was worried we wouldn't get a chance to do that. It's much easier not having 2 streams on the same weekend like last week.
Yeah, we've got no one to compete with.
Yes, ourselves.
Yes.
Well, I've done one more piece of advertising. We're going to need to do the most important thing of all, Matt.
Right.
Do you know what that is?
Get some brunch.
No. It's the welcoming.
Ah, yes. Yeah, that's brilliant. Have some people gathered outside the doors to the group overnight.
Well, Jos Borhus just on the chat room saying, good morning, guys. Ready for another great day of streaming. So are we. And Jason brought us his nice video quality, which, given the fact we've had a last-minute panic on the video quality, is good to know.
Yes. Remarkable.
We do seem to suffer from, it was fine yesterday, we've done nothing different, why isn't it working syndrome sometimes here.
Inconsistencies.
Yes. We're on the cutting edge of technology, and occasionally the cutting edge seems to get itself cut.
As in we're just on the cusp of having some technology.
Yes, we're at the cusp of having something that works, yes, and now it's one day it will.
Sometimes we have technology and sometimes we don't.
We don't, yes. We kind of mix between technology and a kind of unfortunate hangover.
Not that we have a hangover.
No, well, no.
Despite the organisers' best efforts.
We were more in danger of getting a hangover actually at the event than last night after our interesting meal.
It's all about experiences, isn't it? So we had a fantastic evening. After we packed away, we went to find a restaurant, and it was a nightclub, come bar, come dancing venue, come restaurant.
It was, yes.
And it advertised things in that order. With it advertised the service of living as well.
I think living is quite important. I think being dead at a restaurant kind of ruins the whole thing.
Unless you're the food, of
yes,
course. In which case, that's the idea. There was a big fish tank, but it was empty. And the restaurant, the menu, they'd run out of English menus. Maybe they were overrun.
I'm not
tourists.
sure they had any, in fairness.
Well, there was no English menus.
No.
I couldn't find the app, which I now have a clearer idea of where it is now. The app that you can photograph or you can video the menu with your phone, and it translates it on the fly into your native tongue. Didn't have that.
Exciting.
So we had to take a stab in the dark, and we just went for the simple steak option.
And that was simple.
We ended up with some meat drowned in gravy with an egg on top.
It was the egg and the gravy. But yeah, the gravy was special because it was hiding a secret at the bottom, wasn't it?
At the bottom, there was some, would you say strips of ham? And then
There were strips of ham,
cheese.
stretchy cheese, and I think it may have been crab, or it might have been a bit of fungi. It was hard to tell.
Yeah.
It was certainly different. In a, oh, that's different sort of way.
And I put a photo on Facebook, and it got us an amazing.
A podium shot there, Stu.
An amazing.
Because
reaction.
all the top drivers are up on the podium, barring Gilles, who was in the last one.
Who have we got?
We've got, well, from left to right, we have Viljami Kotoven, we have Elliot Harper, we have Mark Reinhardt, Alexander Hagberg. Don't recognise the next one. Who's that? Is that David Abar? No, it can't be. It's must be. Oh, is that Prumper? Looking a bit different. Was that Freddie Sudolph?
The sun's shining directly into my eye holes.
I think it's Prumper. Yeah, he's had a haircut. Prumper. No, he's there. There's Prumper at the end next to Ronald.
There's an odd chap in the middle. There's Victor Vilk.
Yeah, I got Victor.
Which direction were you going down?
I'm starting with Viljami on the left,
yeah,
and then you got Elliot, then you got Mark,
yeah.
then you got Dr. Hagberg.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Victor, is it? No, Victor's next to him. Then it's.
Let me have a look.
Oh, it must be Freddie Sudolph. Then you got Victor. Then you got Yannick, and then you got Ronald in a white T-shirt.
Yes.
So take the first car off because that will be Ronald Volker. So we should see some quite impressive times here. There goes Ronald with the Acomo. Down the straight, onto the Parasol, round the D, the Durango D, and into what may be called the Wonky S's or may get renamed. Down the straight, probably hitting 60 before he breaks hard the snake bite, and that's his first lap done in a time of, oh no, hang on, it's 14.695, which is the fastest lap we've seen so far. So Ronald straight off with the fastest lap. Prumper 15.2, 16.47 for Reinhardt, so Reinhardt's already slightly quicker.
Is this the fastest time of the day to be running? Is the track getting
But
slower as the sun beats down upon it?
As it gets hotter.
Yes.
And hotter.
So we're going to have a...
Harper had a bad first lap.
Tomorrow morning we're going to have a rocket round.
Well, it's round by round qualifying, so it doesn't really matter. So this is quality control practicals. Let's start qualifying this afternoon. Can we drop back, if possible, to car 5, which is Mark Reinhardt, just about to go through the snake bite now. Second of those two cars. As Mark's currently just behind Ronald, they're exchanging lap times. He's currently behind car 4, which is Freddie Sudolph. So we've got Sudolph in the green and white. Reinhardt, the triple world champion, they're not current world champion, in his traditional purple, blue and white car. And Tamiya must be one of the longest relationships in RC, the Tamiya and Mark Reinhardt one.
Yes.
The other one I can think is long is Atsushihara.
What about the Yukomos?
Yeah.
Masami.
Oh yeah, Masami. He's not running anymore, really, is he? He's just running for fun. He's not. But that was a very long one, as you say.
Yes.
Actually, thinking about it, in America, people like Mayfield and Cavalieri have been associated with about 400 years, haven't they?
Since birth.
How long? Tebow wasn't always with Kyosho, though. Back to this anyway. This is Reinhardt, and he's coming around in front of us on the Parasol, around the Durango D. Cars on rails. He still doesn't really gain much on the Sudolph. Not one way Sudolph might be slowing him down. In fact, Reinhardt has dropped down to 5th overall in this practice heat. It's Hagberg who picks up the lead overall on time. Hagberg now just goes through the snake bike. We just let the cars go through. Next car's Hagberg, Stu. And there is the Orca-powered X-Ray of Alexander Hagberg. Just know where to go on the main straight, Stu. And he'll be at snake bite any second now. That's Hagberg. There he is.
Just tips up on the curb.
He's a bit tipsy on the curb.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Nothing worse than a drunken racing driver.
I wonder if they're breathalyzing here.
Well, they breathalyze us. Well, they breathalyze us, we'll be in trouble. So it's still Hagberg who's leading overall by the unfortunately they're on split lap times. According to this, he's leading by 13 seconds, which is unlikely. I think actually it's very, very close. When Hagberg comes across, I'm not sure if he will. Yeah, Hagberg is leading. Well, the computer's wrong at the moment. He's not actually leading, but on the
He's
estimate
definitely not leading now. He's just bonked into the hairpin onto the beginning of the
so
straight.
Ronald's back in again. So let's see if we can find car number 3 of Yannick Prumper as we look at all the top runners this morning. And he is running a car. I haven't seen him yet. There he is. He's just going around the bottom there. And the very deep green with a white nose.
Teammate in both country and manufacturer to Ronald.
Indeed. So round the deep. A bit too much curb there, I think, on the entrance to the wonky S's, and down the straight again, hitting those maximum speed. And these times are all estimated, about 2 or 3 of them are estimated to go faster than Gilles, who's a 21, 13 or 14, wasn't he? So Gilles, despite not having practice in being in the second heat, is looking pretty good. I noticed that Ronald was stuck there for a while behind Viljomi Kotoven. Prumper now is coming up to car 2 of Victor Wilk, so we've got Wilk and Prumper in the same shot. Now I don't know whether Wilk will let him through. Wilk broke a car as they come round through the infield and lets him through. They come to Parasol.
He broke a brand new car, didn't he?
So, Stu, just concentrate more on Victor as Yannick pulls away. And we are now 4 down. So we'll see that obviously Wilk not got the same sort of speed as Prumper. But they say he did smash a car last night. Well, yesterday afternoon. It was his main car, and he broke it. Now it's his second car apparently. Which I think is quite a kind of a resigned way to do things. Elliot appears to have given up. Oops, what was that fell off? Never a good sound. I think he's getting thump at the back of the electrics.
It's just my phone.
Oh, that's right, nothing important then. So Elliot Harper's not running, so he did a couple of laps and he did 14 laps and stopped. And they are finishing now as they go round. And they pull off to the left. And it looks like the winner of that by a country mile would have been Hagberg, but he pulled out. So that makes no sense. In that Volker has 21 in 5:10, but Hagberg has 20 in 5:02 and officially is the winner. So I think that's maybe a comment of timing glitch. 2 cars made 21. Yeah, that's a very hard. I'm not quite sure what the timing's doing on this one because it's not actually listing them in order. So it's saying Hagberg from Volker from Prupp. I think what actually has happened is it's actually being sorted on best 3 laps, but it's giving us a listing on the time overall. So it's not been reset to. Matt's going to ruin one of our main talking points by making the wonky camera straight. That's not what you want. So you've got a little break now. For the people at the lower end of the thing will come out in about, I'll say a little break, I'm not sure it is actually. About 10 minutes they'll be out. Before we have the second round of control practice. That will run through till about 10 to 12. At which case we'll do a hurried swap about of wires and give you a little lunchtime show, a little interview, a little look around the pits just for lunchtime UK time. Nice and fatly in lunchtime for our friends in Europe. We are, of course, Portugal is on UK time, or perhaps UK is on Portugal time, depending how you feel about it. And we'll be giving you the action there from the pits. All the action is action. As we carry on looking dead. David Nord, would be nice to see behind the camera, see a behind the camera look at what it takes to bring the live coverage as it is. Yes. That will involve mostly all of us turning up and panicking when the things that worked last night don't work. But what you'll see is we got here at about 12:30 yesterday. It took about 2 hours to set up because we're running cables around for the other cameras you see, and that takes a while. And the old guys were fantastic, and we're bringing in the links and everything else. What we'll do is I'll take some pictures and I'll stick them on the Facebook group. And you'll see behind us. We've got both the power cable and the internet cable are suspended from a tree onto the top of a parasol to get them across the thoroughfare because they're coming from where it is. But we're actually broadcasting out in the open. We're out in the open for broadcasting. It's very exciting. Thank you all for joining us, as you are quickly at the moment. When Matt's back from his straightening of the thing moment, we will go and do our Facebook stuff and welcome people to the group. I can't do it without him. It just isn't the same. It's not right. It's not the same. So it's 10:20 in the UK. It's 11:20 in Europe. There's some very annoying flies here. There's one downside of this particular area. There's these flies, sort of flies that don't want to go away. They sit there being irritating. Matt's still straightening the camera. Let's just see what the straightening camera shot looks like. There we go. Look, there he is. He's straight. That's not a very good shot, Matt. No, move it. That's it. So don't forget, you can join the Facebook group. I mean, we'll be welcoming you all to the RC Racing TV Facebook group. It's quite easy. You just go to Facebook, you go to the search bar, you put RC Racing TV in it. It's really good. Happens really simply. And suddenly it's... Oh. Still being attacked by those flies, you know. Right, we need to... Now you're here, we've got a few minutes. We need to do the most important thing of all. Are you ready?
Yes.
You've now managed to lose that picture which we had earlier.
Yes. But still, let's do it.
No, do that, because that's more important.
Oh, no, that's more important.
Is it?
Yeah, to me, members of the group is the most important thing.
That was working. I actually switched that. I cut that a second ago when you were fiddling with it. It was working. It's wire fall out.
Potentially, yes.
Okay, anyway, as you know, not only are we a TV company or a TV streaming company, and we make a TV show, which you can see on Motors, and also these days on my channel as well in Europe. We have 2 TV outlets.
I didn't know you had a channel, Nick.
It's my channel, 2 TV outlets. Our back catalogue now shows every Sunday afternoon on my channel in England, France, Bulgaria, Romania, and lots of other countries like that. And
can't beat it.
No, but we have a Facebook group, and it's a group for like-minded RC racing people to kind of... We don't really mind if you don't talk about us. You can just talk about general RC stuff as far as we're concerned.
Yeah, completely. Yeah. It's just a discussion-based
but it's not.
Arena.
But yeah, the thing about RC racing, you can't like us.
No, it's not a fan page.
You can't be our fan.
It's not a fan page. We don't want fans.
Why would you be our fans? We're one of you. Well, I'm one of you.
We don't ask you to like us.
Stu was one of you. Matt.
What?
Racer.
Oh, right. I see what you mean. Yeah, you've been a racer. Or continue to race.
The level gets lower each year, but I continue.
Yes.
Stu is a racer.
Stu's retired from racing.
He was quite good. You made National A finals, didn't you, Stu? Yeah, National A finals. Show off.
Yeah.
Pardon? National Stock Champion.
Did you have a spell in rehab? Did it all go wrong? Were you like? Did it just go massive and crazy, and all the fame went to your head? And
he banged his head on one too many rostrums. For those who don't know, Stu is very tall. Very tall.
Yeah.
I'm 6 foot and a bit. The bit's important. I'm the shortest of the 3 of us. Matt's about 6'3" and Stu's about 6'5".
I think I'm 6'4".
So we've got the RC Racing TV basketball team starting soon. Anyway, RC Racing TV. How do you join RC Racing TV on Facebook, Matt?
The most obvious way is to go to Facebook.
That helps.
Yeah, and then you need to go to the search bar.
Yes.
And you need to type in RC Racing TV.
Right.
And then you need to click join.
And then what happens?
Then you will be... a request will go to the administrators of the group, the board.
Which is?
There are
several... You and I?
Yeah. Yeah.
You and I?
I was going to make it sound a little bit more...
Grand?
Yeah, grandiose. And there'll be a meeting held to discuss whether you are...
Yes, but we'll all put those snooker balls in the box and you don't get blackballed. Do you know how that's how it came from, blackballed?
No. What do you mean?
You know when you're blackballed from something, you can't join it? You're
right.
blackballed from a club. That came from what they actually used to do in, I think it was in army messes or in clubs. They'd all have a snooker ball.
Right.
And they put them into a bag.
Right.
And if there was a black ball in there, you wouldn't know who did it, but you weren't allowed in the club. You were blackballed.
Oh, I see.
So you had a red ball, it's fine, but if someone put the black ball in, that was it, you're out.
Okay. Well, I was thinking it was more along the lines of we would take, let's say, for instance, Ed Clark.
Yes.
We would consider Ed Clark.
All right.
And we would go into a meeting room. We would.
I'd like to say
light
Ed
a
Clark.
Fire.
Ed Clark has got Super Ted as his avatar, which in my mind means there's no consideration. Ed Clark, you have joined the group as of now. Welcome, Ed. Now we've got Brendan McBain next.
Brendan. Okay, now Brendan, we would discuss about Brendan, then the world's media would wait outside
They would.
the ivory tower.
Would there be a wisp of smoke if we said yes?
Yes.
Okay.
And depending on what colour it was, you would know if we'd decided or not.
I'm giving white smoke to Brendan McBain.
Are you?
Brendan, you're in.
You're in.
Now the next one is actually a thing rather than a person.
A thing. Yes. Okay.
The Red Mosquito Raceway.
Well-
I wonder where the Red Mosquito Raceway is. I ask myself. It's in Ohio. Oh,
Fantastic.
an American raceway wants to be our friend. Well, in fact, I love Americans and I love American raceways. So Red Mosquito Raceway.
You know what? The Red Mosquito Raceway, that sounds like that track's got bite.
Yeah, but it's a difficult corner with a sting in its tail. Hey, he's in.
You're in. You've got to be in.
And our next person is Mark Stroughton, who has 7 friends in the group. You haven't got 7 friends, Mark.
No, you haven't, Mark.
Once I press this add button, you've got about 1,590 friends in the group.
We've got more. I mean, get ready with your Christmas cards and your birthday cards.
It's going to
because
take a
it's
long
gonna take
time
a
to
while
answer everything, but you are in, Mark Stroughton. You're in.
In.
Wind. Next, we have Jerome Rogers.
Hey, Jerome.
Hi, Jerome. Jerome has a picture of a touring car as his avatar,
Okay. An electric one.
an electric one,
Good, yeah.
and it's a Tekin,
Good.
Nid, Hobby. Oh, he's American.
Yay.
Yeah. Well, or he's got American sponsorship. I see either Jerome I would have got. No, he's in the Raw Region 11. He had an all. Here we go. Raw Region 11 on-road carpet nationals. I had an awesome time and finished much better than I expected for my first big on-road race. Well done, Jerome.
Hey, we're all
Jerome?
all proud
No,
of
it's
you.
Jerome.
Jerome. Jerome, we're really proud of you.
He finished qualified 10th in the A main, finished A1 in the 8th, A2 in the 5th, and A3 in 6th, 7th overall. Looking well
Better
done.
than any
in your
of us
Region
would have
11.
done.
Apart from Stu, possibly.
But he's
It counts. He's young enough not to have forgotten how to
he's
do
a
it
bit
yet.
wooden. I've heard.
He's got a wooden phone,
Yeah. He has got a wooden phone.
which is very odd.
Yeah.
He chisels out a text
Yes.
and throws it at people. LOL. Poof, ow.
Jerome
He's in.
is in.
Next one is Nick Goodman. Nick Goodman. Is he a good man? Oh, he's got a pic. Look, he's got the M&M NASCAR that we saw in the M&M shop in Florida when you bought your
Yes.
M&M shirt.
Yes.
Now, I assume was he on holiday or did he come from America? I don't know. Let's find. No, he's from Shore and by Sea. He's British. He's been to
All
Florida.
looks very touristy, doesn't it?
He's been to Florida. Well, actually, I said there's an M&M shop in London now, isn't it, or somewhere else? So
Is
it
there?
might be in there because I remember the one we saw had horribly flat tyres. That one's got pumped up tyres. So Nick Goodman, you are in the group.
Yeah, Nick, it's great to have you here.
It looks a bit. Actually, he looks a bit outdoor adventure-y. Look, he's on top of a rock in his main feature page,
He is, yeah.
and he's looking like he's about to jump off in some sort of base jumping, sort of glide flying debacle that may end.
Okay, Nick, you can be in charge of events and orienteering.
No, hang on. It's Ed Clark, Nick and Matt, me and Brendan are both in Australia, he's telling us. So our earlier entry, Ed, hi Ed, Super Ted, and Brendan are both Australians.
Ed's not Australian.
No, Ed, I know Ed. Yeah, he's been around the world, isn't he, Ed? He was in China as well.
I'm really confused.
Hello's Nick Goodman. Sorry, welcome Nick Goodman.
Nick Goodman, he's going to be in charge of orienteering
Yes.
and outdoor
We'll never get
pursuits
off-
for the group.
Ed Clark is listening to us with Brendan in Australia. Bit of a following going on over here. It's now the weekend. Of course, it's the weekend in Australia. It's already Friday evening.
Awesome. Crack
The
open
only
beer.
minor bad news for you is the second round of heats with the top drivers goes off at 10 to 5 local time, which is about 3 in the morning to 4 in the morning, depending where you are. But it's not a problem.
It's not, no.
Ed and Brendan, because of course it's all on the live stream, it's all archived.
Yep.
So you can just get up in the morning and watch the last couple of hours.
It won't be the same, though.
No.
I think you should stay up.
I think you're
you
right.
can do it.
You can.
Yeah.
And our final inductee to the Hall of RC Racing team, which has really filled the gap well, this, isn't
For
it?
this particular section.
Is Peter Wijnants. Peter Wijnants.
Hey,
or-
Peter.
I'm just seeing. We're now actually looking at the pictures as well. He's an X-ray person. He's got an X-ray logo.
Well, he's a mutual friend with X-Ray.
He's from Belgium.
Brilliant.
We like it. We're very fond of our Low Countries fans. Go, Peter.
Yes.
And you are in. So if you get maybe your friends.
Hi,
to join-
Peter.
Now, it's an important thing there. Those of you who are listening, I believe you're touring car fans, and or general RC fans. We've had a very, very good response from the off-road fans, both 10th, 6th, and 8th.
6, you can't really put them in the same sentence. They're a different breed altogether.
They are. They're very, very keen, and we got. So we need you to tell your friends, all your 10th touring car fans,
Yeah.
about this program, so we get the most number of members to join. We're on 1591. We set ourselves a pretty aggressive target, I think, of 1750 by the end of the weekend.
Are we going to do it?
Um,
Are we?
also, the more people that watch, the more coverage we can give. It's like that. It's like a dynamo of
Is that
desire.
how it works?
No, it's not at all. Actually, we're contracted to show the whole thing.
If nobody watches, we have to talk to ourselves.
But this is, of course, the first time we've ever live streamed an electric touring car event.
Yeah.
So it's been
And it won't be the last.
It's been interesting
Mark
for us.
my words.
We are in discussions for lots of things. I can say no more than that. But if you would like your touring car event live streamed,
Can I say happy birthday to Brendan Road?
yes, you can.
Happy birthday,
The
Brendan.
only problem is it's Brandon.
Happy birthday, Brandon.
Happy birthday, Brandon. Brandon, of course, from Live RC in the States, who does his the other side of the pond.
How are you doing? Happy birthday. I just feel really embarrassed now.
So, happy birthday, Brandon. I've no idea whether you're watching us, but obviously
Unlikely.
it's unlikely. It's a bit early in the morning, isn't it, really?
Yes.
There's 6 hours back there, so he might have got a 4:30 to watch this. Not so likely.
It'd be rude not to.
There we go. Graham Kenny, morning. Stuck in work listening to today's proceedings. What's your opinion on why the EFRA Euros has a lot less turnout than likes the ETS? It's quite simple, actually. If you look at the ETS, which is a fantastic event, but you look at the modified entries, just look at the modified entries for the ETS, and you'll find there's between 50 and 70 normally at each meeting. This is a modified only event, and there are 65, 67 people here. So it's the same number of modified drivers turn up. And the reason the ETS is so popular, and something I think EFRA should think about doing, is because it runs multi-classes. And people who want to run stock, or who people want to run the F1, my personal feeling is that next year we should run a combined, modified and stock Euros. We had a stock Euros last year, didn't we?
What, you mean like what they do in 12?
Yeah. We should run
It's
both.
more work for us though, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, if you have 60 modified and 60, or 50 and 50 stock, you get 2 European Championships. It's more stuff at the front end. More people come along.
Yeah.
So I think there's two reasons. One, obviously, doing this event is quite expensive. I suppose no more really expensive than ETS round. But it is modified, and a lot of people know that when you've got the likes of Victor Vilk and Mark Reinhard and Elliot Harper and Yildiz Groskamp and Ronald Volker, you're not going to finish that high up. If you can enter a stock Euros where they're not allowed, and one of the other rules I would have is that you can only enter one and not both.
Really?
Yep. And then
I wouldn't do that.
And then you'd have an event. I think that's different. But I think it's a good question, Graham. And I think the success of the ETS has been the fact it's so inclusive. And in a way, this is very exclusive in many ways.
Yes.
But that's good. It's good for us, 'cause it means the timetable is shorter, because if it was 2 championships here, we'd never be able to do anything. We actually get a little bit of a break here. But it's a good question, Graham. And I was hoping to see Tony Reinhardt here, but I'm not sure he's coming. He was going to do some pitting for Yannick to have a chat about some of the ETS stuff. Not particularly regards to me or anyone else. It's just that I wanted to. We normally have a really. We see Tony once a year, don't we? Normally, and
we have an AGM with Tony.
And we normally have a really good conversation with him about everything, and it's good fun. But over a beer.
Yeah.
So it was the over a beer bit I was really after, in fairness.
You just want him to buy you a beer. Well, I'll buy you a beer. Well, the organiser will give you beers by lunchtime, probably.
That's true. But cars are on track, and these are the cars of the Heat 1 people, which are the lower. I don't want to say low, because what they tend to be is less experienced.
Entry, newer. Not newer, because some of them are
local.
older.
Yeah, there's no age about it. So actually going round to a moment. Who's Stu on, so I can just give you a quick thing.
He's on car number 4.
Who is Antonio Guides. So this has Alejandro Lopez Martinez in 1, Luis Carrera in 2, Stefano Bizico in Italy in 3, Antonio Guides and Pierre Canastra Silva of Portugal, Antonio Benito of Portugal is 6, Antonio Mangiarancina of Switzerland, and Bruno Castella is in there as well. So it's lots of Portuguese drivers in this earlier heat. They were in the first round of qualifying. They're almost entirely concentrated in the first 4 heats, but as they've shown their worth, they've spread through, and their top driver, I think, is in heat 6, so they've done pretty good stuff for the local guys. Local knowledge. As the cloud cover comes over for the first time we've seen it here, and it's getting really quite nice. It's cool. Once the sun's gone, it cools down remarkably, and it becomes a very pleasant day, about 27 degrees. Thank you, John Toman, who says, loving the link, makes my last working day of the week fly by. That's the whole point. We don't expect you to watch it, but the great thing if you're working the computers, you just have us on the headphones. We'll talk gibberish and entertain you, and then you can just tune in the pictures for the particular cars and people you're interested in. This is the final round of control practice, Heat 1. Just let you know that, again, you've just joined, that qualifying, of the 2 rounds of qualifying we have, the first one begins at 2 local, which is 3 in Europe. However, we are going to, at the end of this qualifying session, which ends about 11:50, 10 to 12 UK, 10 to 1 in Europe, somewhere else in Australia. Thank you, the Australians, for watching us. We're going to have a lunchtime show. We've got a wire set up. We can get ourselves into the pits. Take about 5 minutes to do the changeovers, and then we will be broadcasting an interview-based, let's have a look at the cars sort of show. We can't look at all the cars, obviously, because some of them are secret and top and new. That's mainly Elliot, of course. Matt's now fixed the other camera, but the problem is he doesn't know how. That was a magic fixing, wasn't it?
I know exactly how.
Oh, what happened? Here's pick his microphone too. What happened?
I had to reconfigure the patch bay mainframe and rewire into the ether.
You plugged it in, didn't you?
And just had to plug it in properly.
Yeah, I thought so. Oh dear.
Oh dear. Yes, well, 10:36 local time. If you wanted a time update, it's actually cooled off a little bit. It's not red hot and boiling.
Now I think we got a misprint that makes it funnier. Toka to 169. I think once you guys are so funny, but it's put down you guys are so puny. Which, if you saw us, would be. Certainly, you saw Stu. That would probably be true.
I would like to meet Stu down a dark alley.
Well, if you turned sideways, you couldn't see him.
I would not call Stu puny. He's a man mountain.
Oh dear. See, David Norden, I've read this out already, but you need to see it. Would like nice to see behind this camera and look at what it takes to bring the live coverage to us.
Oh, geez,
3 grown men panicking mainly.
You don't want to know.
John Dukaka is correct, Nick. Also, this is the ETS conversation. The ETS Grand Canary race and mod entries are less than the EFRA Euros, so this is also heavily related with location. It's a good point. I do think, and I will be at the EFRA AGM this year. I have no say, but I can, apart from. I will talk in the ears about the possible. That's amazing, that Coke you opened. Went through both the ears.
There you go.
I think we should run a combined modern stock. I think it'd be great. I think we had 2 Euros last weekend. It was fantastic. 2 and 4 wheel drive.
Yeah.
Makes the day so much more exciting when you've got lots more A finals, a lot more top finals.
But I don't agree with your idea of making people choose which one they want to enter. Because, like with the stock 12th Euros that me and Stu were at in Oulu, earlier in the year, majority of the top drivers, they left alone the stock class. They left it alone. We had the developers like Marcus with his Mobgums, Marcus Mobers, and we had Vasily. We had these guys running in both classes because they're kind of developers. They're kind of, but the top guys, I don't think there would be any worries with the Reinhards and the Vilks and the Hagbergs coming in and ruining stock for people. I don't think that would happen.
You know.
So I think you could make it so that everyone can do both, and it wouldn't be a problem.
I'm going to talk to Ina about that then. Ina Martin, who is of course the German representative, who's the EFRA official representative here.
He is.
Do you know, there's a big EFRA meeting next week in Lestalo, by the way.
Good.
Because Jackie's there. Because she's not walking the hills.
Well, it's local to her, vaguely.
So yes, so they can discuss those sort of things at that point.
Have you said hello to Kevin at RC Area?
Oh, hello, Kevin. Thank you for adding the feed. That's right. Don't worry about the delay. It's fine. It's only 10:30 in the UK.
That's absolutely fine. And Kevin, we wouldn't have wanted you to embed what happened yesterday. It would
no.
It would have only devalued.
If you want to go listen on the archive, I need to explain that we all got up before 3 o'clock in the morning, had a massive panic getting to Stansted, a massive panic getting through Stansted, a 2-hour drive here and a 2-hour setup, and we weren't feeling our most fresh.
No.
In fact, I was yawning through most of it.
Well, it didn't help that the organiser gave us 3 beers.
Yeah, it livened up for the opening ceremony, didn't it?
It did, yeah. It was
so much so that
something had to liven it up. That's
Jim,
for sure.
that Jim Skinner from Thunder Power who God knows how he was listening in from the States, because he must be doing about 3. He must have insomnia listening at 3 in the morning.
That will help you sleep.
Did say.
What did he say to you?
Oh, Toko, not punny. Oh, punny, as in puns. Thank you, Toko 169. He said to us, he just loved
Frank.
He loved the fact, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Suddenly, I'm less impressed. We were talking about you last night, actually, Frank, in a strangely positive way as well. that he enjoyed the fact that we were being less than complimentary about the shoes and the coats and the hairstyles of various drivers.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's not our job to be fakely complimentary.
They're very, very good drivers.
We're
they're
journalists.
They're not all style icons, in fairness.
Some of them are. They
No,
can't all be
well,
like Hagberg.
so Dr. Hagberg, of
They
course.
can't all be
The
like
man
him.
who can wear shoes without socks.
I was just going to say, yes, it would have devalued the fantastic new RC News website that is RC Area. So if he was to embed yesterday, he didn't. But from now, you can, if you wish to watch within the website of RC Area, you can. You can also watch within RC EFRA, .ws.
And also, I'm sure hobbymedia.it will have us as well, though.
Yes, over in Italy.
Yes.
They will have us as well, and
Will
we have it? Have we
Hobby
got it?
Media gave me my biggest laugh of the week.
Did they?
Because, as you know, we at RCRacing.tv now, the website now has a lot of news, and we have news from all sorts of sources. One of our sources is a little tie with Hobby Media.
Hobby Media are
and
our
Francesco,
bros.
who
They're
are
our
great
bros.
guys. And so we get some Hobby Media stuff through on translation.
Yes.
And they actually sent us back our own report of translated. And it said, you can watch this event on RCTV, or, of course, you can watch it here on Hobby Average.
Hobby Average.
Because they translate media to average.
Which is very good.
Which made me laugh a lot. They're not average. They're very, very excellent pals.
The company behind this production would therefore be RC Average. We're brought to you by RC Average.
RC Average. Hello, everyone. I'm RC Average. It's not going well. Yeah. Anyway, so we're now about to see Heat 2 go out for a bit of a last warm-up.
Numero 2.
And that has the following drivers. Car 1 is Goncalo Alves. Car 2 is Carl Fredrik Grossel. Car 3 is Marcus Wegman. Car 4, Fernando Cordeiro. Car 5 is Rodrigo Antonio Ferreira. Car 6 is Wojciech Radwański from Poland. Car 7 is Pedro Jose Mauro from Portugal. And then Jorge Chalbua as the sun comes out and the temperature goes up about 47 degrees.
Have you looked at Herman Dankel's question about why only count 2 rounds in a practice? Why only count 2 rounds this practice?
I think they've changed it because it was a today it's kind of proper and serious, and they've actually got marshals on. That's why, and so the marshals are there and they're just counting these. And they're actually running. Yesterday it was an 8-minute block, and you could run as much as you like. This one starts on a start tone, ends on an end tone, so you actually do run a 5-minute run. I don't believe there's a reseed though. I think this is going to be it.
That's Yillis, not in the top group.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily a disadvantage.
Agreed. So who's out on the track at the moment?
I just read them all out.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't listening.
Find a car. What's the car? What's the car has Stu got?
He's got
Going to the snake bite. In it comes now through the still needs to
car 10.
Some of this track needs to name everybody. Right, let's go with
Car
car
6
6. So car
of
6.
Tamiya.
Let's follow car 6 for it. Now, Wojciech Radwański, thank you. We'll follow car 6 and we'll show you the bits that got a name, and we still need some names for bits of the track. So he's now going around the snake bite. So he got off the front straight snake bite. Needs a name. Round the parasol hairpin, through the Durango D, through this S's, which was the wonky S's, but the camera's been straightened up, but it's not. And then, he's fallen over. Excellent, we've got some action. Marshall! There we go. There we go. And he's off again. So that's Wojciech upside down. So back straight, main straight, snake bite, parasol, Durango D. Well, we've got to call one of them Protoform something. I'm not sure what. So if you have any idea for bits of track, then we're going to give them a go.
Protoform Point, isn't it, that one?
What, 5?
5, yeah.
Protoform Point. So you go around there, through the Protoform Point, onto the back straight, round the parasol, the Durango D, the unnamed S bed. So it's the S's that need a name now. And then the back straight, or the front straight, the main straight. So it's main straight, and then the snake bite. I'm looking at the wrong car now. Durango D. He's fallen off again. God, dear.
We're not helping him, are we? That's the problem.
Who's he with now? Who are we with now? We're now with car number
1.
Car 1 of Goncalo Alves, who's already sprinting down the main straight. These guys in the second heat, they're doing 15.1s, 15.2s for a lap. It's only half a second lap off the fastest. Car snake's under power there. Doesn't quite follow the exact line of the D there. Through the unnamed S. Down the main straight. Get you now. Round snake bite. Then we come to protoform point. Back straight. Parasol hairpin. There we are. So we basically need that S bend coming up now to be named. I think. Are you with me?
I'm in agreement. Yes.
Good. It always helps when you are in agreement. I feel happier about that.
Sometimes it's fun when I'm not, though, isn't it?
Yes. It's interesting that Tokat 169 has said this is FM, by the way. So that would mean he's on radio in stereo.
No, that's his initials.
I know, it's Frank. Now, we have Tokat. Again, he's now saying having the races in one class only does make sponsored guide fill out the top spots in stock. That's how it works in the US too, and the unsponsored guy don't like it. I agree with Frank. We should not now. You get into one or the other, not both.
Frank?
It's still Frank.
No, you're wrong. I don't agree. I don't think they'll bother. I really don't think they'll. I think they will say, oh, this is the real Euros when they're talking about the modified. They'll say the modified is the real Euros, and they won't even bother with the stock Euros.
I'm not sure.
That's what I've seen.
I'd like to agree with you. I don't know if I do.
We'll just trial it for 1 year, okay?
We're trying it, you and I.
We'll trial it for 1 year.
So we're going to run the European Championship in your back garden.
Yes.
On a tarmac track you're going to lay from B&Q.
My back garden is decking and grass.
It is. You've got a very nice house, actually. I've never been there before. It's very interesting. I like your house. There's lots of levels, which makes it really interesting. I mean that. I wasn't being funny.
Well, there you go. Maybe one day we'll do at home with
because I'm hopefully moving house next Friday.
Yes,
I don't know if I am. I am living in Hope. Yeah, I'm living in Northampton at the moment, which is like Hope. So I'm about to move to Milton Keynes. There we are. A bit of exciting news about Nick. I know you couldn't wait.
Milton Keynes is a relatively constructed city in England, isn't it?
It's the capital of roundabouts.
Lots
John
of roundabouts.
Dukakis saying, when will you start posting Get Your Top Off?
Okay.
Well, the answer to that
Fine.
is when Stu does the photographs at lunchtime. And Stu, hang on, I didn't sign for all this work, Stu's thinking. No, you did, Stu. He's sitting there. He's got his. I was worried. I didn't recognise it at breakfast. He wasn't wearing his cap, but he's got his cap on now, so that's okay. We have actually saved up a few to Get Your Top Offs from the last couple of events, haven't we, Matt? And
yeah,
Young Guns.
actually.
And we're going to start posting them.
Toe Cutter 169. Talking to you, Toe Cutter 169. I believe you owe us a few things.
Mm-hmm.
So, is there something you should be doing now?
But no posting till the end of the day.
Well,
Oh, go on then.
go on. Yeah, no posting now would be good. Thank you.
I love it we can talk to our other members of the team. I think James is bothering to listen. He's got work to do this time.
James is very important in his job.
Yes, he's working for a German health firm. So, John, the answer is there will be some Get Your Top Offs quite soon. But from this event, they'll be coming up later, probably tomorrow. And because we haven't got a live event next week, unfortunately, because it's the Worlds in Lostalo for 1/5 touring cars, and no one bothered to hire us.
I'm going to ask a couple of drivers if they wouldn't mind sending me one photo a day and one sentence per day, and then I will.
We will have
Put
a
them all
lot
together.
because we are a large scale friend. We will have a lot of large scale touring car coverage from your friends in large scale. Because those who don't know, Matt is Mr. Large Scale because he spent 11 days of his life a couple of years ago with them in Croatia.
Yeah. At the Auto Bayer Arena.
So we're going to have a lot of coverage from the Starlo, but unfortunately not live coverage. So we're going to be filling out rcracing.tv with Get Your Top Offs from here, from Alcaraz, and also from Halifax. There'll be a huge amount of and Young Guns as well. And then we will be doing in 2 weeks' time. So Wednesday in 2 weeks' time, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You will be in Graz or near Graz for the 1/10th IC Touring Car Euros.
This is the big one.
It's a big one for one reason only. We have invested in the top motorsport commentator, in my opinion, in the world. And I won't take any arguments on that.
Really?
I won't.
Murray Walker.
No. Murray Walker was never the top motorsport commentator in the world for things like... Can you imagine Murray Walker trying to commentate on cars that go that speed and go around every 10 laps? And takes a lap every 15 seconds?
No.
No. John Hindhoff. John Hindhoff will be the commentator for all the days.
For all of the days.
So we have an actual real professional, which is a major step for us.
It might tip him over the edge. We hope it doesn't send him over the edge and end our relationship with him.
I think he's looking forward to it. He's going to drive there in his car. He's driving from England here for a bit of a road trip. He likes road trips. He's very strange. And
He's driving there in a German car, isn't he?
Yes.
Oh, it's Austria, though, isn't it?
Apparently, we have Adrian Burton, Robin Dont, and Alex Thurston to come in our various features on Halifax. We don't need them all today. Toe cutter 169, just one.
We want to see the Adrian Bertine one, but I know that he's got to blur out most of the chassis of the KM.
Does he?
Yeah. And we're looking forward to the Elliot Harper Get Your Top Off, but we know that one's going to be a struggle as well. I'm hoping we have photos of him with the car up his top. Because we know he can't take his top actually off.
I've seen it. I got the exclusive about the colour of the anodising of the car yesterday.
Oh, yeah,
it's a light gold.
Light gold.
That's the colour Durango chosen for. That's the only thing that really matters about touring cars. What colour you decide to anodise them.
All the colours have come a lot closer together in recent years.
Well, apart from purple. There's purple and blue.
No.
What?
Hot Bodies used to be purple. Hot Bodies is now orange.
Yeah, but Schumacher's still purple.
Oh. We're brought to you by Protoform. We're here sponsored by Durango and the DEX 410.
410.
Do not enrage one of our most important sponsors.
Sorry, Stuart. It's the DEX 410. And this is group number 3, I think, isn't it? It is. And we have in car number 1, Merrick Cherney, our sole representative from the Czech Republic. Our sole representative of Estonia, Jorg Michael Tiet, is there in 2. In 3, it's Jorg Simons. And then we have Carlos Malavero from Portugal. It is Bartosz Popszpien from Poland in 5. Jeremy Limoges from France in 6. Dai Victor Sakaguchi from Germany in 7. And Pierre Delorme from France in 8. You made a big clicking sound there. You were considering and looking at your thing, weren't you?
I was checking the feed on my phone.
Is it working on your phone?
The feed of the stream of
dribble.
Of communications.
Ah. Oh. So that sound of Lexan on. And we come round and we're straight with car number 4, oddly, who is Carlos Malavero, and he is, of course, from Portugal. He's a local man. I know he's local to the track. He's local to the country.
It's a big country.
He's got a lot of square footage, this country. It's not massively overpopulated. Huge amount of Atlantic coast, hence the reason they were, of course, the by far and away in history, the big explorers of the world, weren't they? The Portuguese discovered a hell of a lot more than the Brits did.
Really?
Magellan and people like that.
Continue to educate me.
They found bits of America.
Did they?
Well, yes. Where do you think Christopher Columbus came from?
Portugal.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
They found South America. That must be the case.
They did all sorts. They were the top explorers for a long time. Like 16th, 17th, 18th century, they were absolutely the beast.
But in America, you have people that speak Spanish. That's the second language, isn't it?
Yes, because the Spanish then came over with the conquistadors. So the Portuguese went again, oh, we found that.
Right.
And the Spanish went, we'll have the cash, please, and the gold.
Right.
But don't forget, Brazil speaks Portuguese.
That's why I said South America. Yeah, I get that the Portuguese found South America because that's where there's more people speaking Portuguese in Brazil than there are here, aren't there?
Oh, massively, yeah.
Yeah. So, but in America, there aren't like a big Portuguese.
No, because what happened was they then got.
There's Italian and
they got
Spanish.
Well, the Spaniards.
Hispanic.
The Spanish all come from South America. It was basically. But what happened then? The British and the French had a row about America itself.
Yeah.
Hence the French up in Quebec.
Yeah.
We kicked out the French on a couple of occasions, and then the Americans kicked us out, which is a fair comment. Apparently, they didn't particularly like us taxing them from afar. Can you imagine that? They were upset about that.
Should we talk about RC at any time?
Mm-hmm.
No.
We are, but about Portugal and how it found everything. Portugal, actually.
It's a very strange language as well. It's supposed to be not that dissimilar to Welsh.
I thought it's not. It sounds to me much more like something like Polish or Russian. But it's nothing like Spanish or French or Italian.
It does share a few words with the neighbours.
Well, I think
what
happens is all the languages get a bit closer. Because let's be honest, do you know what the Welsh for like video recorder is? Video recorder. You see, because they haven't got a word for anything new. They haven't had any new words for a while.
I know what the French for radio is radio.
Mm-hmm. What's the French for video? It's video.
Maybe bound to be video.
Yeah. So it's actually, who are we with now? What car are we? We're still with...
Orange.
Can we get to car 1, which is Merrick Siani? Not many people going round in this heat, actually. It got pulled off. Car 1. Where's car 1? It's not there. It's car 4, car 5. I need to pay. There's car 1.
Here we go.
Merritt's got a nice paint job. There's a lot of plain bodies here, but Merritt's got a top part with Merritt Cerny, the Czech driver. Currently has a best time of 15.1, which is 2 or 3 tenths faster than anyone else in this heat.
Who's got the record? It was Hagberg, wasn't it?
I'll show you on my screen. Normally it shows you on the screen. It's not showing on my screen.
Yeah, it'll show you on one of the
We have
monitors.
we have the internet screen here, not the direct land feed screen, which is where we are. So it's certainly from Simone, but again, this is control practice. We'll be significantly more interesting times when we come to the actual qualifying, which starts at 2 o'clock local, 3 o'clock in Europe. Media content NCN. So I'm now getting heckled by Paul.
Good.
He says Christopher Columbus was Italian. Yes, he may be Italian, but he was on a Portuguese ship. The Portuguese financed the trip. John Dukakis, do try and get Freddie Sudovs and Viljami Kutervent automatic cars. Don't worry, we will get one of the automatic cars.
Get your top off.
Oh yeah, an automatic.
Oh yes. Oh, I like the sound of that.
Calm down. And Frank wants you to run down the history of electronic music. I don't.
That will be done on a separate live stream.
Yes.
We haven't got time today, unfortunately.
Too exciting. Just too exciting.
Yes. It will be very exciting.
I can imagine. Beyond exciting, possibly. There are people saying hello to Ed Clark, who said he was him and Brendan were Australia, and he welcomed Australia from people. From Aaron Smith and Ryan Teams, they both welcomed him to Australia.
Brilliant.
Oh, by the way, Eric, do you remember we had our Eric Dankel conversation yesterday?
Yes.
Eric Dankel is the German 1/10th IC champion.
Okay.
So
fine.
he is a champion.
Okay. He's always a champion in my mind anyway.
Yes. He didn't, as you say, Andreas Huber won the...
No. Manuel.
Manuel Huber. But that's why I got it wrong, you see. I just know so much about international 1/10. Obviously, it's my favourite class.
We covered this last week, actually, where we had a very guarded conversation where Nick revealed his least favourite class, which is...
I still love it, though.
It's like saying which is your least favourite
child,
M&M,
or your least favourite child,
or your least favourite Skittles. You know.
No. Anyway, I love them all.
Or your children.
I love both of those. Come December, I've got 5. And no, we're not expecting triplets. I'm very much enjoying Portugal. I'm not enjoying their flies.
They're a lot better than the Spanish flies.
Spanish fly?
No, I'm lost.
Do you know what a Spanish fly is?
No.
That's an age gap thing.
What's a Spanish fly?
No, Spanish fly was supposed to be kind of a. You could buy packets. You could buy packets of Spanish fly, and it was supposed to be an early equivalent of Viagra. Obviously, it didn't work. But you get Spanish fly. It was a kind of like for people in shops. You buy them in the special shops, which have blacked out windows.
Oh right, yeah.
And you get.
I know them.
Yes. Do you?
There's one on the A1.
You go speeding past. I must stop for some.
It's like in a lay-by. It's really strange.
That sounds unpleasant. Is it as strange as the?
38. There's one definitely on the A38, and every time I drive past it.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it as
petrol station?
Is it as strange as the lady in bright colours sitting by the roundabout on the way to the airport in Spain on a roundabout industrial estate on a plastic chair?
We should have stopped to ask her for directions.
I don't think you got directions. If you lose the D-I-N-I, you might have got that. Oh dear, that's probably us off the air. Oh, YouTube, you're off for being a bit rude.
I can see Mr. Hoodie.
Oh, hang on. Nick van der Berg goes live, and he's right. And now a serious question from Frank. Are these guys running diff front or rear, or is anyone running a one-way front diff, or is anyone running a spool? I don't know. When we do the Get Your Top Off features, young Stu or Matt, who was doing, will be asking the questions about what they've got in the front. One-ways are banned. One-ways are... Yeah, but one-ways have been banned for a long time from international competition. So you either run a spool or because the cars aren't in as much control under braking, so they can run into each other. So it was for lack of crashing reasons.
Right. Safety reasons.
I'm not actually sure that these modern cars with so much power could actually brake with a one-way anyway. Because, of course, with a one-way means the front wheels will freewheel under when they're slowing down.
Right.
So when you brake, you only have rear brakes, and from 60 miles an hour into the snake bite, you need all four wheels braking. Because obviously these cars brake using the electrics, they actually will just effectively make resistance with the drive chain, which will brake the cars, which will slow the cars down. You had a front way on, you get resistance. You stop the back, which would probably lock up pretty quickly. You'd just be in an uncontrollable missile, which is why they decided against it.
We don't want uncontrollable missiles on this track, do we?
Only we're filming them. Then I'm a big fan of the uncontrollable missile when we're filming it. So that's the answer to the serious question, and we've breached our first barrier for the day, a barrier we didn't actually breach till finals day in Spain. So we already have more people watching this event at 11 o'clock on a Friday than we had finals day for Spain. Up until finals day. So maybe once it got to finals day, everyone got the bit large scale boys really got behind it at that point, and it went crazy.
Take my hat off to the large scale boys.
I do.
I salute them.
I do. But I will say, touring car people, you have a long, long way to go to catch up to the 1/8, either track or off road. So you need to start telling your friends. I think we should make a competition, don't you, between the various scales. There again, people watching might tune off. So we are now coming up to, I think this is heat 4. I'm losing count now because it's hard to count to 5. Count 4 indeed, and that has car 1 is Dionis Stadler from Germany. Car 2 is my favourite of all the names, Jose Carlos Mesquita Paquito from Portugal.
Yeah.
Jose Alberto Carvalho from Peterborough. Peterborough from Portugal. What I like is that Stu actually hasn't got... Have you got the headphones in still? Do you not need them because you just hear us whispering from here? Yeah. That's the joy of electric racing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Then we have Jose Alberto Carvalho
From Coventry.
from Portugal. Thomas Vigneron from EFRA. Where's that? Froome. From France. Francisco Enriquez from Portugal. Uri Hudi, the man behind X-Ray from Slovakia. Miguel Hugo from Portugal in 7. And Matthias Rascol from the Belle France in 8. And Stu is immediately with car number 4. Why is car number 4 keeping the first car with, which is Thomas Vigneron of France in the bright yellow machine. When he comes back out, as he goes around Snakebite, comes through Protoform Point. I'm now going to see if I can see what stickers, what sort of car he's got. Oh, he's got the car in Pennzoil. He's got the kind of NASCAR car. He's actually done a replica Pennzoil car.
I like it.
Which is... Oh, and I've broken myself. Hold on. I pulled myself out there.
I like that.
Now you're back again. I think broke on my own reception there. So for our lunchtime show, where we're using that connection there, aren't we?
Yes.
Yeah. How are we going to do that? Because the next one's not live at the moment.
With a bit of hot swapping.
Oh, hello. So the live show now coming up in about an hour. The live show will be... I've decided now we're going to start the live show at midday.
Which is okay. And then the first thing that happens on track after the live show, will that be more practice or will that be qualifying?
Straight to qualifying. But that is 2 hours later. 2 o'clock we start with qualifying. So there'll be about a half-hour live show, sort of 90 minutes of shots whilst we have some food and have a little bit of a go at some of the technicals. And then what happens after that? Then we've got 2 rounds of qualifying, which I think finishes about 4:40, 4:45 here in Portugal, which is an hour later, obviously, in Central Europe, and several hours later in Australia and hours earlier in America. Thank you. Why are you singing "Loving You"?
Because I'm just in a fantastic mood.
God.
It's Friday.
It is Friday.
Yay!
We're not at work. Well, we are, but we're not.
If this is work, wow.
So anyway, and then tomorrow we start. I might have to wait to find out. There is a rumour of a timetable change tomorrow. So we will keep you all informed about when we're starting on the page tomorrow. It may well be 10 again, or it may be earlier.
If it gets any later, we'll be filming from the plane.
That's Sunday.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Yeah, you're real probably days of the week this time, aren't you?
Yeah, well, what do you expect? I've been on the road for like 5 weeks solid now.
What?
I mean, admittedly, I come back for 2 days in the office, and then get back on a plane again. But that messes your head up even more.
That is true. And don't forget that, of course, one of the things that Matt was doing was preparing the latest episode of RC Racing TV, which will premiere on Motors TV all around UK and Europe on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah.
When you should be listening to us. So just tape it or DVR it.
It'll get played a few times though.
It will.
And then it'll go out on the internet.
It will.
Like a month later, but I think it should go on the internet maybe a bit sooner, but that's probably an off-air discussion.
But we haven't released the last one yet,
We should probably do a double bill of releasing in the next week when we've got no live streaming. We should put out 2 shows at the same time. Well,
one show
and then another show in the space of 3 days.
Then we run out of stuff for afterwards.
We'll take our tops off.
Yay! Excellent. So, you're right. Hoodie in car 6. We need to see the head of X-Ray. He's leading this race at the moment, or this practice. Where's car 6? There'll be a car with a proper paint job, I expect.
No.
And it is the pink car there, just going through the Durango D.
Sorry, I take that back.
Somebody name these S corners, please. Down the main straight into the Snakebite. Swoops around there into the Protoform Point. See, I'm getting you all used to where we are. Onto the back straight. Around the Parasol. Durango D. Unnamed S-Bend. Come on, people. It's an unnamed S-Bend.
We're in Taurus Novus. We're in Portugal.
RC Area TV. Kev wants to know, have there been any problem with tyres like the 1/8 IC Euros? The answer is no. The tyres, as I understand it, you have one set per qualifier, so there's no need to sit out. And you are allowed additive. So they are all putting in the tyre warmers with a piece of paper around them and sticking the additive in. So there's no problems because there's no restrictions. At the Worlds, where it was a very similar, take your tyres, no additive. This is warmers, additive.
Oh, that's your right.
You can kiss
Just a
them.
little bit of a jump. You can kiss them. You can rub them under your armpits.
Fondle them.
Chemicaled up to their max.
Yeah.
Go on.
There's nothing you can't do.
Yeah.
These tyres, they're on it, literally on drugs.
On steroids.
So who's streaking behind him in the green car? Let's see. Oh, finished.
Car number 7.
Oh, they finished, unfortunately. So who was car number 7? Who we saw at the back of shot, and it was Miguel Hugo. So officially, Uri won that one. Nope, I've been told off for stopping. Don't stop on the track. It's like stopping the hard shoulder of a motorway. It's just not allowed.
Unless you really needed the toilet.
Even that's not allowed. I think if it's a child who's just thrown up in your car, you can probably stop, because that stinks.
Yeah, or a dog, that's even worse. I've had that.
Do you know the worst thing I ever had?
Do the listeners want to know this?
My ex-mother-in-law, who I still like actually very much, but she's my ex-mother-in-law because I'm marrying somebody else soon, had a dog, an old lab. And the old lab, before jumping into my car, managed to find on sort of the side of a garden some freshly laid cat excrement.
Beautiful.
Which he ate. Hopped in the car and just breathed out the smell of cat excrement for about 20 minutes.
Just breathe, that's it.
It didn't need to do anything else. It had managed to get it all round. And it was like constant.
Well, our family dog, Dave
the dog. Who's the girl?
Who's a girl, gets incredibly car sick. And if you go on a long journey, as Dave will be going from the Midlands all the way up to the Highlands of Scotland
in a
couple of weeks, Dave explodes from both ends.
Oh.
Pretty much the whole journey.
And if you have any dog-related problems, please write to @rcracing.tv, care of Portugal.
Yes, you can also join the Facebook group if you want to share anything on.
We have one new member.
Do we?
Yes, it's been quite slow. I can assure you everyone is already a member. We have one new member.
Yep.
Going to take us to 1,593. The new member is Chris Stack.
Chris, how are you, Chris?
Hello, Chris.
It's a great day for you to join us.
He's got a helmet on.
Yeah.
It's a karting helmet. He's a karter.
Hey, he likes his small motorsports, but bigger than this.
So, Chris Stack, you are more than welcome to join.
Yeah, Chris.
So much so. Oh, hang on.
Here they come. Here they come.
I think Luke Hobson, who wants to join us, joined before.
Oh, not another one of them.
And I think Luke Hobson has decided to rejoin to get a name check.
He's gone out the door and he's come back in the door in order just to be welcomed again.
Because the reason I think he joined, I'm sure he joined last time, and I do know Luke personally because he actually worked with Radio Lamont at Silverstone on the WEC, doing an internship with them, with Eve. So Luke, I'm going to welcome you as you are a friend, but we're on to you.
Yeah, we've got your number, Luke.
If you want to be welcomed more than once, just make up a second Facebook identity.
Yeah, that works for us. That's fine. Yeah.
Luke, you're very welcome to rejoin again.
Yes.
Like Bjorn again, rejoin again. You're in.
Maybe
again.
he left for real reasons. Maybe he was the prodigal son. He went away.
Yeah, maybe
he was just furious at something we did wrong last week. Something we said.
Yes.
And now we've made it up to him, and he's just gone. Oh, I'll give you another chance.
It might be Frank's constant misidentification of Gilles' cross-cut engine in the final.
Frank, you really embarrassed us on that one.
Yeah, Gilles came over and said, "You do know." He kept calling it something else when it was a Maxima.
Oh, he kept saying Matrix,
Yes.
which was the tyres.
Matrix engine.
Or Matrox. But anyway, he kept saying Matrix, but it was
Maxima.
We know very well it was Maxima because, Maxima are our good friends from
Yarb Rattenhand.
From Yarb, from RC Addict.
From Thailand, from 1/10.
So that was embarrassing.
It was, thank you.
Thanks for that.
Toe Cutter 169.
Toe Cutter, what's her face?
Where
thingy?
the hell's that come from?
He does this.
Oh, right, okay. Anyway, we have another, interestingly now, we have another person who wants to join. It's Tony Pereiro.
Tony
wants to join. We now check everyone out. Tony, he looks, Tony is in, where is Tony? He's in Germany, I think. No, he's in Australia.
Hey!
Go, Tony! He comes from, he's got a very nice green Gallardo as his Lamborghini Gallardo. Hopefully that's his, though I sometimes doubt it is. And I think he was racing at Scottish thing. Down Under series he does. What's it called? The Asian series? Because they were in Melbourne recently. So, hi, Tony. Lovely to have more friends from Australia. We want
awesome.
as many friends in as many time zones as possible. So we know wherever we're broadcasting, someone will listen.
Yeah.
Hi, Tony. You're in, which is great news. So in this particular event, which is why is car 4? I was decided car 4 is always going to start first. So it's Stephen Weiss in car 1, Julian Borowski from Germany in car 2, Mikko Tiponja from Finland in 3, Tim Val from Germany in 4, Cyril Ndai, the multiple French champion, in 5, Dominic Vogel from Austria in 6, and then it's Helder Silva and João Miguel Martino from Portugal. And instantly, Mr. Car number 4 of Tim Val, who we're following now, the German in the too fast on the corner. Read what car he's in there. He's a yellow or white, sort of stripy look to it. Car 6 is pulled off already, which is Dominic Vogel. Not quite sure why he's done that.
Is it mandatory?
I don't think so. I think he just pulled off a pit lane. I think he just decided he didn't want to run this. He started it to get a timing click and decided not to run the event. Don't know why. You think it'd be worth it even if you're running an old tyre so if it was a run?
Maybe he needs the loo.
Oh, that could be it. But you think you'd go before him, wouldn't you? He did 2 laps and pulled off. There's Vogel. But it's Steve Weiss, who's quite a long way around, Steve Weiss. Steve Weiss was a top... I think he TQ'd the Euros a couple of years ago. He TQ'd something a couple of years ago, Steve Weiss. I know that. He's in car 1. Can we find car 1? We got car 1. I don't know. We're down the straight now. Yes, we have got car 1. The absolutely unmarked. So Mr. Weiss has made up a new body shell for today, as he has a bit of a kiss with car 7. And there's not a single sticker on that, apart from the numbers 1 on the side. So it's just a lime green machine with a black wing. Looks like a Protoform shell to me. And thank you, Protoform, for supporting us. And thank you again to Durango at the BETC 410, which will be released in the next few weeks. And has been campaigned here by Elliot Harper. So, yeah, I think he's put the lights on, though. That's a legal requirement. And the lights are on, that's it. Steve Weiss has nothing else on the car. And we are 2 minutes in. So let's see if we can pick up car number... Can you go forward a car to car 8, Stu? Which is... mainly it's interestingly painted. And that is the machine of João Miguel Martino, who's in third. It's a Schumacher. I saw that because I actually read that as it went past. And he's got a very dark green and a non-picking green.
That did not last very long.
Is that 750?
No.
Oh. So the reason for the mini camera going off this time wasn't a technical reason, it just went flat. And a very nice cooling breeze has kicked in now, which is very pleasant. And we're still with the number 8 machine. Let's see if we can find Cyril and Di, who's car 5, Stu. Let's see if I can find car 5. There he is now. Of course, straight on the Cyril, I think he's an X-ray. He's certainly won the French Championships many times and is regular at all major touring car events. Down in Heat 5 at the moment, which was seeded against Performance. He must have had a bit of a ropey first day's practice yesterday on the Thursday. This is the last round of control practice. Qualifying starts at 2 local, which is 3 in mainland Europe. Portugal and the UK on the same time zone. We will be also having a live show at 12 o'clock where we'll just talk to lots of people. Just because we can and just because we want to. Yeah, it's working again now. So we're about 4 minutes down of this. It's Tim Val from Steve Weiss from Martino. Cyril and Di we're following now is down in 5th as he sprints down the back straight. Can you call it the back? Oh, I'm going to call it the back straight. This is the front. So I'll change it now. This is the front straight, and that's the back straight. So it's easier for me. Round Durango D. Round the still unnamed S's. Come on, people. Come on, viewers. Back straight into the snake bite. Car upside down the thing, and he comes down through Protoform Point. Parasol. Around the D, 30 seconds to go. Comes onto our mini camera that's now working again. Down the back straight. So, he won't be followed yet. Let's follow. Is the car behind? No, we follow the car behind him. There's a big gap now to any cars at all. There's some people who are. Oh, it's finished now. That's a blow. Oh, get 7 for the last lap. Get 7 for his last lap. There you go. Look, he's sprinting around there. Car 7, who is Herder Silva. So Herder is doing his last lap now, and he'll get a bit covered. So there we are. So when we do our live show at lunchtime, you're going to do controlling, are you?
Yeah, because I can give you
Stu
talk
can
back.
Stu can do filming. You can do controlling.
I will.
And check everything.
Yes, we'll cut to another camera. I'll go and move that, and then I'll sit here
And
off
talk to
air
it. And you can off air
or on air.
You can do either, really. I don't
I
mind.
can just turn myself up and down.
You can go, Nick. You look like an idiot.
Yeah.
Nick, you smell a bit.
I can say, Nick, you smell, and then I can turn my
Mic
audio
back off
all the way
again.
down, and then I say, Nick, I love you.
Mm.
And then turn it back up again and say, Nick, you smell again. Here we go.
Frank's now trying to excuse himself for his lack of coherence with Gilles Groscamp. And he's going, Gilles will tell you about his new hobby, motocross, MX. So it's all very confusing. No.
His
No, it
favourite
wasn't.
sedan is a Nissan Maxima.
He's made that one up
No,
entirely.
well,
Because he
I
wouldn't call it a
reckon-
sedan. That's Americans call things sedans.
He's an American.
Yeah, but your Groscamp would say my favourite sedan, would he?
Frank would say, what is your favourite sedan?
And I'd say the sedan chair being carried by 14 people.
Have you read the Get Your Top Off feature on rcracing.tv?
Oh.
Was that the dodgy question? Because if that was the dodgy question, that now you made yourself look very silly. You haven't been reading the content on your own website.
I have, but only mine.
Do you read it to yourself aloud when you're in the shower?
I think they go, oh, that's good stuff. Oh, yeah. That's great. That's great content. Or
Feel
not.
Very uncomfortable.
Do you? You're
Yeah.
sitting quite comfortably.
Yes.
So anyway, we are now to have heat 6 of final control practice. We're getting towards the sharp end now.
We are RC Racing TV, and we are brought to you by Protoform. We're sponsored by Durango in the DETC 410. And you can catch us on EFRA.ws, where they have embedded the live timing. You can also catch us on our very own website, which is rcracing.tv, which is full of daily news, gubbins, and nonsense.
I do think we have a good level of gubbins.
Gubbins, yes. 50% Gubbins.
45% Gubbins.
45% Gubbins. There's a decent amount of news there.
Yeah, but more importantly, it's not just news about screws.
News about screws.
No, we don't do news about screws.
A few bits of news about screws. We don't exclude the news about screws.
No, but we try to make them less screwy.
Yes.
We
I did a fantastic news piece about a Ziploc bag from a different manufacturer of parts from America.
Yes, I did what I thought was a fantastic article about spare parts for a car no one has. But on the whole, we try and do relevant stuff and interesting stuff. Like we had, I think our item about the hydrogen fuel cell car was particularly interesting.
Yes, it was. Yes.
Your item about the fantastic RC trailer to take your buggy home was brilliant.
Yes.
So, all the stuff you don't see elsewhere, plus the stuff you do see elsewhere, in fairness.
A lot of it you will see also if you're Italian, you will see on Hobby Media. So, you know, obviously it's there for you in your native tongue.
And then we translate it.
Into,
and then again,
we translate
it's double
it
translated
into English, and then we translate it into RC racing nonsense.
Yes. Which is a key part of everything.
If you want some sense as well, of course, you can go to RC Area, who are embedding today's stream, and you can watch us there and his day's worth of news.
Interestingly, Luke Hobson has admitted it.
Admitted?
Yes. As I'm aiming for as many shameless plugs during one broadcast, how about the Godzilla Paint S's? Obviously, Luke Hobson is Godzilla Paint. Luke, there's a very, very easy way of getting us to say that name many times. It's called Sponsor the Event.
And also, we'll give you a shout out if you add people to the group.
Yes.
If you add your friends to the group.
I don't want people to be added to the group.
No.
I want people to choose to join the group.
No, all right. How will we find out then? If he tells them and then they join.
No, tells and joins fine.
But how will we find out he told them?
Doesn't matter. It's fine because they've chosen to join it.
He won't get the payoff of the recommendation, will he?
Well, what they need to do when they join is say, I'm one of... Oh, no. When they join, Luke can say, because he's listening, that's my mate.
Yeah. And then we will verify that they are your friend by looking at your friends list.
We will spend 10 minutes forensically checking the truth of all this.
That's a fantastic
we will do CSI Portugal.
Yes.
And CSI Facebook. We appear to be mostly Parasol now. All right, stop. That was very amusing, that shot. And they're off now in this seat.
Should we start with car number 4?
It will be, yeah. Oh, dear. So anyway, these are the drivers for heat number 6. It's Colin Price from UK in 1, Maxime Fevrel in 2, Thomas Pumpler in 3, Oliver Boltnick is down in 4, Alexander Ront 5, Martin Hoffman 6, Marco Kappa 7 and 8, Christopher Crabb. What's going on with Chris Crabb? Can we pick up Chris Crabb? He's about to start the main straight in a second. He's the car on the main straight. Right, I'll tell you when he hits the snake bite. Now he's on the snake bite.
Number 8.
Now he's a car break. Yeah, Protoform point. This is Christopher Crabb, who won a round of the ETS a while ago. Has been a world's finalist on 2 occasions, but he's down in basically the 20th qualifier of practice. So, not enjoying the Germans in the Kyosho show. I think it's a Kyosho show, isn't it? He's not enjoying the early days of this setup. But the thing is, he's ploughing a load of furrow, that Kyosho. I don't think anyone else is running it. It's not the sharp end.
That's not always a problem though, because we have races in other classes, like Lee Martin was, not that he won this time.
No.
In the buggies, the only Tamiya. We've had hot bodies that be the only hot body there, and they win things. It's not always a problem.
His car did look very oversteery though. He went around the snake bite last time.
Well, maybe you can give him some advice. I'm sure he'll.
Your car's
really
very oversteery. Slow that time. I have learned a long time ago that I can say what cars look like, both full size and toy cars, and actually I get it right most times. But the only problem is I have no idea how to fix it.
Well, I was just going to say you could go over to his pit and say
that wouldn't help. I
give me.
I would say to him, your car looks a bit oversteery or a bit loose at the back for Americans over there, and he will say, yes, it is, and I go, that's nice, and I'll walk off because from that point, no idea how to fix it. Which is one of the reasons why I wasn't very successful in my touring car career.
I didn't even know you had one.
Yes, I did. I used to race in minor events.
What, like miners' welfare?
Yeah, I go to Wales. That's a big pit. No, I did some BTCC rounds. I actually won an A final at BTC round. I was
one of 3 A finals.
I was I won
a leg.
No, I won the whole thing. All 3. In fairness, it wasn't the most popularly entered class. About 16 people.
Did your club host it?
No. It's in Stafford. We talked about Stafford.
Remarkable.
I actually also was British Open champion once.
What's that, tennis?
No, it was somebody decided that their 3-day event was going to be the British Open Championship. They just made it up as their name. And the class I entered hadn't got many cars, and then it rained.
Right.
In fact, oddly,
What was the
one I
class?
won in Stafford, it
What
rained
was
as
the
well.
class?
It was the 13.5 Open class.
Okay.
But what happened was it rained, and a lot of people went home, and the people who stayed appeared to have a great deal of problem keeping their cars from failing due to water ingress.
Yeah.
Whereas I'm quite good at waterproofing.
Did you have your electrics in a pot of hair gel? Like
I
you
had
see
them
with a lot of drivers?
covered up in layers of cling
Plastic
film.
dip or whatever they call it.
And
yeah.
I finished all 3 legs, and no one else did. And even with best 2 legs to count, I still won.
I'm so proud right now.
Yeah, well, it was all right. I was able to put it in my sponsorship forms for a couple of years, and no one could really question it. But as always, there's a story behind these victories.
Oh, were you running a Schumacher at the time?
I was.
Wow.
I think it was a MI3, I think, so long ago.
Bet Robin's really proud if he's listening.
He is. Who are we with? Are we still with Christopher?
Yeah.
All right, we need to go to Colin Price. We're talking about Schumacher, car 1. Where's car 1? There he is, going around the Durango D. Now 1 car behind Christopher. That's the easy one to figure up. So that's Colin Price, the Schumacher driver. Schumacher, that's an MI5. Tell me about why you might want to be talking about MI5s this week.
Am I cleared for that?
You are cleared
for that.
for that.
There are some things that we shouldn't discuss.
Mm.
Things that are coming up that remain hush-hush.
Well,
So-
I just want to say that in the near future, we are going to run a series of very, very, very good competitions
Okay.
with very, very good prizes,
Okay.
which may or may not include a car like Colin's.
Well, no, I'm sure you can reveal that if you want to reveal it.
I do. If you, one of the things to pique
Hey, why
everyone's
don't you-
interest,
Can you launch that competition this weekend?
yes, we could we actually thinking about it? It might make sense, wouldn't it? Really, winning MI5 might make sense.
Is that what? Yeah. Yeah.
We're going to launch it tomorrow. We're going to talk about it tonight, and we're going
Just-
to launch the competition tomorrow.
Literally just had a meeting now.
Yes, so there will be. Tune in tomorrow for your chance to win an MI5, and that is anywhere in the world. We're not. It's not Europe. It's not Britain. Anybody who's listening can win an MI5, but to win it, you will need to be a member of the Facebook group.
Yes.
But to find out what the question is, you will need to go to RC Racing TV.
Yes.
Oh, we're getting our cross fertilisation buy-in stuff going now, aren't we?
Yes, we are. Yes.
So the question
Yes.
will be on
no
RC Racing
purchase
TV,
necessary.
and the answer will have to be given on Facebook.
So that will be a public answer.
Good point.
Is that okay?
No, because once you've joined, you can message the group in a private message.
Don't make it overcomplicated.
Okay.
Though. It doesn't matter if it's a public answer. It depends what kind of question it is.
It's going to be a reasonably simple question.
Like, how tall is
Oh, I'm liking that question.
Robin Schumacher?
How tall is Chris Granger? We can measure him.
How tall?
It'd be a bit odd, obviously, measuring someone during a race.
No, family and employees of Schumacher aren't eligible to join. And family and employees of RC Racing TV are not eligible to join. Terms and conditions will be published as soon as somebody gets around to writing them.
Team manager, Germany, please. Team manager, Germany.
Luis Cortez says, can the UC Euros be run like in the 1/10th TT? 2 classes, stock and modified. Don't do that, Stu. I can't see a thing now. Stock and modified. The same event, but in separate days. Could be, but I think, then the pros into both classes. I don't think we want pros. I know we're split here at this table, but I don't want the pros to enter both classes.
They won't.
Well, you say that. You say that.
The top 5 people who are in with a shout of winning this event here would not enter the stock class if it was running at this event. I'm absolutely sure of it. Do you know what? I'm just going to flip him. Well, ask him. I'm going to ask him. I'm just going to say, look, Mark, if they were running stock here, would you run it as well? And see what he says. I'm going to say the same to Yillis. I'm going to say the same to Elliot.
Are you going to start stalking drivers, asking them questions? Okay, we've got the top 2 heats now, so we may have to concentrate a bit more.
Okay.
Or shall we
let's
invite
get
2
serious.
people in?
Well, they've invited themselves. We're going to usher them in.
First of all, it's Dan Searle. Hello, Dan. I wonder if Dan's in Australia. No, he's in Newquay, Cornwall.
Fantastic.
But he's got a picture on his front cover, which he got from the WEC event. That's the 51, that's the AF Corsa machine.
Were you at that event?
I was walking up the pit lane doing the that's the AF course machine of Jimmy Bruni and Giancarlo Fisichella. So Dan, not only are you in, but you're a man after my own heart. So Dan, you're doubly in.
More than welcome. More than welcome.
Now Craig McPhee is our next entrant. Oh, he's got a lovely doggy.
Oh, that's
That's
amazing.
a very sweet doggy.
That's beautiful.
I'm liking
Is
your
that
doggy,
a Welsh
Craig.
Terrier?
I don't know. He's got a hat on here. There's more. I'll look at the bigger picture. I'm
I think it's a...
trying to work out where Craig is.
Or is it a Yorkie? Is that called a Yorkie?
Where is Craig? South Wales, New South Wales. Whoa! Extra
Yes.
Australians, fantastic. But I now want to look at your dog more because we are very fond of animals. Oh, he's got a work. That looks like a little West
Yorkie?
Highland. Oh, there's West Highland.
Oh, okay. I was bitten by
Craig,
that
could
breed of
you,
dog.
if you're happy to talk to us, just tell us what breed your dog is because he looks very, very sweet.
You don't have to give us the name because I know that people are a bit funny
About giving information away on
information.
YouTube. Just what breed is your dog because he looks lovely. So
Don't want anybody hacking in and stealing your dog's identity.
that's right.
Stealing your dog's credit cards.
Nightmare.
Applying for loans
Buying
in the name of your dog.
bulk buying Bonio.
Oh, I have to bulk buy Bonio.
Don't bulk buy Bonio. I wouldn't bulk. Right. So this is the first. This is two top heats here. We have in car 1 we have Gilles
Car one.
Grosskamp,
Oh, yes.
and then we have in car 2 Alessio Menici, car 3 Bruno Coelho from Portugal, car 4 Martin Huddy from Slovakia, car 5 Chris Ganger from Great Britain, car 6 David Abar from Germany, car 7 is Francesco Martini, and car 8 is Michael Orlowski. So we will start with car 4, I assume, which will be Martin Huddy, but we'll try and get round all the cars in this their last chance to impress us before qualifying starts in a couple of hours. Just to remind you, there's 2 more heats of this, then about a 10-minute gap while we fiddle with wires, and then we will have a lunchtime show, which Stu can't wait to do. Can't wait to ruin his reputation by filming me talking rubbish.
It's already in tatters.
Okie smoky. Still don't know what breed that dog is, which is worrying. It's worrying me now. Craig's not told us what breed his dog is.
My grandmother had that breed of dog, and it bit me once.
Well, what were you doing? Were you pulling its tail?
I was teasing it.
Well, you got what you deserve then. My sympathy level to you and your bitten bits is 0.
Yeah. It taught me a lesson.
Good. It's a lesson you learnt the hard way. Okay, this is Martin Huddy, obviously in the X-ray because, well, he owns the company with his dad and his brother. Mainly white machine on top with some streaks of colour of red and blue. Down the back straight he goes. And into the snake bite in his first lap was a 15.1, which is a good lap time. Slightly more. His second lap was a 15.071. Fastest lap at the moment is a 15.000 by Michael Orlowski, who actually is our fastest driver. If you can pick up car 8, Michael, the Polish driver, is by far the fastest car in this, which is obviously slightly out of what we're expecting. Do we have car 8? I'm not sure where. Stu may well have picked it up. No.
Yes.
There we are. Round he goes there.
And he is running the DETC 410.
Is he?
The young driver there, yes. One of 2 that are running at this event.
That's pretty impressive then. I've never heard of him. He's got the 410 suddenly he's near the front. I think I have heard of him, but I've not seen him race.
He drives in off-road as well, I believe. I think most of his successes are in that region.
So he's quite talented then, but just doesn't do that much of this track racing. But he's certainly looking good at the moment.
I think he has a good shout.
In fairness, he's not the fastest anymore, because a certain Mr. J. Grosskamp has taken the overall fastest time in car 1, which is the car behind him actually. Dropped 1 car back. And we have our world champion. Yillis won it in his home track his home track of his birth in Holland. But of course he now lives in Thailand over here for his summer tour.
Heemstad.
Yes,
Was it?
Yes, it was. I couldn't remember that, so you filled in well for my blank of information.
You are getting old.
Too right. Hit his best time was a 14.599, which is a very quick lap. So he's putting a little bit of oomph into it now. Now this is the issue he's going to be upset about being in this group. He now wants to overtake Michael. Michael should let him through as they come round through the S's, and I think he just go wide here. No, he's blocking him. So Yillis uses full speed down, and he lets him out down the snake bite through the protoform point. And Yillis, last lap he did was only a 14.8, so didn't lose much time behind Michael. So he's through now. still comfortably leading. It's Hoodie second, and we're 2 minutes in. Gillis a little bit wide there, I think. This car snaking as the front wheels brake hard for the protoform point. More relaxed into the parasol around the D. Sometimes by the time you set the corner, they've gone on to the next corner. The ridiculous speed of these machines is catching me out slightly. They come at the front straight. I think every lap that Gillis has done so far has been below 15 seconds, which is certainly putting him on for a time that no one else has been seen so far, and making him one of the early favourites, even though he's theoretically in the wrong heat. So this will be a confidence-boosting run for him. In third place, it's car number 5, who's going round the Durango D now, and that's Chris Granger with the Schumacher. Oh, as you say that, he hips the curb and jumps up in the air. And now he's down the... Again, they all look really quick down the back straight. He's being slightly harried at the moment after that minor mistake by the car number 6 of David Abar. I'm not sure we can let him through. I don't think Abar's much quicker. It's Granger not looking on top form at the moment here. And he's off in the way as soon as Chris crosses the channel.
Although he did make it to the A final of the Worlds in Heemstad.
For many years, he's been a constant A finalist and a constant champion in Britain. 6 times in a row he won the British Championship, and so with different cars. Started with the Yokohama, they changed the Schumacher and carried his wins on. But as soon as he went abroad, it just wasn't quite there. Admittedly, he seems to be been ill a couple of times. He ate a anti-infested pizza in Thailand and had to go in 2008. Had to go to the hospital.
Tasty.
Well, at least it's what it said in the tin. It was what we had last night. A soup of meat
with egg on top.
With egg on top, absolutely.
Which in pizza terms is a Fiorentina.
Oh, right.
Pizza with an egg on top. I do like that. Fiorentina.
Oh, right. So actually now behind Granger is Groskamp, who's made a huge amount of time. And so we'll just see Granger let Groskamp through. There we go. And we'll try and find somebody else to talk about. And let's talk about Italian representative car 2, Alessio Minicucci. Oh, I can't say that. Minicucci, I said it now. Who is in car number 2, and that is our erstwhile cameraman with the car 2 now. He sprints down the straight and through the protoform point. Car white, and they're just finishing up now. The yellow car is its last lap, and the time for Groskamp is going to be another 21. He's allowed to finish the lap, and he does, and he does a 21 in something. Groskamp still waiting to finish. Last one to finish. Fastest car. And he's a 21 in 5:11, which I think is the fastest we've seen so far. So in a minute we'll see the top 8 going out. Then there'll be a brief break whilst we jig before we have our lunchtime show.
We love to do a jig.
You know what we do. And it gives us a chance to invite Chris Betts, who has 67 friends in the group. Chris does.
Hey Chris.
Hi,
I
Chris.
recognise that name.
Chris is works at Vodafone McLaren Mercedes. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Chris, do you not think that rather than watching us, it actually might be on the summer break, it might be off this week because they have a break. It's a mandatory break, isn't it? Otherwise, I might suggest you might want to fix the car.
Do have some work to do.
Yes.
Well. Well, Chris.
Actually, he's a friend of Ollie's.
There you go.
Chris, a friend of Ollie's. And welcome to the group. He's a friend of Luke Hobson's as well. Now it's interesting. So he's a friend of Luke Hobson. Has Luke asked him to join?
He'll
or has Chris done
have
it?
to claim it.
Has Chris? I mean, Luke's getting enough name checks now anyway. Just there'll be a question about whether he's one of Luke's friends. But we will see now. So I shall now enter Chris. No, I won't enter Chris. Sorry, I won't enter Chris. I will bring Chris into the group.
We need a fanfare, don't we?
I'm just saying to Chris. It's put me off my lunch. So we'll wait to see whether he's claimed by Luke as a friend who he's told to join. My guess is, whatever the facts, that'll be claimed. So, top heat about to go out, followed by a lunchtime show, followed by a bit of a lunch break, followed by 2 rounds of qualifying starting at 2 o'clock local, 3 o'clock European. As the day ticks along. The light breeze comes up, the sun's moved to a less irritating position in the sky.
Yes, it has. The sun continues to move all the time. Or do we continue to move around the sun?
Exactly. The sun stays static
So we've moved to a less irritating position.
in relation to the sun.
Yes.
Okay. So car 1 in this race is Ronald Volker. Car 2 is Victor Wilk. Car 3 is Yannick Prumper. Car 4 is Freddie Sudhoff. Car 5 is Mark Reinhard. Car 6 is Elliot Harper. Car 7 is Alexander Hagberg. And car 8 is Viljami Kutoven.
You would expect
Ronald.
we
To
are
do
going
well.
to be watching the next European champion in this heat.
What about your... It is. It's looking rather good.
Yes, but I'm just saying, you know.
Car 4 is Freddie Sudhoff with the automatics. So we'll be looking at that car first. Because car 4 goes off first. Elliot Harper's car still doesn't have a proper body on it. He's still just gone plain orange.
That's all he's run. That's all he run. That is his body.
Why is he...
Not got any painted ones.
Why is he not... Is he fallen out with his painter or something?
It's not got any yet. That one's orange and white if you look closely.
Apparently the news from Stewie is that's orange and white. It looks
So
orange
he's
to me.
adding detail
Yeah.
bit by bit.
Did it all by himself, bless him.
Aww.
His dad is wearing an Orca t-shirt.
I said awkward t-shirt.
No, an Orca t-shirt. That's the
Quite fit-
electronics
it is quite
company.
fitted.
It is quite tight. Actually, I gave you 2 shirts yesterday to wear. Mr. Noble,
He snubbed them.
were they...
I can't remember. They were in my bag or something. They were on my bag and then they disappeared.
To be
Oh.
fair, they went back into your bag again.
Oh, for goodness sake. Tomorrow, I'm hoping to have the entire team branded properly. I might even wear the shirt for race day.
That's what I've got to do because I didn't get all my washing done in time.
Oh, dear.
What
So-
are these called? What is this called? This was shot we're looking at right now.
What is it?
What is it called?
Who is it called by?
The zigzag.
No.
Something.
No.
The
I don't like the zigzag. It's
no.
not-
I'm brainstorming. I'm not suggesting.
You consciously yesterday you fixed the sound, so
Oh, you want me to do it internally?
no, I don't mind. You can do it any way you like, really. So, top heat, last controlled practice, last chance for these guys to have a bit of a go when it doesn't matter, before they have to go when it does matter in about 2 hours and that'll be about 3 hours time. Countdown, and off will go car number 4 of Freddie Sudhoff.
Awesome.
Attics. Oh, bit of tyres not quite right, or a bit damp still. Bit of a wobble as he came and pushed onto the front straight, and he's actually running a bit there. He kind of power slide all right, so he's waiting for his tyres to come in as he goes now down to the snake bite, and the car behind him, which I'm not sure, but by colour alone, I would say it was Reinhard, and indeed it is catching up noticeably. So with Sudhoff in the green automatics, behind him it's Mark Reinhard. Hagberg again is the fastest person, which is surprising. So let's change our concentration to oh no, hang on, you're with car 7 now. How'd that happen? We've gone straight to Hagberg as the fastest car. He's making his own choices.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Well, if they're correct.
Well, yeah, I know that. I'm not saying anything about that, but it's like, and he's got Harper behind him. So it's
Who behind him?
Hagberg's got Harper behind him.
Harper.
As he goes now with the D, you just see at the back of the shot that you've got, there we are, the orange car, that's Harper. Though oddly, Harper's a long way down, even though he appears to be slightly quite good. And Hagberg misses the pressure point then, just totally overshoots it. Car sneaking under braking at the front.
Snaking under braking.
Yes, thank you for that. Down the straight, so let's pick up Elliot now, who's the car behind. And there's our orange prototype Team Durango DETC 410. Bright orange car, number 6 on the side. Harper currently officially in 6th. I'm not quite sure about some of the timing of this, but it's Hagberg is still winning. Reinhard is in 2nd. Ronald Volker's down in 3rd. Even though his forecast is quite good. So, again, I'm not overly sure about the timing on all of this. It looks slightly different and out. So, with Harper, let's drop back one car from Harper, and that is Volker with the Acomo. White base, blue, very shiny metallic blue, and the stripes picking out in orange and sort of yellow and orange, sort of the colours of the German flag. Ronald, pre-race favourite. not showing the dominance we've expected so far, but this doesn't really count, so it doesn't need to. So Volker comes on the snake bite. Protoform point, doesn't take too much. On the front straight. That's the Durango D. That's what we're asking you to name, these three corners here. The left, right, left onto the back straight. And he's certainly gaining, Volker's certainly gaining on Harper. Harper saying his car's good when it's cool. When it warms up, not so much. And there's Volker. So we've seen Volker. Do we see Reinhard, or did we get off him too quickly?
Yeah, we should get.
Let's pick up our Triple World Champion Mark Reinhard, who is about to go into the snakebite now, and through the protoform point. So not current World Champion, that's Groskamp, but twice previously, and then so 2004, 2008, and 2010 World Champion. Andy Moore not at this event, the 2006 World Champion. He's apparently lives in Stu's Road, and we just couldn't bear being with Stu for any longer.
He was having a barbecue, I think.
Yeah, that's right. He was sending meat cooking smells all around the area. So taking a lot of curve as they enter the back straight there. Car 4 of Freddie Sudoff and the Automaker has pulled off. So is Hagberg from Reinhard from Volker? Though by my clock, it's actually Volker's ahead of Reinhard. So there are a couple of odd things going on. And 6 of the cars are on for 21 laps. The only cars not on for 21 laps are Harper and Sudoff. So you can see where Harper's made a mistake as well. So it's really not working for Eddie at the moment. So after the early promise, things not so good. And with a few seconds ago, so we pick up Yannick Prumper in car 3. He's just going around the Durango D now. He is in 4th overall.
Oh, we've done that to him.
So we commentator cursed him already.
Yep.
That's the first one here.
Flipped on his back.
We were in our Karas. We were brilliant at commentator's curse. We just had to mention the name, even show it, they fall over.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a lot more falling over in off-road races.
Bouncing over.
That's a 22nd lap there for Yannick. He lost 5 seconds. Though oddly not a position. I think this is not. All of this is going on is not absolute time, which is very confusing for this control practice.
5, 7, 3.
I will read it out though. So officially,
Race finished.
the winner of this is officially Hagberg, but it wasn't. The actual person who had the best time was Ronald Volker with 21:11.7. Hagberg 21:11.9, and then the only other 21 was Reinhard on a 21:14. So Prumper was 4th. No, he wasn't. Vilk was 4th. Prumper was Kotoven, was 5th. And they need to change. The time is not. It's still counting the best 3 laps in a run rather than anything else. Right, the track's now empty, which means we need to do a bit of change about because we're going to start our interview show. So you need to put up a graphic saying,
I do.
Lunchtime show at 12 o'clock 1, and then you all need to carry on listening. Stu needs to disconnect the camera.
Yes, we'll do
in
all
a
this.
second.
Yes.
And then we're going to walk over to our other position, plug in with a bit of wire, test everything up.
That's it. Just destroy all the magic behind the whole thing by
David
telling
Norden
everybody
asks us what we do.
step by step.
Step by step, we all fall down like
Hopefully
toy
not.
soldiers. So let's just see if anything's happening in the RC Racing TV group. Chris Betts and Luke Hobson are both posted, so there's going to be an argument, isn't there? Yes. Chris Betts was indeed brought in by Luke Hobson, and no, we're not calling that car that corner after your product, Luke, unless you give us money. Godzilla Paint. Oh, I've said it, damn. If Godzilla Paint, I've said it again. Want to be a sponsor. And Chris bets it has to be. It's a hobo plug for a well-known paint firm named after a large Japanese monster. And he asks, enjoy the cruise. When you're asking about the drive chain, can you take a driver's view on the feeling toward gift gear oils and putties? What is the difference in feeking? I think that's feeling, that should be. And their personal. So we're going really technical in this conversation then. Once you've got the camera pointing at the cars, close up with Stu, close up camera pointer, I'm going to ask them about putty in their front diffs.
Looking forward to that.
Have we got a picture on?
Yep.
All right, I can't see it. So
it's 1 o'clock CET.
yes, it's 10 minutes basically. And oh, Daniel Koch wants to join us. Daniel, you can join us. You are. Are you from Germany? Or are you from Zurich, Switzerland? A Swiss friend of ours is joining Daniel. Oh, apparently his last post he destroyed his BD7. That's bad news. Oh yeah, that's a breakdown. His BD7 is not well anymore. He has an unwell BD7, which is a Yokomo, of course, brand new Yokomo, now in bits. But the good news is, Daniel, despite the fact you have a heavy spare parts bill, you've just made yourself 1,580 something new friends because you've joined the RC Racing TV group. Hello, you're welcome. You're in. You're there. Oh, we're on 1599 now, so about to click 1,600 a minute. So hopefully we get someone soon.
Right, if we get this far, this is the length from that camera position.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that as far as we can go? Okay. I've been given a that's as far as you can go position. I thought we were going to give a big windy piece of wire. Ah. There could be issues, of course, about people treading on the wire. I'm disappointed that some of you have tuned away. All of you stopped watching because the qualifying stopped. Come back. This will be good. This will be 25 minutes of entertainment, honestly. Well, possibly. You get to see real racers eating their lunch. What more could you want to see? Gilles Groscap has walked past me. No, he hasn't. It says someone else. Bullshit. But someone who looked like Gilles Groscap wearing a Tango t-shirt walked past me. I promise you my identification will be better than it was just then.
It's going to become a little bit unreal.
What, with the wire? We should be okay. See, unfortunately, you can't sit here and control things and be the wire man, can you? So as we go down there, Matt's doing the wiring. It's all very exciting, this wiring situation, I must admit. God, somebody else. Come on, everybody. Stop. This is the lunchtime show. This is what you need. You've got 8 minutes before I'm going to talk complete rubbish to several... I'll ask about putty. If anybody else got a question they want me to ask? Anybody who I can find. I will ask anybody, well, not any question, because that could get me in serious trouble, but a question. So, Matt is now fiddling with the camera. It's all on. The camera's there. Oh, yes, he has to reconnect it. He's going back now. Camera's down there. Stu's still sitting here. There's the cameraman. He's not worried. He's staying in the cool. He wants to be able to give the best possible. He wants to be able to give good TV. So he's waiting to see something turn up. No. You haven't actually got the thing in the Wirecast folder. Oh right, sorry, it's on the wrong page. That's fine. Yes, it's showing feet and stuff. Somebody else has gone. Come back. Oh dear, this is very frustrating. Right, so what's going to happen is that Matt is going to be in control of stuff here, and he will field any questions you have from the group or anything else.
Ah, yeah, good plan.
But first of all, we've got a few minutes before we start, and we need to say hello to Jonathan Prauvosk. So hi, Jonathan, from Belgium.
What do you mean we need to say hello to him?
Well, he's joining the group.
Well, it's more than just saying hello to him then, isn't it?
But he is the 1,600th member as well.
That deserves
A big hello.
real fanfare.
I've written everything. He's got a kind of a mountain as his background.
Yep.
And him looking like he's enjoying himself in the foreground.
Brilliant.
Unfortunately, all his posts are in Walloon, I think, or is it French?
Well, Jonathan.
Walloon, in Dutch. So he's in.
This is remarkable that you have turned up. That's a lovely shot of the track and the trees.
It is. Interestingly, Phil Chambers has joined as well. And you know Phil Chambers, don't you?
Yeah.
We all know Phil. Now, Phil, long time and very successful touring car racer. Phil, I'm glad you've joined. I'm not sure there's a Luke Hobson connection there. There's not. I'm sure Luke will claim it. But Phil, it's great to have you aboard as a 1601st member.
Yes.
And can you please tell all your friends in the touring car community that we're broadcasting for the next 2 days, and we need you all.
We
including
need
the
something.
finals. So we are. In fairness, we'll be here anyway. We're quite enjoying it. So
Yeah.
the sun's now in a non-annoying place. The track's looking nice, and we're about to do a live show, which
This
I
is
like
live.
doing because I like
Yes.
doing those things.
Yes.
And I've just added him, so we're in with somebody else. I've been asked to. Please ask Gilles, is difficult to change from 1/8 to 1/10 in a week. I will ask him that.
Yeah.
Michael Lasky, apparently he was doing very well in the DETC 410. He runs the ETS as well,
There you go.
and off-road.
ETS fans will know him well.
I think the ETS needs live streaming. I don't know about you, but anyway. Who knows?
Might be the wrong pond.
Okay, yeah, that's a very good point, actually.
You've not made a graphic for the lunchtime show, have you?
Oh, do you want to do one quickly? We have 4 minutes before I officially start with the lunchtime show. It'll make it easy. Are we going to record it on the camera as well?
Yes. Yes, that's simply the pressing of a button.
Okay, Stu?
Yeah, great.
Stu desperately wants to record it on the camera. I can tell it's almost like his major point of the day.
No, I'm conscious that a lot of things are being unveiled to Stu.
As we go,
Yeah, as we remember that we should have talked about them before.
right. See, the problem is this is Stu's first live stream. We've done loads.
He was probably expecting us to be way more professional.
Way more prepared.
Okay.
Way less wingy. Let me talk to Stu. Stu, there's a microphone for you. How are you finding your first experience of doing stuff?
Yeah, it's really good. It's totally new, so it's
See,
fun to learn.
see, that's a very professional response. What you actually would say is, you gave me a plate of soup with meat in it last night, and I got hay fever. Has your hay fever gone now?
Yeah, it's
You
cleared
were,
up a
you were
bit.
really suffering last night.
Kind of hurting last night, yeah. I think tiredness didn't help after getting up at like 2 a.m.
Yes, and the good thing about you was you actually made it to my house on time, though.
Yeah.
A certain other person was 20 minutes late and caused our panic and possibly 12 points on my licence. I don't want to talk about that. Oh, yes, I do. So, as people are disappearing from our stream all the time, we need to get this lunchtime show started. We going? Ooh, okay. It's exciting.
Keep talking and then I'll bring you on camera in a minute.
I always keep talking. So I'm now walking down to the other end of the track to start the exciting interview live stream type conceptual type thing. And I'll probably do a proper introduction of the whole thing as well. Got plenty of wire. Oh, this is all very good. Okay. Pardon? What, of tape left? Okay. Well, you're in control, so you watch the tape. Okay, so we're now going back to about to start the live show. It's very exciting to start the live show. I've no idea we can make 31 minutes out of this mess, but we'll give it a go. There are people around. You need to make sure. Yeah, the key thing is to look at the wire because we are wire connected. Right. Okay. I'm now standing in the getting ready to start bit.
You want us to see you standing there?
Well, we're doing this. Has Stu press record? Tell Stu to press record, and then we'll start.
Stu, press record. He can't hear anything.
All right, press record. And we go. Hello and welcome to Portugal and welcome to the 110th Electric Touring Car Championship. This is Friday. We've just seen control practice and the drivers are getting ready for the first 2 rounds of qualifying. We are here thanks to Protofor and thanks to Team Durango and the DETC 410 and of course thanks to EFRA. And this is our special lunchtime interview show and look around the pits. Yes, it is. So if you follow me round this way, young Stu, first we see the track. This is the pits. Now, first of all, we'll do a quick thing for bearings. This is one side of the pits, and it also has the sort of what do you call it? Scrutineering area. Several of the drivers are here, and then you go down to carry on pan around to your right. You'll see there's the other bit of the pit. So there's like split here. And it's pit B and pit A. But I'm going to start in pit A because I know we can reach pit A quite easily. And there are a number of people here for pit A starting, and including a man who is currently doing his tyres. Eunice, you got a couple of seconds as we now on our live feed and a live show. It gets better every time. Question from our many listeners and viewers. They want to know how easy is it to go from racing 1/8 IC cars on a Saturday to starting racing this on a Wednesday?
Nah, it's not so easy. Just the first packs, I had a difficult run because the throttle is different. I must say, just after England, I went to the track on Monday just to practice just a few packs, so to get the feeling back of the touring car. But I think today actually it started good, so I think I'm back in the feeling of the touring car.
I mean, you're doing a lot of racing out in Thailand, but are you more concentrating these days on IC racing, both 8th and 10th, or is that where you with your maximum tie-up and that sort of things? Obviously, they're much more based on the engine side of things, aren't they?
Yeah, at the moment, starting in May, because in May we had the pre-worlds for the 1/8 scale, and in May and June I did a lot of testing with the on-road or with the 1/8 car. I've been here once for practice. I did some race touring car, but the main thing now for me at the moment was the 1/8. Yeah.
Now I notice you have a huge stack of tyres. I take it that means we don't have the problem we had at the Worlds, where you only have like 3 sets of 17 runs. It's 1 set per run, is it?
Yes, it is. Just new, just each run. Just honestly, for the racing, it's good for the racing because everybody go new every run, so there will not be people who will skip a run. So for the racing, it's good. For the regular people who have to buy the tire, I think it's not a good thing. But overall, for the race at the moment, I think it's better to have new run every time. The only thing now is we weight the tire, and there's quite some difference in the insert. So you have to match the tire now to see which one is light, which one's heavy. And in the practice, we feel that the lighter one are a bit quicker. So you really have to select the best tires for the round. So and now I'm at the moment I'm doing it, and actually it's pretty bad for me actually. Now it's I think for all people, they have heavy one, they have light one. So
I mean, how much is the difference? Is what, a couple of grams, a gram, or more than that?
Nah, like because the wheel, because I weighed the whole wheel, the difference is between 33.1 and 34.8. But it means that it's only the insert, because the wheel and the tire is the same weight. So, and an insert normally weighs about 6, 7, 8 gram. So that means actually if you have a just say it's 8 gram, but one is 7 gram or 9 gram, it makes a lot of, and we also feel on the track like the harder tire, you lose 0.1, 0.2 a lap easy. So you really have to try to select the tire proper, and sometime if you check all the tire, you try to put just a slightly softer tire in the front than the rear. And of course you try to, if you really think, okay, this round I'm gonna do it, so then I will gonna take a softer set than another round. So it's gonna be a small gamble. 1 or 2 tenths a lap is not much, but on the level now, everybody is so close. It can make a difference.
Yeah, you're also you are the one odd man out in that you're in heat 7 rather than heat 8. Do you think that's an advantage actually, because you get more likely to get a clean run, or is being with the supposed 8 fastest pull you along? Which way do you feel that goes?
I must say, just after the practice when they make the group, I was quite upset. They make the rule with the only 3 laps and not the whole race, because for me, I'm more like a diesel. That I have to get in to the groove more, so I can't really go for 3 laps. But actually now I'm in a B group, and in the morning we had two control. We run the whole race, and in my heat the driver drive nice, and I get some room for the other guys. So actually maybe it's a slightly advantage now to be in a B group. On the other hand, if you're in an A group, you know the pace. You know exactly how fast you have to drive to get the points, because I can go out there and I think it's good, and then Group A go and they go all a lot faster. So it's more, I'm more racing against myself in the B group. Otherwise, in the A group, you actually race with the other people.
We'll leave you to weigh 117 tyres. That's pretty good. Stu, feel free to have a look around whilst we're having these chats, so you can have a look and see what else is going on. I'm going to have we've got a couple of this is what, in the sort of the Tamiya area, a couple of the Tamiya cars there. Now, what I'm illustrating here on one of Victor's cars is that hasn't got a one-way, because you're not allowed to have one-ways.
We have a question come in.
Oh, question, go for it, yes.
We have a question which is asking from Tojunic 1. Please see if the Tamiya guys are running the Raceberry conversion.
Oh, I will do. I will start by having a word with another man weighing all his tyres. It's Mark Reinhardt, and that one weighs 33 flat. I'm not sure, is that a good one or a bad one?
I think if we have 4 of these, it's good.
Okay.
But I think right now it's only 1. I have mostly 34.5, so don't know where this one fits.
We have a question from our viewers. Are you running the Raceberry conversion?
Yeah, I don't know what I have to say to this.
That'll be no comment, but yes. So, I mean, we're looking at the machines that come. I mean, how are you feeling it's going overall, Mark? I mean, as you were in 5th place on the pre-list, is it as you wanted to be, or is the weekend gone well?
I think the car and the feeling is okay. It just depends what set of tire you get. Like at one point a car can be good and you have a good set, and then next when you go out, the car is sliding and pushing and then just like absolutely no feeling. But
is that just down to the weight of the tires, or do you think there's inconsistency in the rubber?
Maybe a combination of both, but the weight for sure makes a big difference because it's hard and soft. So that's the main reason, I think.
Now, a lot of people who are watching the broadcast are very interested in differentials. I don't know why, and they want to know. I mean, what I take it you are now running. Everyone now is running diffs in the front, are they, or are some people still running spools?
Yeah, I think our team we're just using gear diff. I think Ronald uses spool, but when we practice here, we felt we had a better feeling with the diff, so we stay with this. It's not a big difference, so we just feel that for our car it gets a little bit more steering.
And in the diffs themselves, are you using like very heavy oils? Someone said you put putty in them. It sounds like an interesting idea.
Yeah, it's actually putty. Yeah, with the right putty 45, and it's pretty hard. But after the run, it gets softer and softer, so it's not so consistent.
And just one final question about the track. I mean, we're noticing the heat coming up. Does that affect it a lot? It seems to have quite a lot of grip the whole time. But as it gets hotter, does it get less grip or more grip?
I think the traction stays pretty similar, but for sure when it's colder, you have faster lap times. But the traction is for sure better than in practice when we came here. But I think like I said, the most thing you can get more traction from the tire.
And that's a 34.3. That's bad, isn't it? That's a bad one. A bad tyre there. Right. I'll attempt not to unplug Stu by avoiding the wire. We talked to Victor yesterday, and Victor, did you manage to mend the car you broke, or was that it going in the box there? And
it went in the box again.
Oh, it's gone again.
Yeah, it's gone again.
You're taking the Felipe Massa of this thing, breaking the car and leaving.
Yeah, I always go back to my standard one. It seems to work the best.
Is that a standard? Is that the same sort of car as you could buy off the shelf, or is it now a lot of development parts on it?
There's a few parts, maybe chassis and motor mount, but the rest should be. It's a standard V5 compared to that.
And obviously we're in a year where there's not a World Championship, so does that mean there's not much development and everything gets pushed forward for next year, or is it constantly evolving?
I mean, we try as much as we can, but for sure they're gonna bring some new parts for next year, I think.
Well, we'll leave you to concentrate on the one car you haven't broken. So we have a move on. Right, I'll help you with this. I'll help you with some wiry stuff here. As we'll go deep into here and see if we can get as far as right. You can't film that car, and we got that much wire. That's probably in. No, okay, we'll still go. That's where Chris Granger was, but he's not. I was going to talk to him, but he's decided to go and have some lunch or something. And looking around, seeing if we can see what's going down. There's a number of people working on. There's the MI5 being worked on. Actually, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to talk to Gordon, because he's the team manager. Gordon, can I have a quick word with you, because I want to talk about what a team manager actually does. Now, what you would have heard of a couple of occasions is a team managers meeting. Now, those of you who've done a European event know that every country has a team manager. Sometimes they share them, and it was a job, of course, which was carried out by Andy Moore's dad for a while. But now Gordon Harper, who's Elliot's dad, has got the job. Gordon, what does a team manager actually do at an EFRA event?
Oh, have fun, lie in the sun and relax. No, actually, they try to help the team make sure they obey the regulations, try to resolve and ameliorate any problems that they have with some of the organisation and interpret things and trying to make it as easy for everybody as possible.
So we occasionally hear, will the German team manager come to wherever it will be? I mean, it's interesting. There's a problem with the car, but they'll call the team manager over.
That's right. It's like an arbitration process, so that it's a go-between, so that the team manager can interpret and help make sure that the individual that's got a problem understands what the issue is and can also help sort things out and resolve issues.
And how do you get to be team manager by choice, or they just go, hang on, Elliot's dad will do it?
Elliot's dad will do it.
Thanks, that's Gordon. Cheers. Right, if you try and we're going to carry on with the wire. We're going to look at. I'll do my own cable carry. What? Pit lane, yes. Right, let's go around this way. And over there. No, I'm having a problem walking here. That's always a difficult thing. I'm not sure we can get right down the far end, but that's where the interesting automatics cars are. They always look a bit different. And as you see now, we're going through a plethora of X-ray drives, and right over in the corner. Out of how much wire we got? Are we out of wire now? You keep filming. I'm going to try and give us more space on the wire. And try not to disconnect us. Hope to have managed. And Stuart carries on looking in the pit. We've gone around with Anders and the team. There we see there's Yannick over there and Ronald, and there's Christopher Craig. Over a bit where Christopher, who's running the only guy running with the Kyosho. I won't go any further. That's it. Chris, grab a quick word. Chris, it's you seem to have qualified so far a bit lower than we'd expect. You found it difficult here in Portugal?
Yeah, actually for me it's quite difficult here because I was not practicing here a lot, and yeah, I'm a little bit struggling with my car, and yeah, as you see, I'm now changing my whole car for the qualification, and hopefully I maybe can make the top 10. So yeah.
I mean, is it difficult because you're the only guy in the top level who's running the Kyosho? Is it hard just being the only person doing it?
Yeah, I mean, when it's running good, it's no problem because you just have your basic setup and it's no problem. But as now I have a little problem, I have no one to come, with which I can ask or something, and it's really hard to get a good setup when it's going bad. I mean, when it's going good, it's no problem, but and now I have a little problem.
So you say you've changed everything. I mean, is it a real major thing, like you're changing shocks and springs and roll bars, or is it major to you? Would be kind of minor to us?
I think the basic is okay, but I think I just need to find a little extra point on the track, you know. And now I changed the whole flex on the car, I changed the whole top deck, and changed the flex on the car, and for sure the shocks. I also changed the gear diff. Yeah, basically I changed everything. So.
And the track itself, it doesn't seem to be have any particularly challenging places from us watching from the outside. Is there a particular place which you're finding hard, or you think is a key part?
For me, the key part is the end of the straight. So you can make there a lot time, or you lose a lot of time, because if you're going too wide, you lose too much time. I think the major point is end of the straight. The rest is like you just need to go inside and just have a good line. But I think the key point is end of the straight.
Thank you very much indeed. And that's you see that there's no top deck on that one. I'm not sure you can see that. And there's bits all having a problem. So that's interesting stuff there. So we're just ticking along. It's kind of, you look around, look how relaxed everyone is. It's kind of relaxed. We're just smoothing around. There's a huge amount of X-ray. That's actually the car of Martin Hoodie, you see. Look, I can do it. Shall I do this? Shall I look? Under the hood. Don't do it again. There might be something secret in there. That's probably broken several rules doing that. He's probably been disqualified now, just because I was fiddling with things. Oh, this is a wonderful example of how not to tread on wires as well, as we're moving around here. Moving backwards and forwards. The far end there. So, now we found another one of the X-rays. That's just sitting there, the T4 machines. Several people having lunch, which is slightly irritating. They're supposed to be talking to us, but we carry on moving up. Let's. I'm going to see if I can raise a word from Jürgen and Loudon back. I'll have to go and get him because we've got issues apparently with microphone range here. So I'm going to have a quick word. Jürgen. So I've done the old hello Jürgen and waved at him. He's not got his hat. No hat for Jürgen. That's an important thing. So just get you on the Jürgen, little enclave of LRP people. I mean, I've said it before. I think I said to you a couple of years ago, but it's a big difference from when we first started covering these things like 10 years ago. It's now you've basically got nothing to do but talk to me.
No, not really. I mean, as you say, it has changed a lot. I mean, the speed has changed a lot, and what we have to do is reduce a lot. So both things are good, and so I think it moved in the right direction. Maybe it's too fast these days.
From a purely commercial situation, though, of course, in the olden days when you were selling brushed motors, those things wore out in 10 seconds. Probably outside these elite, you and I, well, not you because you're European champion, I could run a motor for a year. Has that affected your business model a lot?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same, I think, in every industry. If people have to give 2 years warranty and people buy a new car after 4 years, it's a good thing until one comes and gives 7 years warranty and people start buying a new car after 7 or 8 years. I mean, yes, it has changed, but I think already in the brush days it came to the point where the customer, for the right reason, didn't really accept anymore that the lifetime of the products was so short. But yes, if the products last very long, it doesn't help sales.
Now, interestingly, I remember speaking to you, I think it was back in 2006 originally. We just started with brushes, and then LiPo came in. I mean, we've now got 10,000 milliamp LiPos coming along the market. I mean, where's it going to go to? I mean, do you think that the day of a 5-minute race is gone and we need to have perhaps 8-minute races in touring car now?
It is a very good question. My thinking is a little bit with the 7,000 milliamps, 7.5, it has peaked a little bit. The trouble I think all manufacturers facing now is if you still go higher, then the cell is no more as robust. So probably to have a 6,000 battery who is more robust would maybe be a wise thing to have, but the customers still go for the high numbers. So we have to deliver that. 8 minutes runtime, I think it's an intriguing, it is a very interesting idea. Then with all the electronics, with the motors, in reality, what we do is temperature versus time. So I think on the 5 minutes we are fine now with the power. On 8 minutes, as we have seen in practice, things become, under these extreme conditions, quite hot.
On another point, we've got a good turnout here of modified drivers. But do you and of course, last year this championship didn't take place because we had a Worlds, but we did have a stock championship. Do you think we should have run a joint championship this year here with stock and modified? Because I think then we'd have had 120 drivers and 2 championships, and I think it would have been a more inclusive event.
Honestly, I haven't really thought about that, but I think it would probably be a good idea. I mean, you have the best drivers of Europe here anyway, but then 70 people is not really the crowd you want, or the amount of drivers you want to see for European Championships. So to have the stock class at the same time, maybe people can only run one class. You eliminate two things at the same time. You don't want the same people to become European champion maybe twice. And yeah, probably you're right. Should be something to be considered.
Now, a final question for me is about the news that came in last week about when one of the oldest partnerships in RC has been dissolved. You're no longer working with Associated in the States, which is a major change. I mean, I take it, is that a sign of the growing success of LRP more than anything else?
No, that is definitely not the case. I mean, as we have worked successfully together over a very long time, as we said in our joint press release, we have more and more product categories overlapping. We still will continue our racing partnership. So it was, after 18 years, time for both parties to move on. And we are thankful for the time we had teaming up with Team Associated. And yeah, now it's a new chapter for them and for us, and we will see how it goes.
Jürgen, thank you very much. By the way, Jürgen, if you want to come up and do a bit of joint commentary at some point during the day and have a chat with us whilst the cars are going around, it'd be fantastic. Because I know you've got nothing to do. Thanks, Jürgen. Interestingly, whilst all that happening, coming back with a toasted sandwich was the man with the greatest shoes in radio control, Alexander Hagberg. Alex, how are you doing? Good to see you. You'll be pleased to know that Matt over there is very fond of your shoes.
Oh yeah?
Yep. He thinks you have the style, the Swedish style.
I appreciate that.
It was noticeable that in the opening ceremony yesterday you decided not to wear the Swedish governing body's jacket. The interesting, we've likened it to something a darts player would wear, the kind of the shiny 80s suit. Was that deliberate, or had you left yours at home?
To be honest, I lost it in Bangkok last year and I haven't found it since. So.
Well, if it's the only thing you lost in Bangkok, that's fine, obviously. We've seen things seem to be going quite well with the car and the runs. I mean, are you happy with the progress of the T4?
Yeah, the car is really good here. Plenty of steering. We obviously have some development parts on the car, which may go in production soon. And yeah, so far very pleased here.
So what development parts do you have?
We got new suspension mounts, which has plastic inserts to be able to fine-tune the geometry of the car.
Yeah, it's interesting because you just spin that round. You can see you're now embracing one of the new things we see, which are these very short rear shocks. I think it really is just the short stroke. Is it just to get the centre of gravity down?
To lower the CG and to increase the response of the car.
Now, there's a lot of interest on the stream about what you drivers are doing at the front of the car. Are you running a diff or a spool at the front?
I got a spool up front.
Any particular reason? Is it because it seems all of a sudden everyone was going gear diff and now they're backing away from it again?
I mean, it's fairly low grip here and definitely makes the car easier to control, especially on new tires when it's a little twitchy for the first minute or so. The spool was easier to drive, that's the main reason.
Now, talk about first minute or two as the tyres come in. I mean, I know that the tyres are everyone's talking about, but the Tamiya boys are saying they don't all weigh the same. That makes a big difference. Have you already done all the weighing of your tyres for the qualifying rounds?
Yeah, I'm about to check my tires actually, but I know there's a bit difference between the tires.
So when you do weigh them, do you want to have all four weighing the same, or do you like have or is it only important to have the same sort of weight on the same axle?
To be honest, I don't pay so much attention to the weight. I try to find the ones that are good balanced. I spin them on my tire truer, and then I put the good balanced ones at the rear of the car.
At the rear? That's it, because normally you want, in a road car, if the front wheels are out of balance, they're doing that. So you actually, it's the traction that counts, is it?
Yeah, I mean, I want the good tires on the back to make the car more stable.
Alex, thanks very much, and I'll leave you to go and A, eat your cheese and tomato sandwich, which is being infested by flies, and B, have a go at the tyres themselves as well. Now, a quick look around where we need to make sure we aren't having any problems with wire. It's more the wire than anything else.
Do you know where the Portuguese lot are fitting?
All over the shop, I think.
Okay, there's a request for speaking to Bruno Cahello.
Yeah, I'd have to know who he...
X-ray driver.
He'll be there somewhere, but I don't know which one he is. I'll have to find out. I will find out who he is during the next thing, and for our lunchtime show tomorrow, our post-qualifying show, I'll make sure I pick him up.
pick
as
up Bruno Coelho.
for tomorrow. That'd be fine.
Yes, that will be for Luis Cortez. We will speak to Bruno Coelho tomorrow.
See, we're already promising things that we can deliver, which is further television entertainment. We come back in the second side again. A number of people really are just not cooperating by deciding to eat food, which I don't agree with at all. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to... Well, where's Stu going? Oh, he's disappeared off. Is there a wire issue? It is a wire issue. Let me just grab Phil Jeremy. I'm with Phil Jeremy. I've not seen you at some of the events. Are you, these 10th events. Are you picking it back up again after a bit of a break, or have I just missed your name on the sheets?
I've been mainly running the ETS races and now the Euros, so mainly the ETS race and Euros.
Well, it's worked quite well. You're straight up into the top heat, so your time away or your time doing something else hasn't mattered too much, because the ETS mainly an indoor circuit, and this is very different even from the rounds they run because of the hot weather. How have you found the track?
Yeah, I like the track very much. The car is now okay, just need to make some setup changes to make it even better. And the track is a little low traction, but the tires, LRP tires, are much better for me than the right tires, so it's been okay. So.
Tracks look. Most of the cars look pretty good on the track. I mean, it's you don't see cars handling badly, so you're all there or thereabouts. Any part of the track which you think is particularly key to a good lap?
Yeah, the sweeper in the middle of the track and also end of the straight. You need to get good line to keep the speed up and so on. Yes.
I mean, it's coming at the end of the straight, it looks like there's a lot of hard braking there. Do you actually have to ram the brakes on?
Yeah, sometimes you need to brake a lot, but also I think the smoother braking is also very good. Just need to. It depends on the driving style and how the car works and so. Yes.
Well, something about thank you for Joe. Thanks for talking to us. So it's a happy Finn there. As I might actually rip someone out of the viciously take them out of their lunchtime, as we have about how long have we got to go, Matt, before we run out of time?
Well, I think we may have already run out of time.
Ah.
I think the viewers back home are probably enjoying this, so if it cuts off the tape, it doesn't matter.
Oh, that's all right then. You see, I know I want to talk to. I want to talk to our organizer. Come. Because Fernando's been fantastic, and I think it's very important to actually thank the people who've made this possible. So. Fernando, the reason I want to talk to you is we're live, because I want to say thank you for everything you've done for us. You've worked very hard. I mean, you must be very proud to have the event here.
Yes, we like very much our track and this town, and we try to bring the touring car European Championship here because it's the first time, and we think it's the good time to do this. Because now we have a big crisis in all the Europe, and maybe in the next years this could be more difficult, I think.
And how long have you been preparing for this event?
We start asking to the application for this race 2 years ago, and we have started working 1 year ago.
And how long has the track been here? Has it been here for a number of years, or is it quite new?
The track has 4 years. It's a private track. This space is house of my father, and we have this space with nothing, and we use this for a new track.
That's a great idea. And when you're running ordinary club events, I take it you run the IC engines as well, the nitro engines here?
1.8 off road, 1.8 IC track, and 110. IC track. It's small. It's smaller for the national drivers, but they prefer because we have a good organization normally, and the track is a slow track, so it's easy for them. And the number of drivers, it's not very high. We normally have in the 1.8 IC track 11, sometimes 15 drivers, not more.
And how many people, if you had a Portuguese 1/10 electric national, how many people would come to a Portuguese race, Portuguese national race?
Not very much. Normally, in a good year, 36, 40 drivers, maybe. This year we had 26, the maximum, in two classes, stock class and the modified class.
So it's a fantastic facility. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your help. It's good. And we do feel very welcome as well, actually, that's true.
We have more requests, but that I feel may lead to things that are happening tomorrow. John Dukakis is asking us to interview Oleg, the designer of the automatics.
We'll need a longer piece of wire for that.
We'll need a longer piece of wire and a longer length of time.
Because they are right down the far end as far as you can go.
So we'll set that up for tomorrow.
We will. I'll get him to actually to bring the car sort of here. To this. Oh, but this is turn around, Sue, because this is the scrutineering area. So you can actually see the Paul Worsley designed. I won't touch them. Boxes. If your car doesn't fit in that box, you're at. You're gone, son. It's happened. Not sure if that's the actual official vernacular of that. See that Gilles Crosscap is studying the timing sheets. I don't know whether that makes you go any faster. I've done that as well when I'm trying to work out why I'm not very good, and it hasn't ever answered the question. People just come back to me and say, because you're not very good. I'm going to try and get another interview. Actually, Chris Graham's eating his lunch at the moment, which is slightly irritating. But let's see if I can annoy him.
So selfish.
I know. Let's see if we can. Oh, he's not eating his lunch. Come on, Chris. We're live. Come on. We did requests for you last night. Last night, Chris had to stand and wave in front of the camera for 3 minutes so his son could see him. What? I made him cry. I made your son cry.
Well, yeah, because I went because you said there was a 1 minute delay or something. So I went, waved, and then of course, when he saw me disappear, he cried.
Oh, and he's 17 as well. Chris, let's get down to basics. The car's not looking quite as swift as some of the others. Is that setup issues, or are you just not dialed into the track?
It's probably a bit of both, I think. We're getting there. Me and Colin run slightly different setup in the last run, and I think Colin ran about a 14.6 fastest lap and me 14.7. So I think lap time wise, with the exception of Alex, who seems to have found a couple of tenths from somewhere, everyone's sort of, all the quick guys are sort of 6-7 pace time. So I think on lap time wise, we're not too far away now, but we're just hurting the front tyres too much and we're just getting too much understeer during the run. But I mean, we didn't come and practice, we didn't do any time on the track, so we're learning as we go and we're getting there.
The MI5 obviously very new anyway, but probably I think it is the most recent of the cars here. So is this now the kit version, or have you now got a whole raft of development parts on it?
No, that's pretty standard. There's not really much on it which is not standard, just a few things in a few different places. We've got a little brace on the back we're playing with which just bolts straight on, so it's just a little tiny bit of carbon fibre. We're playing about with lowering the shocks, and Martin's running lower shock towers with smaller shocks and things, but nothing majorly different.
I mean, I think it must get, when you get to the point where you've got all these drivers with different chassis who are so close, is there an element of frustration when you get stuck this couple of tenths away from everyone else? You think, well, I don't know what we're doing, what they're doing different, the cars all look the same.
It's a nightmare. Me and Phil talk about this all the time because we go testing and we'll go to Cotswolds on a Wednesday and we'll be going around 4 seconds a lap too slow because the track's green. And you think, well, we're trying to find a tenth or 2 tenths maximum to make the car, you know, the best car in the world. And how are you going to find it? You know, until you get to these conditions when you're racing everyone, trying to find that last half, tenth and a half is where, well, I mean, obviously there's a bit in driving and, you know, and a bit in the car, and it's just difficult to find it.
I think the interesting thing is now, of course, historically when you started and when I was racing, it was tended to be about the cells of the motor, but now everyone can, off the shelf can get the power and the duration of, you know, the guy who wins the World Championship, which is, do you think that's changed the balance of power slightly within the sport?
Oh yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, the guys now racing now that are coming up through the ranks now, they don't really realise how easy they've got it. I mean, back not even very long, you know, 10, 15 years ago, it wasn't a case of what you knew, it was who you knew. You know, if you knew someone who could get you that special pack of batteries or that like slightly better motor, or you knew what you were doing with the speedo, I mean, it made such a difference. Where now you could go and get all my stuff off the shelf, put it in the car and go exactly the same speed. And same for Mark and Ronald and everyone else. There's no secrets. The cars are all too fast. I mean, I'm running a 5.5. I mean, it makes me laugh, really. They're checking the voltage of the batteries, which I know they need to do, because obviously safety. But I'm running a 5.5. I could put a 4.5 if I wanted to go faster. We're making the cars slower, you know, because they're just too quick now.
Are you actually just running it flat? Are you running some timing on it, or?
There's a little bit of timing at the top end. I've got my GM, so it comes in about 25,000. So between 0 and 25,000, it's basically blinky, and then you just get some boost down the straight, basically.
I mean, it's a very important point. Obviously, it needs to be modified. So the only really way you can actually slow these cars down now is by losing voltage, because you're stuck with either 3.7 or 7.4, and going 1S is not very likely.
No, I think 1S is probably too slow for touring car, and runtime would become an issue again. Well, runtime shouldn't make too much of a difference, but I think you'd be. Well, I mean, as I said, that runtime would probably be heat actually and things, because you'd run hotter motors to get the speed back, and so runtime could become a problem. But I think, I mean, I've said for a long time, I think Lifey is the way forward. I mean, the best years of touring car I ever did was when we ran 5-cell. The voltage was good, the cars were just about the right sort of speed, they felt good to drive. I think Lifey with 6 volts would be the future, but very difficult to change it, isn't it? When every man and his dog's got 2 or 3 packs of lipos and they last forever and a day, and you don't have to worry about them, and you don't have to you don't have to take care of them, and we've come through the days of some of the old NiCads and nickel metal hydrides where you had to look after them like they were your kids.
Well, so my most vivid memory of any European Championship is when I was competing in the 2009-12, and I was walking past and a cell exploded about. It's one of those things. If I'd been 2 feet further back, I'd have had like metal in the side of me. And this was a proper racing. What they're doing, I've never seen people scramble for cover. But
the best couple I've seen was Masami at the Worlds. It was frightening, really. It was Satoshi. He had his car on its side. And the battery exploded and it shot into the ceiling. If he'd been leaning over the car and Masami dived under the table, I think he thought World War III had started. But yeah, I mean, they were scary times, and you had to look after them. I mean, you had to. They'd last 3 or 4 days before they would discharge themselves and then destroy themselves. So if you went on holiday for a week, you had to get your neighbours to charge your batteries.
Don't look after my cat. Forget the goldfish. Can you charge me cells? But that's it. But no, it is a much easier situation now. So you got going into qualifying. Quick question: what are you going to do with the car so you get those 2 tenths back?
Well, first of all, I'm going to put my car more towards Colin's, because Colin's car definitely seemed a little bit better. He had a slightly quicker lap time. His car looked a bit better. So I copied a couple of little changes which are on Colin's car, and for the first round, just try and do a clean run. I mean, we've got 5 rounds. We've only got to do 2 to count. We've got 5 sets of tyres. So you've just got to go for each one and hope for the best.
Chris, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. And with Chris, that is going to end our, I thought, quite entertaining lunchtime show. What did you think, Matt? He's not even listening to me. So that's the end of our lunchtime show. Thank you for listening. We will be back in about an hour and 25 minutes with live race coverage.
Hurrah!
We will. Matt will do a caption right now, tell you when it starts again, and we have 2 rounds of qualifying this afternoon. But until then, hope you enjoy it. Thank you to Protoform.
Yes.
Thank you for Team Durango and the DECT 410. We haven't spoken to Elliot because we spoke to him yesterday, so we'll annoy him again tomorrow. So don't worry for your Durango updates. We're going to have some lunch. Stuart's going to take some photographs. We're making him work, and we will see you all back on the microphone with the race action in 1 hour and 24 minutes. Thank you very much.
Ah. Yeah. That.
Yay.
Begging to go off the filter. And we're back. Wow, 3 shots. Woohoo! Where is the pisser anyway? I've seen it. Pisser.
Oh, like if you press the counter.
Yeah.
It's like it's where don't use the right, or use the left one. I heard there was some. Well, I heard his voice from here.
The whole track heard it.
Yeah. So I was like, oh no, as the lady told him on. Nice one.
Yeah, it's pretty sunny at times. Try and move the parasol around. Sunburn. Yeah, no, I've got some. I just need. Yeah, no, I've used it. I just need more. Just keep putting it on. That could be. Yeah, it's 2 years old.
He's saying we live in a dull, dreary country.
Who checked this? This by Germany.
Is he saying it's always raining?
Well, hello everybody. How are we all? We have been enjoying our repast, a bit of repasta, a bit of food. You're not on at the moment. A bit of food, and obviously you probably enjoyed our very exciting lunchtime show. You'll be pleased to know that we haven't been just eating food.
Pasta. You just said we had pasta.
We did. We had a burger and chips. We haven't just been eating burger and chips. We've been. The boys have been out doing some get your top off. Stu.
What's happened?
I was in shade. He's moved it. And it doesn't matter.
No, you moved.
I'm moved again. As we're working, we're working against the sound and the battling against the whole thing. We are now back underway when qualifying has started.
1, 2.
What's that about? Oh, he's trying to time himself
This
in.
is how you check sound.
Is it? So we have 2 rounds of qualifying this afternoon.
Yes, we do.
This one starts at 2, and the next one starts at 3:30. The top boys will be out in three groups at 10 to 3, 3 o'clock, and 10 past 3. We're showing both the rounds of qualifying. This is the Heat 1 that's going on at the moment. We'll give you some updates on times in a minute. Important news came over lunchtime, didn't it?
It did?
Well, important news about us getting home on Sunday.
It did.
There's been a complete change to the timetable for Saturday and Sunday. And Saturday...
We're doing it backwards.
Yes, we're now having the finals before they've qualified.
We're having the finals,
We're going to guess who's going to finish where, and if we're right, it counts. So what's happening is that the qualifying is now starting on Saturday. I just made a terrible mistake. I welcome everyone back. Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
I'm Nick Damon.
My name is Matt McCallum.
And on the camera...
is Stu Noble with an
And where are we?
Stu with an EW.
Yes, yeah, I know. Thank you. It's 110 quid that cost to find out. Where are we?
We're at the end of the front straight.
No. I want sensible answers. Where are we?
We are in Portugal.
What are we viewing of?
The 1/10th Electric Touring Car European Championships.
And how are we here?
With thanks to Protoform. We are sponsored by Durango and the DETC 410. And we're here on EFRA and EFRA.ws.
There, that's properly introducing ourselves as a two-way thingy.
Yes, that's us. Here we are.
And now we can talk about qualifying. Let's see how much of this heat is left, so I can tell you what's going on in Heat 1. Stefano Bizzocco is currently leading, estimated for a 17-lapper, considering 21's needed for the A. I think he isn't going to be troubling the timesheets at the top. Stu's leaving his position. It's like, well, that's mine, that is. That's yours there, water-wise. So tomorrow, on Saturday, is now starting with a 5-minute practice of clearing the track up at 10 o'clock before qualifying round 3 happens at 11. Right. Qualifying round 4 at 1:30.
Right.
After a brief break for lunch. And qualifying round 5 happens at 3. So qualifying will finish at 4. So we have to make it. So what we will do is we're going to do a lunchtime show. We're not now.
We're doing a mid-morning show?
No, we're doing a post-qualifying show.
A late afternoon show?
A late afternoon post-qualifying show. Early evening post-qualifying show starting at about 4:20. Or
wow,
4:30.
That's late
4:30
afternoon.
till 5 will be qualifying.
Late afternoon.
So we're going to keep on entertaining on a Saturday, which is good. And I think looking at it, we're going to come on air at about an hour, about 10:50, just in time. So we're going to have a late start tomorrow. That's good, isn't it?
We'll have a lie-in.
If you want to.
Or we'll spend our time creating fantastic content for rcracing.tv.
That would be a good answer. I think that's the answer I was looking for, rather than have a lie-in. Honestly. No, I'm in favour of the lion, by the way.
And a lion.
I've got some lion with you, see.
That's nice.
Well, so have you, called
So
Stu.
have I, yes, Stu. Yeah. Stu's filming the orange one.
Brilliant. That's the orange one, which is car... Oh,
Two.
He's driving worse than me. Driving car 2 of Luis Carrera.
Louis.
It's quite interesting looking at these cars being driven by the mere mortals. Is they actually, regardless of whether they've been driven badly or well, they're just obviously not set up anything like as well.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? Well, we spoke to Christopher Krapp over the lunchtime period.
On the lunchtime show, and then
got him
again...
to take his top off.
Yes, over the lunchtime period he's rebuilding his car, then he'd rebuilt it, then you film it.
Yeah, photographed it.
Unlike some teams.
Photographized it.
Unlike some teams who wouldn't.
Some teams are not willing to be photographed with their tops off. I will tell you who. I will tell you Tamir are not willing for that to happen. For there are some.
Why would that be?
Well, there must be some developments taking place.
Really, developments or perhaps non-standards?
Non-standard things.
Who knows?
Who knows? But somebody watching our live stream, at least one of you, is on the money.
Asked a very good question.
Very probing. Very
Probbed.
telling.
It was telling and
one of those
probing.
questions where the lack of answer
Said
tells you
more-
everything you need to know.
More than an answer itself.
Yes.
Indeed.
Like Inspector Poirot. Or Miss Marple. Or Wallander?
You're obsessed with Wallander. You're a Kenneth Branagh thing.
Sorry. I've never even watched Wallander, so I don't really know what it is.
John Dukakis is saying that Stu is an epic cinematographer.
Yes.
He's a cinematographer?
Did you not read my
Yeah, but it's not
interview
cinema.
with him?
It's video.
Did you
love.
not read
He's a
my-
videographer.
Did you not read my interview with him earlier?
No, it's on the website.
You can read the website. He's had something in a cinema.
What was their name?
Was it on the back row?
What did you have? What did you have in the cinema?
I did an advert for the company I used to work for.
Oh.
To go in a few cinemas in
No.
like the local area.
Yes, it went nice.
Ah.
Are you hungry? Do you fancy a curry? Come to the Taj Mahal.
Not quite like that,
What temperature is it out there? Says Begetta. It is something in the region of about 30 degrees in the shade and about 174 degrees in the sun.
Wilting.
Approximately.
Wilting.
Like a flower in a furnace.
Yes.
There you
I like that.
Do you like that?
That was poetic.
It was, wasn't it?
That's really nice.
It's quite unlikely for me, isn't it? A bit of poetry.
Yeah. Even though you are left-handed.
So are you.
Okay.
That's. Oh, I know. We called freaks by a set man to our left. Anyway, heat to get away. We need to do some welcomeage.
Yes.
And the first person we need to welcome is doubly welcome because he's the reason we're here.
What, my father?
No.
Oh.
It's Eric Epp.
Wow.
The man now in charge of Protoform.
Hello, sir.
Hello, Mr.
to
Epp.
you.
Mr. Epp, thank you very much for joining our group.
Everybody stand to attention.
1602. Eric Epp, you are the reason we're here.
Mr. Epp, thank you for being with us. I hope we're not annoying you right now.
I wouldn't go that far. The next one is a guy called Frank Bakouche.
Frank. Hello, Frank. How are
with
you?
the CK. Where is Frank? Frank is French, I believe, or at least speaks French.
He likes a bit of touring car.
He likes a bit of
Electric.
touring
That's
car.
some nice body shells there. Look at that. I just saw
He's got their kind of.
Ken Block inspired. Is that what is
Do you
that?
think he's a drifter?
What kind of a car is that? A Supra or something?
Looks like it, a Japanese Supra type thing.
With the Ken Block
thing.
Wow.
So Frank Bakouk, welcome. You and your bodies are very welcome.
Wow.
And your body's very welcome as well.
Yes.
And now we have Andrew Clough.
Andrew, welcome to you. Today you've made a great decision.
The best decision of your
You've
life.
gone to Facebook. You've gone to the search bar. You've typed in RC Racing TV and you found the group and you've asked to join. And this is what happens next.
But he hasn't got he's got the night sky as his background picture. He's got him hanging off an overhanging rock.
Oh, from here it looked like a reptile.
Yeah, I thought he looked a little bit like a lizard, but he's actually hanging from overhanging rocks.
Wow.
But he does have a car which he's building, which is a serpent. He's building a serpent as we speak.
I can see some
that was
hoodie
That was May
parts.
23rd. That was months ago. He was building a serpent.
Come on, Andrew, get on with it.
And he's from Queensland, not Australia. So he's watching late night. He's got a Volkswagen Beetle with a big engine, probably not his, and he likes food.
We all like food. We don't. Wow, we don't like that.
No, the hanging off the cliff thing.
No, that looks a bit worrying.
I'm just wondering if like 2 feet underneath his foot is actually another piece of stuff.
Yeah, stuff.
Yes.
Rock.
Right, the race is about to start. I think we've got one more person to welcome. We're going to welcome.
Let's see if there's two when we get back.
We'll welcome somebody else in. I forgot to welcome. You're in now, Andrew. Sorry. And we'll now go for heat number 2, which is about to go out, and that includes the cars of.
Are they still beginning with car 4, or are they going to go back to beginning with car 1, or whoever's fastest now?
They've gone completely random, so I assume it's actually in the order in which they finished. So it's actually seeded as such. Right, I've got 2 sheets now, which really doesn't help. I'm confusing myself. I will read the cards out in a minute, but first of all I have to get rid of the erroneous paper that has information I don't need. So
3. Starting with car 3. Brilliant.
So from car 3 is Markus Wegmann of Germany, but the entire list, bear with me 1 second, bear with me, listener. competitors in Heat 2 are, in car 1, Goncalo Alves. In car 2, we have Carl Frederick Grossel. Car 3 is Marcus Wegman, we said. Fernando Cordero is in 4. Rodrigo Antonio Ferreira is in 5. 6 is Wojciech Radetzky. 7 is Pedro Jose Moura. And 8 is Jorge A. Chalupa. There we are. And we're still
Brilliant. We're still with car 3.
With white body. So those of you who just joined us, let's take you around a lap here, and we go down the back straight. Whee! And we break into the snake bite before going around the protoform point, and onto the front straight, round Parasol hairpin, round the Durango D, and no one's still named this part of the track. Look, there's a left, a right, another left to be named. Come on, boys, and then down the straight again. And that's a lap which he did that one in about 16 seconds, but a good lap's 14.6 is a good lap. Very neat. It just hasn't got the kind of dramatic turn ability of the top cars. So leading this one is Marcus in car 3, and in second it's car 1. So I know where car 1 is. Car 1, the pink car. It's just a complete guess. No, car 1 is actually the green car coming towards us, with car 5, the pink car, behind him. So there's car 1. That is Goncalo Alves of Portugal. Matt, am I right in saying we have 3 cameras now?
3 cameras, yes.
It's amazing work by you to actually get things all working at the same time.
It's not often that happens.
Can we look at the 3 cameras?
Yeah, let's do that.
So
here we're on the main camera.
Ooh.
Stu cam.
Stu cam. And going back straight through the snake bite up through to protoform point. Oh, what a fantastic view of protoform point. And then we come through the Parasol around the Durango D. Sure, there can't be another view of the same lap here, can there?
There is.
Oh!
It enters into the
unnamed bit because no one can be bothered.
Take him out back onto the straight.
That's amazing. How many cameras can one team have? Well, 3 obviously, because that's what we got.
Which means I'm cutting a shot like every 7 seconds or something. I'm going to get a sore finger.
Are you? So leading this is Goncalo Alves. So since he's moving to the lead. Wegman's dropped down quite a bit after a bad lap. In second place, it's car 5 of Rodrigo Antonio
just behind
Ferreira.
him in the pink car.
In the pink car, the brave colour choice, but it does stand out. I might paint my 12th car pink. That really stands out well, actually.
I would like for you to paint it RC Racing colours, please.
It's black. I'm not painting anything black.
No, it's black, orange and grey and white.
Is that orange have a particular Pantone you want to tell me about?
Don't start. We have most of our arguments either after many drinks in the bar
They're good ones.
or in the queue at an airport.
Yes.
They're usually the worst times.
We had a couple of severe moments, didn't we? I'm going to do the announcement that always annoys Matt, and I'm going to tell you that we have a 480p stream here. A lot of you are watching on 360p. If you want to get on the 480p stream, you'll find that YouTube tends to default to 360.
Right.
So you just have to go and look at your YouTube screen, and there's a little kind of cog at the bottom. Press the cog and upgrade your view to 480.
Oh, really?
And you get a bit more definition, and it's much nicer. And actually, Nuno Jacinto during half time said, "I know you might get this asked a lot, but 720p stream would be very nice."
It would.
Is that on the works?
It's in the.
Interestingly, there's nothing actually in the desk of stuff, which we'll take a picture of later, that will stop you from doing 720p here. It's entirely down to the internet upload, in the fact that you need to have at least 6 meg or 4.5 to 6 meg up, which is very hard to get anywhere.
It's like we've got big pictures here, and we're trying to shove them up a very small pipe. And we just need a bigger pipe.
Can you imagine trying to pick a dog through a very small drain pipe?
Yeah, and it's not a very small dog either. It's a Labrador.
He just gets stuck and he starts to buffer, and nothing happens.
Yeah.
So we
So what happens then is you start to chop the dog up into bits and post the bits up the drain pipe, and then when you get to the other
Right.
end of the drain pipe, you just got bits of
Okay,
dog.
this is unpleasant
and
now.
it doesn't look like
This
what
is unpleasant
we want
now.
you to look.
It's gone really
to
unpleasant.
Look like.
Unpleasant.
It's a good analogy.
It is.
Because you just end up with not the full picture.
But not the full dog.
But if we if we make it a smaller dog that we can get up the drain pipe, then at least you see the whole dog.
Yes, it's a dog that's less defined.
Yes, but it's
so,
not bits
so
of
perhaps,
dog.
perhaps we're trying to set the pedigree up, and we're having to set like a sort of a mongrel, but it's quite a good mongrel.
Yeah, we get an
It's
Italian
a quality
mountain
mongrel,
dog.
like a lepradoodle.
Maybe we could get an Italian mountain dog. I don't know, but we'd have to be in Italy for that. But who knows?
I really don't think that's a very good idea.
No, wrong pond.
Wrong pond, wrong dog. Comment. Anyway, back to the story again.
Was there a story?
Yeah, it was about
Call it the zigzag corners.
the zigzag.
I said that.
John Dukakis has been nice to Stu again, so I'm not saying anything to Stu. His head's big enough. It's so big, he's had to take his hat off. That never happens.
It's never normally so hot.
Never knows. Oh dear. Yes. Anyway, so he says in a very so-y way. I got buzzed in my pocket. It was very exciting. I think we had some more people to welcome to the group, didn't we?
Yep.
We do. We have Merv Wignall. Merv's a well-known racer in the UK. So hello, Merv. Merv, he's been racing for years. He used to do 12 as well. He's done 12 recently.
What's Merv short for?
Mervyn, I assume.
Ah, okay. Hi, Merv. Nice to have you along. Really, really, really
Welcome
pleased.
to the group. You
Welcome.
are in.
As they come.
Oh,
Keep
Lucas
coming.
Lucas Urbane.
Hey, Lucas.
Why aren't you here?
Why isn't he here?
He's quite a top driver, isn't he, Lucas Urbane?
Yep.
I think so anyway. I'm pretty certain he is. Yeah, look, he's got a picture of he was doing something. Look, there's a picture of him doing something good. So yes.
Lucas, what's happened? Maybe he is here. There's nothing to say he's not here. They've got the internet. Everyone.
I haven't seen his name.
Oh, there is that. That could be.
That's kind of a giveaway, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay.
Have you seen his name? No.
Lucas, tell us, what's the story? Why
What's
are
the
you
story?
not at the Euros?
Yes. Well, he's in the group now, so he's effectively at the Euros. He's
So
with
you
us.
are virtually at the Euros.
And now Richard Clark,
Richard,
who's friends with Ollie as well.
This is brilliant. Not only do we have friends in common, but we now have a group in common.
We do.
We have a shared passion.
It's a common group.
I can just see from his picture,
Thing
he's
is-
from the Essex Winter Series.
Mm.
Fantastic. The
That's
EWS.
That's Ollie Meggett's series. Well,
don't know if
no,
it's
it's
his
personal series.
personal.
The series he's involved in the organisation of.
Is Ollie Meggett like the Bernie Eccleston of Southern racing?
He could be, couldn't he? That's quite an interesting idea. I like that.
I'd like him to be in.
I'd like him to be multi-billionaire. Then we could probably have some of his money.
Yeah. Wow. Well done with your EWS, because I know it's very successful, and well done on joining the group, because that's also
Very successful.
especially now you're here.
That's right. And finally for this group, it is Raoul de Schmidt.
Hey, Raoul, how are you?
Raoul's very coy. No
Yes.
pictures of Raoul.
Very wise. Very wise.
And he lives in Mariarkey.
Which is where?
I don't know, but he's friends with Ken Valakers, and I'm friends with Ken Valakers as well now. Ken, obviously, from
I
the
am.
large-scale off-road
Yeah.
Euros. So Raoul, welcome. Oh,
Welcome, Raoul.
He's found the. I've just been handed by one of the marshals the battery I missed in my basketball battery attempt.
Ah.
It's a very old one. Does not work. So Raoul is in, and he now joins 1,606 other people.
Blimey.
That's amazing, mate. Quite
That's
literally,
amazing.
1,600 people.
Brilliant. Brilliant,
Is that Welsh?
Welsh. No, do we have any Welsh members?
The Mousetrap S's, says Chris Thompson.
Why?
Well, I can't see a big sort of
Basket thing waiting
basket
to
falling
come
down,
down.
or a man with a boot kicking a ball. I think that's just. I think he just wanted to get his name mentioned. You're in, Chris. So that's good enough. So we're now off with Heat 3 of the first round of qualifying, and that encompasses Marek Czerny of Czech Republic, Jorg Michael Tiet from Estonia, Jorge Simones from Portugal, João Carlos Malvero from Portugal, Bartosz Podkipen from Poland, Jeremy Limoges from France, Dai Victor Saguchi from Germany, and Pierre Delorme. And if we were the first car off, we are with
Car number 1.
Merrick Journey.
Yes.
It's very reflective. Ah, yes. He comes up now to the Parasol. Around the Durango D. Now his car's looking a bit more like for the first time, a bit more like the top guys, where it looks kind of very much edgy because it's got so much front end.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about his colour scheme.
No, you look at the way it goes around the Durango D now. It's got that kind of almost staccato movement. It's got the front end on it. And he's not actually showing that in the lap times. He's about 0.7 off. As he comes up now through the Parasol, he's rapidly chasing down car 4 of João Carlos Malvero, who's in the orange machine.
Of course, all of the good, friendly drivers who utilise social media do share some of their setups.
They do.
So it is possible to have your car set up the same.
I have set my car up same as top drivers.
Right.
They've got a lot of skill.
In setting up or in driving?
In driving the cars they set up. Because they make a very fast car, it's got to be right on the edge. And effectively, it makes it quite tricky to drive. It's either very fast or not pointing in the right direction. So you tend to have to take their setups and then try and tame them back down again to your speed.
Yeah.
And they don't work then. So
high maintenance.
No, just high speed. That's the thing, you see. It's all about. We talk about Chris at lunchtime, the lunchtime show, and you can see the lunchtime show. Not only can you see it on the stream, but if we have enough bandwidth, we're going to cut and put it out in high def, aren't we?
No, I'll check. I'll check.
Well, you can see it on the stream anyway. And we talked to Chris Granger about this, and he said, years ago, you couldn't get the cells, you couldn't get the motors because they were special ones for special drivers. Now anyone can buy the power off the shelf, and so it's all come down a lot more to basic talent.
Really?
You've never had it so good in the world of RC.
Well, that's happened a lot in a lot of things. We're now following the Yokomo number 5, bright yellow car.
That's Bartosz Podkipen of Poland, currently in 5th.
Perfect.
In an act of great symmetry. Car 5 is in 5th.
In many fields, actually, Pro Gear has got a lot cheaper in all sorts of walks of things. Yes, in
video editing.
All kinds of things. What it means is that it does come down to talent now.
Which is why, just because you've got a video camera and editing doesn't mean you should.
It's where the phrase "all the gear, no idea" comes from.
And those are those things. That's us. Please don't write to us.
Because I can assure you, we don't have all the gear.
We get more gear all the time, and then we buy really expensive gear that lets us down.
Problem is, it's really expensive, but in the terms of live OB broadcasting, it's really cheap.
Oh well.
Oh well.
Wait till we're doing a high definition broadcast in the middle of a field next year. Then people will be impressed by us.
Yeah, we get blades of grass and grasshoppers and crickets. And is a cricket a grasshopper anyway?
They're from the same insecty family.
Okay.
We had not the same problem we had last night with the great mollusk crustacean debacle at dinner.
Me and Stu saw the world's smallest squirrel this morning at breakfast.
But hang on, I thought we agreed it might be a chipmunk.
Might have been a chipmunk. We didn't hear it singing.
Frankly, your arboreal rodent identification is not your strongest point, is it?
No.
Merrick Cherney still leads his heat with about a minute to go. He's done 60. He's on for a 25.14.
And we're following car number 1. So
that is Merrick. That's good. Second is Georg Michael Tiet from Estonia, and he's swapping positions with Jeremy Remoge from France in this heat 3 of 8. Thank you all of you who have joined us. Thank you all of you who have upgraded the 480p stream.
I think it's good when you say that. I just find the whole thing interesting.
Matty Field 5 says, thank goodness it's my day off as I got up at 6 a.m. to watch this. Blimey! He must be at the East Coast. Yes, it's 1400. No, he must be West Coast. He's
West Coast
of the US of A. Well,
East
thank
Coast.
you very much. Matty 532, we're very pleased to have you.
That is an absolute honour.
Todd Unique won. Now he's congratulating himself by saying, I knew the Tamiya boys would respond the way they did about the Raceberry question. I just wanted to watch them squirm. Not allowed to talk about their Tamako. Oh, that's a Japanese word, which may be rude, so I won't say it.
No, it's a cross between Tamiya and Yokomo.
Oh, see, I would have looked at that all day and never seen that. You're so into the sport.
And,
Hang on,
and
I'm
reading in
racing.
general.
It
So
really-
into reading.
Do you think you're partially dyslexic, so you managed to jumble it up and then jumble it?
Tamokomo.
Naughty Miss T says, oh my God, how come these cars don't fly off the track? Super traction, eh? And yes, there is super traction, also aerodynamics as well, and
they're
weight.
well covered in chemicals, in it. Aren't they?
Yes, they are. They are well covered in chemicals in it. Honestly.
It's all good.
So we are now. Oh, he wants to quit Nick Corner. Thank you, Fabio.
Yeah, thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah, no, I'm not. We could quit the Don't Trust Anyone hat corner, which is the ridiculously negative hat that Stu's wearing today. He's gone. Unfortunately, due to a combination of not bringing one and forgetting, we haven't got an RC Racing hat for him.
No, you haven't got the awkward moment where you ask him to wear a hat and he doesn't want to.
It doesn't matter. He has to. He has to wear the T-shirt tomorrow, which probably won't fit.
Like crop top.
We are basically going to dress Stu up in the corporate gear, whether he wants it or not.
We could put it in post.
We could. Let's make the cap's got a bendy peak and not a flat peak. Oh dear, poor thing. It's a trucker cap. I'm sure they were in 2 years ago, weren't they?
They were in the 80s.
They're very popular in America. They're P1 brand are American. You
I
see.
want a JQ hat.
Well, JQ needs to sponsor us then.
No, he just needs to give me a hat.
Oh. Silly hats from Hobbers88, and they are some silly hats. If you have a cap you'd like us to wear, please send it to.
Yeah, especially like one of those that holds a beer.
You don't get
beer
your top
can
off. We
on
should
each
have
side.
we should have Stu in hats as a feature.
I think he's only got one hat.
No, he could wear a fedora or a deer stalker. Let's make him. Let's stick him. Yes, let's. We could have him in a bowler hat all day. It'd be brilliant. He's wearing his T-shirt and his shorts, but he's got a bowler hat
He
on.
might go all Clockwork Orange on it.
Oh, good point. Yeah, we don't want that. He's the right age for that disaster. Yeah, good.
Doing his eye makeup.
Oh, we don't do that. Absolutely not. Right, you all have about 3 hours to name that corner. I'll make something up overnight. Oh, our sign fell down. Our sign's fallen down.
Thank you.
Where's the black tape?
I don't know.
I want it. It needs black tape.
Matt goes off cans to try and sort out a logoing issue. So this is Heat 4 coming up. And Lucas O'Bain says, thanks to the ad, sorry he's not there. We're sorry you're not there as well. Had to make a choice between the ETS and the Euros and chose the ETS. Well, no, I can't say one way or the other. The only thing I would say is we have better weather. I don't know anything else about the... so it's good to be a spectator for once. So well, I hope you enjoy it, Lucas. And you have the whole weekend to watch us as well. With a new, earlier finishing time on Sunday. So you will actually be able to do something in the afternoon after it's finished. As we all know, I've lost a piece of paper. But the last race will go off at 3 o'clock, I think. The last race doesn't go off then. That's the wrong... Oh, I've got the wrong bloody... How can I have so many wrong pieces of paper, Matt? 2:30 is the last race. So by 3 o'clock, we'll know who European champion is. More paper.
Silver tape. Taped it back on. I just don't think it was like enough tape.
We need more tape. There's a tape issue. So Lucas, thank you for talking to us. It's great to speak and great you can... And Merv Wignall's added Tom Evers. Tom, I hope you're watching. Tom, it's good to have you on the RC Racing group. You're also friends with Luke Hobson. Interesting, this. So you are in, Tom. Fantastic. Now, Chris Thompson is suggesting a name for the corner, which is the Schumacher S's. For a brand to get a name, they need to be one of the sponsors. Hence the reason we have the Protoform Point.
You can see on YouTube later. You want it for a protest?
The only followed the first half anyway. Probably could have told him that and it would have...
What happened there? Tell me your conversation with the driver.
That was Mr. Teat.
Ah, and what was his problem?
As happens, at least once for every event,
Yes.
somebody, one of the drivers, will come and ask us for our footage to help assist them in putting in a protest. I tried to explain the complexities of getting that footage to him.
Yes,
Then
he can
Stu
look
pointed out that he only really filmed the first car.
That's a good point. This is Heat 4 going on round now. Just said, Adrian Webb, can someone ask Elliot Harper if he has any idea when the car is going to release? The car being the
DETC 410.
And all I can say is, watch www.rcracing.tv.
As often as you can.
Every day, forever.
Yes. I have a feeling. No, we don't know. I
genuinely don't know.
I have already asked the question and not had an answer yet. So I haven't asked Elliot. I've asked the people at Durango.
Lots of the bits on the car look production ready, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's in production.
And listen, you don't want to rush it. You want Elliot to go through everything, all the stress he's going through, to make sure it's perfect for all the club racers out there.
And the instruction manual takes the longest anyway.
Oh, goodness me. Yeah, instruction manuals, and then nobody reads it anyway. Well, actually, no, if they're going to build it, then they will be. They'll need to. Yes, we don't have an answer, sorry. I have asked.
John Thomas says, can you ask the bloke in the yellow t-shirt and the very short blue shorts to stop walking in front of the camera? I don't want to see my lunch again.
Oh.
I don't know who that is. It might be one of the organisers with the yellow shirt.
No, I think it's probably people in the high-vis vests.
Ah. We locked up for the mini camera and you got a pure arse and crotch shot for a while. May have happened.
What's Stu filming now?
It's a car, I would expect.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, this is Heat 4. And we have in car 1 is Dineas Stadler. In car 2, Jose Carlos Mesquita Paquito. 3 is Jose Alberto Carvalho, both Portuguese, those two. Thomas Figueiredo in 4, Francesco Enriquez from Portugal in 5, Uri Hoodie in 6 from Slovakia, obviously Miguel Hugo from Portugal in 7, and Matthias Raskov from France in 8. Who are we looking at?
Car 5.
So that would be Francesco Enriquez. Car 5 currently is 3rd. As they get slightly faster each heat, obviously.
Very respectable.
Well, theoretically anyway. And behind him, let's drop back the green car, which is car 7, which is Miguel Hugo. Goes around the stake, back through the platform point. Misses really the apex on that one. Staggers slightly through and now around the parasol through the D. Good lines, but no real speed around the D there. And Miguel's doing 15.4s, which is very respectable, but about 6/10 off the pace. So let's drop back one more car, Stu, and you'll pick up the next car, which is car number 2, with 4 in close proximity. It's Jose Carlos Mesquita Paquito there in car 2, and in car 4.
Why does that warrant me being touched?
Because I like his name, Mesquita Paquito. I only slapped your thigh. I didn't
Yeah, no, this isn't a formal complaint.
Didn't need to be on Crime Watch or anything. it's not like I'm going to have to take myself up in front of the HR department, which actually is me anyway. He touched me. I didn't like it. I cried. So 2 and 4, they're both in the middle of the field. But the leader, who we need to see now with about a minute to go, is car 3, which is the white car. Going down the straight now. Main straight white car. And that is Jose Alberto Carvalho from Portugal. He's on for a 25.09. Which is not a bad time. So it's now, Dineas Stadler has got the lead now in car 1. Where's car 1? That's exciting. I didn't see a mistake there from Carvalho, but Stadler got through on going faster somewhere. Is there Stu on car 1? I don't know.
No, it's the orange and white car coming towards us.
Yes, on the parasol. There we go. It's his last lap as he goes around Durango D through the part of the car, the section. If you are actually watching and you have an RC company and you'd like to sponsor the final 2 days of this and our website and that corner, just contact us through the RC Racing TV website. I can guarantee it'd be a very reasonable fee we charge you for that, and we have a corner to be named. So anyone who owns a company who wants to sponsor the broadcast, you get to see your logo just below the one for the Durango DETC 410 and below Protoform. See, Protoform are special because they're one of our 3 original live streaming sponsors.
Yes. Can I just add to that, provided you don't make a chassis or a body shell.
Oh yeah, you have to be separate. You're something different.
Yeah, so you need to make
electrics or
really.
tyres or batteries
or clothing or food.
Yeah, or Red Bull.
If you make Red Bull and you want to sponsor us,
we will fall over ourselves in a very sad, pathetic way.
As Nick drinks my water.
Oh, sorry. Yes, so that's the show.
You
But
can
no,
have that.
again, Protoform.
Yes.
Interestingly, when were you doing the Get Your Top Off feature, which obviously is slightly embargoed with Elliot, the top you're getting off was a Protoform body.
Of course.
I think I will say one thing, and I'm going to say is, even though there's one thing I would guarantee, because I've used them myself, that actually when it comes, it's arguable about everything else what's the best, but I'm absolutely convinced that Protoform make the best body shells.
Really?
For all classes. And that's not anything to do with the fact they're lovely people and they're sponsors. It's the fact that I always use them. I've got a dozen I've paid for myself.
Yep.
The AMR 12s and that sort of stuff.
It's
I've
not
always
often that happens, is it? You paid for them yourself.
I do. I pay for all my racing myself, apart from thank you to
On Point.
On Point. I've got his face in my mind. What's his name? That's so rude. Oh, man. It's not Marcus Mobley because he's in the UK. Who's it? Oh, jeez. Right, I've gone on Facebook and find out who I've got to thank for the car. Oh, that's so annoying.
Awkward.
Hey, exactly.
And I'm looking through my mental brain.
Your mental brain?
To see if I can get it before you can get it on Facebook.
There we go. On Point Racing. Come on. Please be on there. Please tell me who it is.
It's Mike.
No, it's not. Oh, this is terrible. Paul Ciccarillo.
There you go.
Oh, thank heaven. Sorry, Paul, if you're listening. Paul Ciccarillo, who provided me with the cars, which is still going strong after 2 years. And
that's him now.
That's my name.
Send the car back.
Yeah, thank you. You can't even remember who I am. You complete. Can I put that down to age rather than rudeness and heat?
I would say there's a bit of everything.
Oh, thanks for you. Super support there from my boys. Oh, my lord. There'll be some adding going on.
Wow.
So we can't heat 5, but there's been some adding going on. So Bart Bonamito has been added by Richard Clark. I know Mark. I've raced against Mark, actually, on a couple of things. So hello, Mark Bonito. Boan O'Liata. Oh, flip it. Mark, welcome. Richard's also added Mark Dougal-Caton.
Hey, Mark. Well, we don't see. This is tricky, isn't it? We're not sure if Mark's even listening.
Perhaps he'll go back on the archive to whatever the time is and to hear his shout out on the RC Racing TV live broadcast.
Yeah.
And Richard King has been added by Richard as well.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Now,
thank you. Hi.
Now, media whore Luke Hobson, from well-known, as I said before, Japanese monster-based paint company, has added Teruta Hanumami. I think he's added a difficult name for me. Terutaka Hanomi is added by Luke Hobson.
Fantastic.
As has Jordan Swaby.
Hey, Jordan.
Hi, Jordan. And Adrian Bible. I've raced against Adrian Bidwell as well in the past. Well, I've raced in the same meet against him anyway. He tended to be a couple of heats ahead of me.
Wow.
Many years ago. So hi, Adrian. So hi, all those. Thank you, Luke. We do appreciate it. And it adds to the swell of people joining the world's most exciting group. Oh, Richard Clark with the EFRA E for the final section. That's quite good. That may well make it. That's quite good, the EFRA E. First part of the E, second part of the E, third part of the E. I'm quite liking that. Bolar K is asking, no RC Racing TV at the world's 1/5 in Lostal. I'm afraid not. We wanted to do it I'm afraid there was no forthcoming finance from IFMA. It's something we're going to try and sort out over this winter with some big races, IFMA races coming up in Europe next year. So we're looking at the conversation that way. We're afraid we won't be at the one with Los Stala, but we will have lots of reports on the large-scale touring car world championship Los Stala. We've got some people out there, some friends of ours, who are going to send us reports, and they will be on www.rcracing.tv. And Merv says, hello, Nick. Hello, Merv. Merv's off in 8 minutes to go race micro in Wales. All right. That must be the 1/18th stuff. Thanks, Merv. Matt's out there trying to sort out a question regarding the person who wanted to see what was going on. And we are now in Heat 5. Car 1 is Steve Weiss. Car 2 is Julian Borowski. Car 3 is Miko Teponja. Car 4 is Tim Weil. Car 5, Cyril Dyer, the multiple French champion. Car 6, Dominic Vogel. Car 7 is Helder Silva. And car 8 is Martino. And currently, as we go around the Protoform point, we are with car number 4 of Tim Weil, who is actually in the lead and has got a very powerful car there. Because I saw as he put the power on as he came up the front straight, which is in front of the... watch it now. The thing actually lifts up under power. It always pulls a wheelie. It's got so much oomph, that machine. He's going around now. We suggested the EFRA E. That's quite a good suggestion for that.
Yes.
The EFRA E, you see, that's the suggestion that may well get taken up. EFRA E, their own. They haven't had a part of the track name before. That's the EFRA E. So can we nip back and see Cyril and Dye in car 5, please, wherever he is. He's going around. He's a green and white car there. Cyril obviously is one of the biggest names in the biggest people. He's a big guy, French champion, and he's not. His qualifying his practice was really poor, but we get the first round of qualifying with the fresh tyres and the balance machine. He's looking a little bit more on the pace straight away. On for a 15:25.09. They'll need to go faster than that for a really good time. It's about this point in the weekend I'll start looking for a pen. Is it, Nick? Yes. And Stephen Weiss, who is the biggest name in the fact that he's top qualified Euros before, is actually already out of this race. So Steve Weiss having a problem. Steve's done quite a bit of changing of products recently, so I think he's still getting up to speed with his new stuff. So Tim Weil now leads. It's Cyril second, Julian Borowski third, and Miko Teponja is in 4. Rolling over there, that was car number 2 of Julian Borowski. So he had a bad lap. We're still with Cyril. Let's drop back 2 cars. So it's the greeny yellow machine. That was Julian who had that roll, and that cost him 1.3 seconds just rolling over and going back on your wheels again. Julian now down the back straight. The German. He's got a sticker on his car. I'll tell you what chassis it is. It's I think it's a Tamiya, isn't it?
No, it's a whoosh.
A whoosh! Oh, I love a good whoosh. These are really, really quick. It's really hard to see what they're doing. Can you just when he comes around the parasol again, so he slows right down so I can see what he's driving. Oh, it's not a Tamiya, it's Schumacher, I think. I'm actually trying to work it out from the shape of the thing about these unpainted bodies or single colour bodies. For some reason, never provide very good backing for the actual stickers. So you end up staring at it and go, what the bloody hell's that?
Serpent.
Serpent. So, third choice. You've got better eyes than me now. I'm getting too old for this. So this heat now has, let's see how long to go. Just about 30 seconds to drive. Thank you, dear. And it's going to be won by Tim Weil in a reasonably good 25.07 is predicted. I'm going to let Matt take over for a second while I go get a pen.
Really?
No, I really am going to take over, yes.
Okay, fine. Well, I've been away from the microphone for a while because a little bit of controversy from previous group, from Group 3, where the referees have called a 10-second penalty on Jörg Michael Tiet. They called a 10-second penalty for jumping the start, and he is contesting that, saying that there was no jump start, and his 10-second penalty did wreck his qualifying round. And so yes, he requests to see some video of that. Unfortunately, we were probably following the first car who went over the line, so we may not be able to help him on this occasion. But
I'm back with a pen.
Can you not tell if there was a jump start? No, because the voice says when the car goes.
Exactly, you should go before the voice says 5 or 6. It has happened, in fairness. I've done it. It's really difficult because they don't go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It goes in the order, so it goes 8, 3, 7, 4. And sometimes you're expecting your number to come after 4, but it actually comes after 3. And you go, oh, it's not me, and you stop.
So it's say your car 8.
Yes.
And it goes 8, and then you go.
Yeah.
So
But
if you go before it says 8, then that's a jump start.
Yes, but the problem is also...
But can't the computer tell when it said 8 if you went over the line first?
Only because they then go, and they don't, the point about it is they don't actually start immediately. They start about a second or two later when they actually cross the line. So it's whether you say
a second or two, they're right behind the line.
You can wait a little bit. There's no rules against waiting a tiny bit.
Yeah, but the computer should know when the voice says the word 8. Right, it says the word 8. And then it crosses the line.
Yes.
If it crosses the line and then says the word 8,
yes,
then it should flash up, jump start.
It's also a bit of an anathema anyway, because you don't actually jump the start, because your 5 minutes counts from when you cross the line.
Yeah.
So you don't gain any advantage.
You are getting
what
a
they're
bit
saying
close to
is
the previous
you're
car.
either too close to the previous person or too far away from the next person, which is a thing. But I think it's jump start is an interesting conceptual call.
A 10-second penalty is quite severe when considering laps are aspirationally 14 point something seconds.
I could aspire to one of those for the whole of my life. I could do a 40. You might have to cut out the EFRA E. Oh yeah, it's got a name.
So I think that's a little bit harsh. And
Can I point out though, if we get a sponsor, it can get renamed.
Okay, and that's usually what happens. The EFRA placeholder, we'll call it. I just don't understand why the timing systems are so clever. I don't understand why the timing system doesn't call the jump start rather than the referee's eyes, which are obviously prone to error and can be questioned upon.
That is true. A quick shout out to Pat Wayne Gase or Gas. Nick, hi Nick. Me and my son are watching before we go to Broxtowe for racing tonight.
Hey!
Oh, don't forget to watch tomorrow and on Sunday. And obviously, if that results in your divorce, I'm very sorry.
Well, no, because you know Broxtowe.
Yes.
If you want to go to the Broxtowe track, you go past a large shopping centre and then you turn left. If you go past this large shopping centre and turn right, do you know where you end up?
No.
The D.H. Lawrence Heritage Centre, where you can read through some of his wonderful poems and novels.
How about his racy stuff?
Well, yeah, that's what he's most well known for, isn't it?
He is Lady Chatterley
Lady
with
Chatterley's
old
lover.
What was his name? Mellors and Lady Chatterley.
Was he the
was the
gardener?
gardener. Mellors the gardener.
Right. Well,
right. This is heat. We're going to have to be a bit more concentratable now because it's top 3 heats.
All right. I'll shut up now.
No, I don't want you to. I want you to talk because you entertain me. Never has someone made 4 sheets of paper so awkward as I'm making them today.
The best thing about, for me, I really love. I filmed at Broxtowe action clips for HPI, and it's really good because it's so 3D. It's nuts. I don't even think they competitively race on road there anymore because it's a bit
interesting. Peter
go on.
Helliwell actually did say Paul Ciccarello for us before we found it on ourselves. We were looking at the wrong page.
Ciccarello. I remember. I should have
He
remembered.
didn't mind, did he?
This is what I remembered.
Just
You-
put me
you
on
said
camera.
to him. How do you say your name? I don't mind.
So Josh Bar, was it Josh Barhurst who thought the FRS is someone thought it? I'm trying to think who it was.
It's up at the top.
Thanks for the idea, he says. It was you, absolutely. I absolutely did not think of it myself. I'm trying to find where I saw it now. It's not my idea. It's Josh's idea. Well done, Josh. You are a star.
Yes, Josh.
If it was somebody else, that person's a star.
We're all stars.
In our mother's eyes.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. And we have Colin Price in 1, Maxime Favel in 2, Thomas Pumpeler in 3, Oliver Bortnick in 4, Alexander Laurent in 5, Martin Hoffer in 6, Michael Kaplan in 7, and Chris Krapp with his rebuilt car in 8.
Well,
so first off is Marco Kaufmann in the car. Green at the rear, white at the front. Beyond that, until he goes around again. Oh, Chris Kraft had a problem immediately there on the infield at the start of the FRSs. Let's drop back one car and pick up Chris Kraft quite quickly. He seems to be struggling early on. This is the Double Worlds finalist, car 8, the Kyosho. He lost it there on the last lap, going into the start of the EFRA E, sorry. And now he's down to the snake bite.
He almost gets two wheels off.
Point. And he comes
gets
towards us, running again into Parasol, looping round. Doesn't look quite that, because this doesn't look like it's got that aggression to turn through Durango. And down the straight again, and he's certainly been gained on, and he's currently rated in 7th. So whatever he's done to it hasn't worked, I'll be honest with you. He's got car 1 and Colin Price catching him up. Let's stick on these two and perhaps begin to favour Colin Price, Stu. There's Price now through the second half of the E of EFRA. Actually, Krapp's now picked it back up again a bit, and he maintained the gap. And that last lap, Krapp did a 15.230 and Price did 15.223. Price is our leader at the moment with the Schumacher. Quite close behind him must be car 4 is Oliver Bultnick. He's actually trading the lead with Price, the Belgian.
We're with car
VB Racing Machine
4.
And we're now with Bultnick as well. So this is the guy who is Oliver, who's currently leading. Colin Price is 2nd. I'm wondering whether Price is beginning to get held up, mainly psychologically, by Krapp, who's ahead of him. Price 15.2, Bultnick 15.3. Best lap so far is a 15 flat by 15.091, which makes me think that this track is a tad slower than it was this morning. Now, there is a wind blowing, which should take a little bit of the excess heat off the track, but might make the cars a bit unpredictable. So Price now, we're with Bultnick or Price? We're just with Bultnick.
With car 4.
Can we try and move one car forward, Stu? Is that possible into Price? Because Price is running around quite closely with
Car
Chris Krapp.
1.
And that's, he goes through the snake bite. And certainly, they've been a very similar distance apart. Now, whether that's good news, whether Price is being dragged along or held up, and the fact the way that it's foreshortening between him and Bultnick, it makes me think at the moment, though Chris Granger of the Schumacher team did say they were losing speed towards the back end of the run through overworking the front tyres. They do have a set of tyres for each run. So there's waiting out or using your best tyres. There's a new set of tyres for every single run here, which...
Hagberg was interesting with his tyres, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's balancing them.
He's more concerned about the rear tyres.
I suppose because the only reason you want your front tyres balanced in a real car is because it vibrates the steering wheel. That's not really the same. You don't get vibration through the stick, do you? You aren't worried about the uncomfortableness of the servo.
You're playing on the PS3.
That's true. So these three cars have kind of kept themselves pretty much evenly spaced. But Bultnick now definitely getting very close to Price. Now Price is going to have a question to ask in a minute. Does he have to leave and let Bultnick through, which is going to cost him at least half a second. Bultnick now on for a 25.06, which is obviously the best we've seen so far in this first round of qualifying. I would think that Price is now getting to the point where he's going to have to let him through. And in fact, Price has dropped back from Krapp, so perhaps it's the second half of the race problem that Schumacher having is beginning to affect him. Driving well, but if he wiped out slightly during braking there, going through the snake bite. But if the car's off the pace, and now I think he has to think about moving aside with about a minute and a half to go. These guys are very good. They're very professional. They don't try to hold people up. Bultnick now will probably be getting a little bit frustrated because I think he's beginning to get into his eye line, his brake line, certainly at this point through the Durango D before they start the EFRA E. 1, 2, 3 down the EFRA E. But suddenly Price's lap time for... It's not slow, but Bultnick did a 0.2 and a 0.5 there. So Bultnick now is being slowed up by Price. It's imperceptible probably to... It might even be imperceptible to Bultnick, but it's costing him a few tenths. Now, up ahead of them is another bit of some more lap traffic. As they cut, and Bultnick makes a minor mistake there going through the prototype point, but 15.2 for Bultnick, 15.3 for Price, 15.6 for Krapp. He's got himself to third after a very bad start. Down they all go with that light green bit of traffic in front of them, which is car 7, I think. It's car 2, sorry, of Maxime Favel. He's a long way back. Maxime needs to go. Oh, Maxime check blocked in a little way. Price, and now Bultnick's really suffered there because he's lost a huge amount of distance as Price was trying to avoid the accident that Maxime was going to form. So Maxime wasn't really trying to get in the way there, but he didn't get out of the way properly. And half the skill is knowing how to be lapped as well as doing the lapping. And I didn't really see that. And we've just finished the race now. And Chris, Blumnick. Oliver Bultnick has won that one with a 25.073. Second is Colin Price. Third is Chris Kratt. Fourth, Michael Kaufman. Alexander Rett, Thomas Pumper, Martin Hoff and Maxime Favel. So it was a 25.07.3. You write that down, I can. 20.
He's got a pen and he's going to use it.
5.07.3 is the fastest we've seen so far. But of course, there are 2 faster heats to come. Not just in theory, but actually. And both Matt and I are looking at text.
Facebook.
Oh.
I'm looking at communications. I don't have a browser because I'm cutting the shots. The BRCA Clubman's raced at Broxtowe this year, says John Toman. Well, I would like to have seen that because it actually looks like it's not, how do you say it?
Lovely. Sexy.
Not that much fun to drive, or rather really hard to drive, but very, very entertaining to watch, I would imagine.
Okay, we have Chris Thompson's adding people now. Chris Thompson's add Carl Branson. I can't believe Carl Branson's not a member already. We got his top off on the website.
This is true, yes.
James Hart's a regular racer at the.
Do we want to start this trend? I don't know. This is tricky.
James Hart's in. James Baker's made by Chris Thompson. He's in as well. Luke Thompson's in. He's added by.
The problem was when we add people,
and Nick Priest. If any of you are actually listening, just tell us, and we'll give you the full Monty. But Matt Wynyard has chosen by himself to join.
The problem is if they don't want to be a member,
I know,
they'll leave
might
again,
upset.
and then we'll get a false sense of figures.
Matt Wynyard, who is from Lincolnshire in Spalding, where the buds come from. The
basketballs.
Yes, that's where the bulbs come from. They have a bulb festival in Spalding, a festival of flowers every year.
They also have a rubber factory where they make some basketballs.
Where we go with that one?
But Spalding, the balls.
Yeah, I realise. Yes, I know the bouncy balls. Spalding balls.
The bouncy balls.
That's
The
right.
bouncy
With the hand out. Apparently, it was quite hot in the conservatory. It was 61.5 degrees in this conservatory yesterday. Yeah, that is hot. I wouldn't want to go in there. I can actually, if you have a conservatory which is too hot, I can recommend a company who put a roof on top of it and solve the whole problem.
Really?
Yep. Cost me
Does
£2.5
your
grand.
conservatory not have a roof?
They had a plastic roof which is made into an oven. But you put a roof underneath it that insulates it. Suddenly you can use it all year round. It's not too cold in the winter and not too warm in the summer. It's brilliant.
Wow.
Thank you.
That sounds like a good development. You should stay there.
I thought I'd rent it out and move somewhere else.
Okay.
And we've got loads more people here. So Matt Wynyard, welcome.
Matt, that's a good name. Welcome to you, sir.
And now
hang on, we've got to. These are people who added
themselves.
Right. So then we need to take a bit more time with them.
That's why I talked about his conservatory. I gave him some conservatory advice.
Okay.
Honestly, Nino Durales wants to join us as well.
Nuno,
sorry. Nuno works.
Hey, Nuno.
I'm hoping that Nuno's from Portugal.
Well, he works for Furla.pt.
He is in Portugal. He lives in Porto in Portugal. So we'll be going back to his hometown to take a flight later.
Hooray!
Hooray for Nuno. You're in, Nuno. We
Hey, Nuno.
love
Thank you
you
for joining.
Il Modellismo, which is basically a car, who are from Bologna in Italy, have joined us, which is fantastic. Thank you, Il Modellismo. It's a shop. We've been joined by a whole shop, which I assume means the members of the shop are listening to us, probably through the embedded link in hobbymedia.it.
Massive shout outs to hobbymedia.it and Il Modellismo.
And Protoform and Durango with a DE.
TC410.
Thank you.
And to EFRA.ws.
With their own corner named after them.
Yes.
And that's it for adding for now. There are a couple more we'll do in the next race, but we have now got heat 7.
In the queue.
About
Please
to
hold
roll
the
up.
line.
Please hold the line. Okay, car 1 is the interesting one there because it's Yildiz Grosskamp. Slightly out of position because of his practicing yesterday. Car 2 is Alessio Menici from Italy. Bruno Coelho is in 3. Martin Hoodie 4. Chris Granger is in 5. David Abar is in 6. Francesco Martini is in 7. And Michael Orlowski is in car number 8. And Michael, of course, was doing quite well.
Ocho.
And the order they're going off is Grosskamp, Huddy, Granger, Abar. Well, I think they are because that's what's written down on my thing. Menici, Orlowski. And so first off will be Gilles Grosskamp, the world champion from Holland. And he is obviously, despite being in the slightly wrong group, one of the very much the favourites. He'll be spent all lunchtime, apart from talking to us, balancing his tyres. And that car looks so good round the EFRA E. It really does. Just watch the attitude of this machine. He comes in now into Protoform Point. But I'll be interested if we get around the Durango D. Now it's up to heat. It goes to the Parasol. Ian skates around right on the corner. And he's got such a great turn to the left there, right there, left. The front end of that thing is working brilliant at the moment. And he starts off with a 15.1, which just goes to show this track is a lot slower than this morning. We're 14.7s and 14.5s. And one of the cars has broken down already. And that is car 2. So we have lost Alesso Menigucci, sorry, from Italy. He's broken down already. Still a better lap from Gilles there, 14.865. He's managed to get himself to 14. Took a while to do it, whereas they were doing it off the first lap last time. So I think this track is a couple of tenths slow with the heat. No one's brought us a beer yet today.
Fortunately.
So into the Parasol. Now Gilles round the Durango D. Back in the first part, the second part, and now the third part of the EFRA E. Sprints. Ooh, the pickup there was quite slow, it seemed to me visually, as he came down the straight. Now turns into Protoform Point. Car's not actually looking. It picked up really slowly out of the E last time. Let's see what's going on now. Maybe he's actually deliberately using quite a slow pickup. But it's not grunting out like you'd expect, but he's turning out the lap times. Now in second place, we need car number 3, Stu, because car number 3 is local hero, Bruno Coelho, who I need to know what he looks like so I can talk to him. But there he is in the orange car going around the Durango D now and into the S. He is currently in second place, Bruno. He went round the Durango D, unfortunately for Stu picked it up in a very spectacular way. He was basically had his tail right out in the end. So here he comes now. X-ray driver, I've been told. A bit more circumspect round the D that time. He's got very close company. Is that car 6, I think it is, which is David Abar.
No.
It's not 6.
No.
No, you're right, it's not. So right behind Bruno is a car that's not 6 and is 8. And that is Michael Orlowski with the other Durango, one of 2 machines here, the Polish on and off-road driver.
Young driver, very young driver.
Well, you have to do a young driver item, don't you? You have to do a young driver item on him.
Very true. Yes, our Young Guns feature we will do with him. He sat directly behind Stu last night in the restaurant we chose.
Oh, yes. He did.
He did.
Problem for car 7 off camera. So it looks like actually that Coelho's able to put a bit of a gap now between himself and Orlowski, but it's still Groskamp leading on for 25 minutes flat. So not the 21s we were seeing this morning. Much, much slower. And the train of cars behind Chris Granger. So let's try and pick up Chris. He's about to start the straight now, Stu. He's the leading of those 3 cars going at the snake bite. So he now comes around Protoform Point now. And up the straight. They're gaining on 7, but he's got 6 and 4 behind him. So that's Granger currently in 4th. He's got Huddy and Abar with him. Abar slightly quicker than him on the clocks. Huddy slightly slower. And Abar is catching up with Granger, as we can see. They're all catching up to Francesco Martini, the other X-ray driver, and of course heir to some sort of relation of the Martini Bianco Vermouth family, isn't he?
Allegedly.
Well, it's hardly an allegation. I'm not alleging him anything, I'm just saying I think it's happening. So, Granger now has Abar right on his backside.
A bar.
Oh, and an accident. Oh, and Granger gets mixed up in the accident there, which happened because the number 7 car just clipped the inside of a snake bite, and he came out, and there was the accident which Granger hit. Abar now is going to want to get past Granger, who had Martini's accident to collect, but he's putting it down. Huddy is following him. Orlowski actually, the times are so close that Orlowski has got in between Abar and Granger. Granger starts another lap. Let's just change the focus of the cars behind Stu, so just get a bit of time with Abar and then behind him Huddy. Abar, and the roll there. So that's really bad news for... Granger's got a problem and the marshal's doing a tippy-tappy tap dance. And I don't think Granger's car's working anymore after that roll. Body shell slightly not where it should be. So that's only 2 of the 5 rounds to count. That was certainly one that Chris is throwing away, I would say.
Undoubtedly. Well, if things pick up for
This is
him.
supposed to be a two-way conversation?
Yes, I know.
I know you're cutting every half a second. So as we finish this, it's going to be Groskamp is going to win. Wow, Granger's taken a massive flight across the track there, and it is Groskamp who has won, and he's done it in a 25:01. So the track is significantly slower than it was earlier. 5:01.05. Behind him in second was Bruno Coelho with a 5:03.16. And behind him was David Abar with a 6, Orlowski with a 7. These are all 20:50. Huddy with a 10, Granger with a 19 after 2 very bad laps. And someone needs to get some water.
Yes.
But
probably
what we'll do is we'll do it after the next heat, which is the top heat.
Right.
We'll go and get some water. But we have a couple of minutes, and in that couple of minutes, there's one thing we should really be doing. Isn't there?
What's that? What should we be doing?
We should be doing this. I'm going to press refresh. Look, there we go.
There wouldn't be any more there can't be anybody else out there that wants to join the RC Racing group.
There are, because it's the only place to be this weekend and next weekend and every weekend forever. And the first person is Matt Channy Chandler who wants to join us. Little man, says Stu. And he does that hand thing with the clacky thing that kids can do, and I can't without breaking my knuckles. So Matt Chandler, you are in the group. Yes, don't click your fingers. So
Hi,
Matt Chandler, hello Matt, where are you from? Let's find where Matt's from.
Well, Stu can tell us.
He's from Louth in Lincolnshire.
Lovely town of Louth.
Ah,
Can you
Matt,
give us
you are
any
in.
broadcast-friendly facts about Matt?
He looks like a child.
He looks like a child, but he tastes like a man. That's probably more rude than it was supposed to.
Oh my goodness.
So, can I apologise for how rude that sounded when it wasn't supposed to?
Chris Baker.
I do apologise about that entirely. No, we're going to go for this. Michele Scaglione.
Michele
Scaglione.
If you haven't changed your mind in the last few moments.
last few seconds, who is an Italian driver of 1/10 IC touring cars. So his treat is coming up in 2 weeks' time when we are in Graz.
We are in Storing.
With the greatest motorsport commentator in the world. You can tell it's not me, or Ollie, or definitely Frank.
What do you mean, or definitely, Frank? What are you saying? What's that infer?
It's Michele Scaglione. Welcome, Michele. Now, the next 3 people
Hey, Michele.
Next 3 people have been added by Adrian Webb. So if any of you are actually listening at the moment, or when you do start join the group, just send a thing. We'll give you a double shout out. So hello to Chris Baker, hello to Paul Rose, and hello to Jonathan May.
Hello. And if you would like for us not to read your name out because you didn't choose to join, then it's impossible for us to unread it out now.
It is. We now have 1627, so we're still short by 123 of our target for the weekend, but there's plenty of time to go. Adrian Webb, what equipment tool are the drivers use to balance their tyres? Well, they're using basically it's a tyre balancer. They put them on the scales first, the micro 1/10 of a gram scales, and then they put them on a balancer, which is really quite basically. As long as you put them on an axle, and if it's ball raced well enough, they will naturally fall, so the heaviest part of the tyre is at the bottom.
And then what?
Then they can put some weight on the top to balance it.
Of the tyre?
Of the rim, of the wheel rim.
What do they use as a weight?
Blue
tack?
Anything thin. It's not be out more than by a few tenths of grams. So something very light and tiny.
Like a bogey.
See, that's worse than what I said, because you meant to say that.
Sorry.
Matt Winyard goes, the Tulip Festival! Because he is, of course, from Spalding.
Basketballs, I'm sure they're from there as well.
Yes, all right. Richard Clark, I'll tell the boys what time to replay so they can hear the respective shout-outs, you see. Richard Clark. Richard, that is absolutely fine.
Okay.
I know you said that 20 minutes ago, but I can't keep back referring. That's brilliant. This is actually so that's even better because now we're getting people to watch the stream again.
Yes.
So, Richard, keep going. And the EWS, well, obviously Ollie's a good friend of ours and we know you work very hard on it and we are hoping that perhaps one day some part of this team members may be there to provide you with audio-visual fun from it.
Oh. There's some top guys about to go out now.
There are 8 top guys about to go out. So, in car 1, it is Ronald Volker. In car 2, it is Victor Vilk. In car 3, we have Yannick Prumper. Car 4, Freddie Sudhoff. Car 5, Mark Reinhard. Car 6, Elliot Harper. Car 7, Alex Hagberg. Car 8, Vojami Kutoven. But Hagberg is off first with the fastest controlled practice times.
3, 2, 1.
There goes the doctor. He's off. And don't forget everyone people who like doctors, there's a new Doctor Who being announced live on BBC TV on Sunday night. So around the Durango D,
It's a bit local.
into the EFRA E, well, not really. It's on BBC America as well. And he pits down the straight. Behind him is Reinhard, who started second. Hagberg wasn't particularly good in the first corner, 15.6 in his first lap. 14.9 for Reinhard, we put 7/10 forward. It didn't quite look as though Hagberg had his car on the point in that first corner. And we are now with Reinhard, who's the fastest man on the track, going through the protoform point. And now back round and through into the EFRA E through the first, second and third part of it. And he's looks like Hagberg, after his bad lap, perhaps his tyres weren't quite up to temperature or quite dry enough, is rolling well. Now, it's not going to surprise anybody when I tell you who the leader is.
Is it Mr. Volker?
Ronald Volker in car number 1 is our overall leader. And he's actually the car behind Mark Reinhard. And he's actually the car in frame now, thanks to Stu cinematographer Noble. And his wheels of steel. No. So Volker now, whose best lap so far is a blistering 14.7. And these guys, every single one, barring Kotoven, has done a sub 15-second lap. And Kotoven's fastest is a 15.004. So we've seen some real pace here. And real pace is real pacier than we saw from Groskamp. How's that for bad English?
It was an interesting phrase.
So at the moment, there's 2 wheels up there for Volker. He goes round the Durango D. Car looking absolutely imbalanced. He sweeps down the inside of the first half of the E, almost though it wasn't there. None of these cars are actually set up to go as fast as they could. I mean, Chris Granger was saying he wasn't even using the fastest motor he's got, because it's not really all about top speed anymore. Top speed anyone can have. Spins it round.
Plenty inside this Tamiya that we can't show you.
Yes.
This Tamiya, they let us show the...
What Tamiya?
What do you mean, what Tamiya?
Well, I'll talk about Chris Granger, who's got a Schumacher, and Ronald Volker's got Yokohama.
Oh, we were I'm sure we were looking at Mark Reinhard for a second then.
No.
Maybe just through my eyes, I was looking at.
In your eyes. We're still with Ronald, aren't we? Yes.
We're with Ronald now.
Okay. Let's see if we can pick up Elliot, who's doing a lot better now in car 6, which is the bright orange car just about to start the front straight now. So he had a pretty torrid couple of qualifyings, but currently he's now back up to overall third in this with the best time of 14.8. But we have seen, keeping the tyres together for 5 minutes in these temperatures is not the easiest of things. He's a bit of a double wobble as he goes into the first part, into the protoform point, round very nicely round the parasol, round the Durango D, named after him. Well, his car, not quite as tight on the EFRA E's as some of the others. I mean, sometimes they go over the curves because it's the shortest route, but it might unsettle the car, so perhaps not going round is a good idea. And Harper in 4th now. It's Volker, Reinhard, Hagberg, Harper, Vilk, Prumpers, Sudov, Kotoven at the moment for this qualifying round. And of those, about 3 or 4 are faster than Groskamp, but the cars are slowing down during the run. So Groskamp's 20.0105 is probably going to be good for a top 5. And he's actually sitting down by one of our cameras, watching him go, fall over, crash, breakdown. As Harper continues in 4th. Takes a bit too much curb on that one, though. So we didn't follow him for very long. Let's see if we can pick up Mark Reinhard, who's just going down the straight, about to go down to the snake bite. We didn't see Reinhard for very long. He switched very quickly to someone else. 3-time world champion. Currently in the lead now. He's just literally by a few thousandths of a second taking the lead from Volker. And Volker's just taking it back on the stagger. They're actually separated about 0.4 of a second in estimated time.
JQ driver.
Yes, he will be a JQ driver. Thank you.
Yes.
At the Neo, which one of the member of our team here, which is not me and not Matt, will be at working for our good friends Neo Buggy.
Stu will be there, nobilising.
Is he working for Neo Buggy? I haven't given him a job he hasn't got, have I?
Yes, he is. I mean, obviously, he would have to confirm that, but to my knowledge.
And now Volker's right behind Reinhard. So suddenly, Mark's going to have to let him through, and he has done very quickly. So that's not often he said. The world champion having to let someone through. And Volker now is going to be an absolute screamer of a result. In fact, that letting through has dropped Mark down to 3rd. And possibly outside Groskamp's time. Harper in 4th, Sudov in 5th. And we have 30 seconds to run, so the last 2 laps now for these two. Certainly the standout European touring car drivers for the last, 6 years? Volker and Reinhard. But many challengers. Volker's finished, Hagberg finished, Reinhard's finished. And the end result, as we wait for Harper to finish as well, is that the winner is Volker with the only 21 lapper of the round, 21.5.49. Hagberg second, 20.05 flat, that's second place. Grosskamp's come in third from the previous round. Reinhard in fourth, and then by a few thousandths ahead of Elliott, who's fifth.
From the body language there, I was able to interpret that Ronald was pretty happy with that.
Well, you can't really better because it's round by round qualifying, so...
he was pretty happy.
It went pretty well. He only won it by about 5. Certainly, Hagberg's qualifying pace was not a one-off.
So as I was saying, yes, there are lots of development parts on the Tami or non-standard parts apparently, that make them uncomfortable about us photographing it. So we were allowed to take shots of their buggy at the 1/10th off-road Euros, but we did have to block out quite a lot of it. Now, even the photos is not really a good idea. So we can't do that. We're waiting for confirmation from X-Ray, perhaps.
Because we had a sort of a look on the camera actually at Hagberg's car, but whilst we were talking to him at the lunchtime show.
It was fairly.
A look on the camera is not quite the same as one of our very detailed get your top off, is it really?
Yes, and I think Martin consulted with Mario, and we'll wait to find confirmation from head office as to whether we get the green light, if we're allowed to show some images on our get your top off feature or not. So
we both want to say get your kit off, don't we, the whole time? I can see that sitting there.
Yeah.
So the next round will start in 12 minutes. So one of us, i.e. Stu, needs to go get some water.
Remarkable.
3 waters, Stu. And they got a Lady Coke as well.
Can I have Lady Coke, please? What's up?
Stu doesn't want to give us Lady Cokes.
Peach iced tea, mate.
I haven't had a peach iced tea. I don't want 2 peach iced teas back to back.
Peach iced tea. So, blimey. Gilles third so far, says Jos Borges. Absolutely right. Bruno Coelho should have his own young gun report at RC Racing TV. Well, Lewis, how old is Bruno? Is the question. I keep telling you, I don't really know him. I will find out who he is overnight, and we will talk to him if his English is good enough tomorrow. But Lewis, can you tell me how old is Bruno?
We'll try with an interpreter, even if it's not good enough.
Yes, good point. Actually, I'm liking what you're saying. And Frank was listening to us talking about him. And go Bruno, and Bruno did very good.
Oh, I see what Frank's doing here. He keeps saying, "Hey, that's me" at the end of the driver's stand.
Express Music, CZCZ. Could be check his back in, he was asleep. Says EFRA sucks. EFRA certainly doesn't suck, and I could tell you many reasons why it doesn't. But most important thing is you have to remember about EFRA is not a thing. EFRA is the members, and the members are you. It's not a big corporation run by, evil conglomerates. It is the racers. And it's
volunteers.
It's the same with the BRCA. It's the same with IFMA. It's the same with all the DMB in Germany. It's not some sort of evil organisation. It is a conglomerate of all the racers and their representatives. And it's a democratic place. If you don't like anything about it, you can change it.
The good thing is, I'm glad that you were able to write EFRA sucks, and I think it's also important to note that if there was no EFRA, you wouldn't have anywhere to write EFRA sucks.
Very good
But
point.
at least you wouldn't have been able to write it at that point there.
No, not there, no.
There wouldn't be a stream for you to write it on.
It's a very good point. But genuinely, really, I think there's a lot of complaints about IFMA, and there's a lot of complaints about EFRA, and there's a lot of people who say how great ETS is, and I agree that ATS is great, but the reason that they can be great is because they are a benevolent dictatorship. It's run by four or five very nice people, including Scotty and O'Sheen and Owen, and also Mark's dad, whose name escapes me for a second, Mr. Reinhard.
Mr. Reinhard.
And the timing bloke.
Yes, yes, this is going well.
It's going well. I'm good with names today. But the fact is that they have made up a set of rules which they've made up. They haven't got to apply to anybody, and they can be done. Everything that goes through an EFRA and IFRA meeting has to be approved by different federations and different racers. And oddly, much like F1, racers are not very good at voting for the most sensible things.
Mm.
And one of those...
Uwe.
Uwe Reinhardt, thank you very much.
Yes.
And one of those things...
They make a fantastic race
If you
series.
take one of the huge controversies of last year, which we covered in depth on both podcast and video, which was the problems with tyres and things at the Worlds last year in the touring car. And EFRA got a huge kicking for that.
A huge battering. And you know what? We didn't shy away from that. Ollie ran right in there with his podcast microphone and soaked up every moment of that embarrassing, horrible mess. And it was one of our most listened to things.
But why was it a mess, Matt? Because
people were
protesting.
Dissatisfied.
People protested. They had the right to protest.
Hang on, there was chaos.
Yes, but the reason
that wasn't
it was
because of
voted
protesting.
They voted it in through groups, and what caused the problems was the right of protest. And the people are protesting the whole time. Some of the Brian Lloyd just said, Uwe, thank you, Brian. We got there without you, but thank you for helping us. If you give someone the right to protest and they use it, that causes dissension. There is no right of protest. If I was to run a meeting, the Nick Damon series, there'd be no right of protest. What Nick Damon says goes.
I wouldn't even sign up for the Nick Damon series.
The interesting thing is, when people know they can't protest,
they
don't feel the need to protest.
You know what though? If you set up the Nick Damon racing series, that might actually work in EFRA's favour, because people would go, "Oh, at least it's better at EFRA."
I think you'll find the Nick Damon racing series will be very successful.
We'd just be running 12, wouldn't we?
No, 1/10 touring car IC.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. No, it would just consist of 2 classes, 12 scale stock, and 4-wheel drive, large scale off-road. The 2 classes running side by side at one venue. It would be fantastic.
And yes, you can enter both.
Yes, it's compulsory. You have to enter both.
Yeah, the winner is the aggregate. It's an aggregate winner.
That's a brilliant idea.
Suddenly, because they are the 2 most diverse classes. Do you know what? I have a feeling we had a problem finding entrance for this, but I think we should put it on.
Really?
Yeah. The Nick Damon race series.
I think that the large scale off-road drivers would be more inclined to have a go at the 12th stuff than the 12th guys have a go.
Buying a 12th car is going to cost you about 400 quid all in with the battery and the motors. Buying a large scale off-road is about 2.5 grand.
Yeah.
Just want to say I'm enjoying my lady coat, so thank you very much, Stu.
Bruno's 19 years old, so...
Not really young gun.
Well,
but he can get his top off.
No,
How about, I've got a new one, local hero.
I don't know. I think we'll give him young gun status. Depends how he does today.
He's 9th so far.
Then he's a young gun. If they're under 21, they can be a young gun.
Oh, this is the new rules.
I've just put.
Well,
that
given the fact that it's your articles, that's fine. You have the right of designing the articles for the radio show, but it's not.
If anybody wants to protest, simply write Matt sucks.
I think you'll find Jimmy Upel did that.
Oh, me and Jimmy get on very well.
Well, you should read his Facebook page.
Oh, maybe.
You weren't mentioned in person, but we were. And
in relation to sucking. Okay, fine. Yeah, true. With pleasure is what I say. Return to that. Yes, please.
So the 30 people who've decided to detune because we've stopped talking about the top drives have missed a far-ranging and widely different conversation.
It went very close to the bone at one point.
It did.
We nearly brought down the whole of EFRA.
Suddenly we have 7 interactions on RC Racing TV.
You've enraged.
Bruno Cahello is 19 years old. Lewis is great. I want to say hello to Lewis when it reloads. Let's say hello to Lewis Cortez. It's been great because he's been throwing information our way the whole time.
And Lewis did this as well in Spain when we did the 1/10 buggies.
He's a great guy. His father is too. He was in Reims.
Oh.
I do apologise. I must have been commentating on there.
I knew I recognised his name.
He's in Reims. Fantastic. Thank you, Lewis. All help. Not only gratefully received, but virtually vital, in fairness.
Yeah. Lewis was very helpful in giving us information about what...
Oh, look at that. Now you got a picture of him. Oh, I did see him. He's got quite an attractive girlfriend, actually. Not Lewis, Bruno.
That's even more helpful. Fantastic.
Thank you. Alex Thurston, thank you very much. Doing a superb job. What sweet days. What a nice man. Patrick Wayne Case, can we say goodbye? Great Carrie, can you say hello to my son? Hello, son. No, it's Ben Gason. Hi, Ben.
Hey, Ben, how you doing?
Good to see you. So that's. I think we've now seen all the interactions, have we? Oh, no. Oh, flip neck. Yes. Does anybody else want to join? Is the question really? People are still commenting on the food we had last night.
Are they?
Yeah.
Well,
it's had more likes and comments than anything else. Is a bowl of steak with an egg on it.
I tried to be as diplomatic as possible about that.
This could be royalty.
What?
Look who's joining us. It could be royalty.
Why?
Peter Phillips is the name of Princess Anne's son.
Really?
You Philistines. No, I have an education and I'm very old.
You read hello and okay.
But this is Peter Phillips, who's not Princess Anne's son. It's Peter Phillips of Queen's University Belfast.
Oh wow.
Or was, and he's got a Mini. This picture is Now he's blanked out his number plate. That's probably his Mini done up quite nicely.
Very nice. Very nice Mini. Stu's
He,
getting a look at that.
It's got some what are those things called?
Fenders.
Standard.
Oh, it could be.
I don't know.
And it's got them there. It's got a body kit on it. It's got side skirts.
Proper sexy, but
It does.
he drives an X-Ray as well as a Mini.
And he's in Northern Ireland. So hello to young Mr. Phillips. I'm saying young, perhaps possibly not in relation to Stu, but definitely in relation to me. So welcome, you are the 1,627th member of the RC Racing TV group. We are 123 short of our target. Oh, Bruno's been added by Lewis.
There you go.
That's
There
fine.
you go.
Now, Bruno's in the group. Bruno, you're in the group, mate. Excellent. So fantastic, Bruno. You are joined, and you are going to be pestered by us at some point during the day. Not the day, tomorrow.
I'm looking forward to this. He's going to be a young gun, and he's going to feature on the stream.
He will. In our post-qualifying show, probably. So.
There's not really a diplomatic way to say this, right?
Okay, go on.
But when you have these kind of races where everybody pretty much knows who's... Well, if you say who's going to win, you know...
Going to do well.
People think that Volker's going to win. Now, I don't wish anything bad upon Volker's race, okay?
Yes.
But I also want it to be a bit more exciting than that.
I have always said...
How do you get around
in
this?
any electric event,
Yes.
I don't care who wins, as long as it takes 3 finals.
Yeah, that's a really good way of looking at it.
Because I don't think you can't. We obviously do have our little favourites because people we know, but we don't have favourites once the broadcast start. We just want to see fair racing.
Your Neumann was my...
Apart from one person, there's one driver I don't like.
It's very...
Triple world champion, don't like him. He's not here.
Oh. Triple world champ. Am I supposed to be guessing who it is?
No, he's a short, annoying, bad driving. I don't like him. I think he's a bad driver, and I think he has no manners, and I think he cheated Andy out of World Championship.
Ooh.
But I said as much at the time. You still not worked out who it is?
Yes, I have. Yes, I think he's a bit young for...
He's 20 now, isn't he? Sorry?
It's a bit harsh.
But he's got time to improve his standards of driving then.
What about his politeness? His courtesy, shall we say?
He was getting all aggy with Volker as well. He was all kind of stroppy and teenagery. We've no place for that. We are.
I'm shocked.
I've said it.
But
But I am also a forgiving person.
Okay.
So if I see a change in his attitude
Yes.
and a change in his driving style, I will forget his previous misdemeanours,
Right.
wipe them from my mind.
He's talking about a Yokomo driver. Yes.
Yes. I will wipe them from my mind and I will say, Naoto Matsukura, I accept you as a worthy world champion. At the moment, I don't.
That's ridiculous. You can't say he's not worthy after... I've proved it 3 times.
Right, the second one, it might be. The first one, they won because they had dodgy tyres.
Oh, I think we should leave... Oh! No, that was lucky.
Look, if people are listening to us now, they deserve to have some opinions.
Yes, this is good, yes. I think Andy was very...
Can I make a point here?
very-
I'm not necessarily right, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, okay. So you go from the host of the show, who's supposed to be the...
No, you're the
impartial
host
one.
because you're on the main mic. I'm on the RF mic.
Oh, I'm the host.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I also agree that Andy was very, very hard done by.
10, 9, 8, 7,
Very hard done by.
5,
Oh, who's that?
Someone going, right, you're fired.
Is Frank,
Frank.
saying, who is it? Frank, it's no...
Carry on listening.
Naoto Matsukura.
No, it's like...
Naoto. I know, he is being a bit harsh, isn't he?
If you disagree with me...
Join the
that's
Facebook
fine.
group.
Join the Facebook group to disagree with me, absolutely. If you agree with me, join the Facebook group to agree with me.
Either way, it's a good thing to mention. You can't like us. We don't invite fans. There is no like button.
Brian Lloyd, Nick laying the rules of etiquette. Love it. So Brian, whilst he might not personally have the same issue I have with that particular driver, is saying that I'm right.
Or is he saying it in a sarcastic way?
No.
Like Nick's laying the rules of etiquette. Like
good point.
now
yeah.
Nick's name.
Yeah. I love the way you find a negative stance. There was me thinking Brian was backing me up to the hilt, and you're actually going, "Good, Nick doing it." Well, that's basically it.
That's a bit rich.
Yeah.
Either way, Brian, thank you for commenting on the Facebook group. And other people would really, really, really would love you to go to us, the Facebook.
Can I just say, I am loving the group today.
Oh, can I just say, I can't get a word in edgeways.
Pardon?
An edgeway
What?
word.
When? Go on again. Go.
To the Facebook. Go to Facebook, find the search bar, please put in RC Racing TV, and please click join. And then you will get your own mention. We will analyse everything that we can about you without giving away your private information, of course, and just welcome you and just enjoy the fact that you are joining the team and becoming an honorary of the RCTV Massive. Thank you.
He says in a very early 90s way.
Yeah.
And I just like to say I'm enjoying how interactive the actual group is today. It's not just people joining, but they're actually posting stuff as well. And they're commenting and they're joining in with us as they are also on YouTube. So that's marvellous. See, now, Paul backs me on the idea of the 12th compared with teamed up with four-wheel drive. And Express Music says you should have done 2 practice rounds in the morning and the qualifying at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, we've got a split shift race. Go home, have a sleep, come back and do the qualifying.
We are in the right part of the world for that. It's for having a fiesta.
Well, that'll be like an oil barrel.
What's going on now? I thought for a horrible moment then that Matt had dropped a full bottle of water which was going to pour itself on the track, and that would got us in terrible trouble.
No, the thing is...
Yes.
The thing is, I was warned earlier on because we had cups and bottles rolling around our feet on this platform that we have erected. That is just
it's one of my proudest erections.
Right at the edge of the track, and the point was made to me that if one of these blows into the track,
we're in trouble.
It will be a scale like an oil barrel.
Oh yeah.
If you look at the size of a bottle compared to a 1/10 car.
You are right. We actually got cars qualifying at the moment, and this is the second round of qualifying.
Back to business.
No, I'm just very briefly, because it's the first one.
It's a bit harsh.
Well done for Pedro Canastra Silva. He did a 6-second lap. I think it was a miscount. So it is Alejandro Lopez Martinez leading from Pedro Canastra Silva. Who are we looking at? Tell me which car we're looking at.
The pinky purple.
Down the straight.
Yeah.
Onto the serpent, the snake
number
bite. Protoform.
Car number 3.
Point.
Car number 3.
That is our second place man, Stefano Bozzogo. And I quite like that paint scheme actually. That sort of purple with a hint of sort of buzzy whitey yellow.
Okay.
And we are 3.5 minutes down to this, the first heat of round 2 of qualifying. So we'll build up to the top people again, who will be out at about 20 past 4 local, 20 past 5 in Europe is the heat 6, and heat 7's at half past, and heat 8 the fast boys are on at 22.5. And I'm telling you now, tomorrow we are going to be on air a bit later, so you can all have a line on Saturday morning, and we'll be coming on air at about 10 to 11. And we'll kind of cover the 3 rounds of qualifying and then have a post-qualifying live show. And Matt takes off his head and stomps off if I said that.
Set your alarm clocks.
Yeah, you probably have a line. It's fine. So it's still Lopez Martinez. Can we pick up car 1 somewhere? So I can't see output. So you got car 1. He's already done it. There he is in the he's stopped. And that is Lopez Martinez who has won that. In second it's Bozocco. Third Antonio Guides. Fourth is Pedro Canastra Silva. Fifth is Bruno Castella. Matt's come back from his rubbish trip. I'm not saying it's a bad trip. He's just getting rid of rubbish.
I was just observing Victor Vilk text marshalling.
Ah. Toe cutter. Okay, Frank again. It says call it the RC Racer Champions. But they're not any champions, are they? F Price 99 says, my electric car got stuck in the tar in my local track. The track was destroyed and so was my car.
What caused this to happen? The heat. It was not the car. The tar wasn't set. The tar melted. The tar was newly laid and not allowed to dry. Did you go on the track too early?
My feeling is that is a statement that kind of needs more fleshing out.
Flesh it out.
So, Mr. F Price 99, could you flesh it out?
We have some more information on that particular situation.
We're happy to discuss your personal issues and the problems that have been caused by tar, but to do that, we do need more information.
Yeah. And we will look into it further and we will discuss it.
Ad infinitum, probably.
Forevermore. I'm getting communications as well.
Alex Thurston is asking me, has Andy Moore ever gone to the Euros? I would have thought so, but how does he know? Andy's not here at the moment.
Which
Euros? He's won the European Championship. He won the European Championship the same year on the World Championship in 2006.
Indeed.
And he was at a couple other Euros doing other things recently. He was there 2 years ago, I think. But he is obviously much in demand in many different classes. And Stu, who is his personal...
personal what? Where are you going with that?
I was going to say personal secretary there, but it wasn't. It's his neighbour, lives down the road from him.
Personal neighbour.
Attends barbecues with Andy. Says he's got to go somewhere else somewhere. He's going somewhere else or something.
Wow, that is an absolute honour.
Yeah, I am really chuffed about that. That is fantastic. So, Adrian was I agree, Nick. Andy Moore was robbed, and we already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 likes on that. So I may have got off on one, but it seems that my Naoto, Rick Howard, who is a legend of RC racing, Rick, and he says great broadcast, guys. Rick, from you, that actually means an awful lot. And I remember talking to Rick on our first ever RC racing trip in.
He was on the first ever show.
He was, and we interviewed him for the swimming back in the 2006 Worlds in Italy. So, Rick, thank you so much for your comment. It is much appreciated.
Rick is one of the great people of communicating about RC and communicating about what he's doing as well as racing.
But the great thing about Rick is he gives me hope.
What do you mean?
I think he's about the same age as me. And he made the A final last year, the 12th.
He's not the same age as you.
I think he is.
Surely not.
He's not. If he's younger, he's not much younger. Okay. He's been around. He's been racing forever. But he still makes A finals, which makes me feel a lot better.
Yeah, he was on fire in 12th in Heemstad.
He was third in one of the legs, and that's just great. Anyway, so we have a few people to enter. We've got a lot of people to enter because we've had some people bring their friends in.
Some adages.
Let's just go to that page, and what we'll do is if you've been added, we'll certainly mention your name, but we'll then ask you.
Oh my goodness! How do we approach this? I mean, there has to be a cooling off period.
We've got a lot of new people as well.
Okay, they get the focus.
Right.
People have been added by other people. There's a cooling off period of about 2 weeks. They might leave us again if they haven't joined by their own.
So first, I'd like to wish you Lee Dix.
Lee, how are
Welcome,
you doing,
Lee? Senior project manager, not just a project, he's a senior project manager.
Well, we're
at the Gaudio Awards. Ooh,
that
actually sounds quite interesting. The Gaudio Awards. He's all stickered up and ready for tomorrow night with his Schumacher. And he lives in Gloucestershire. Well, Lee, you are definitely in, and thank you for taking the independent decision to join us.
We are in a very esteemed
In goes
company.
Lee. And secondly, Ricardo Jorge, who has 6 mutual friends. No, you don't have 6 mutual friends in this group. No,
you don't.
You have 1,600 friends. And Ricardo, I'm hoping, knows Luis Cortez. Wasn't added by him. I believe he may well be another Portuguese racer, which is excellent news. So
Fantastic. Ricardo.
Thank you,
Welcome
Ricardo.
to you, sir.
Welcome to our group.
Sir, you are enriching our group and making it better.
Welcome
by
to our
joining.
happy family. We'll come back to this in a minute.
We've got qualifications happening.
Lewis has added everybody he knows. Chris is asking why Andy Moore's missing. Andy Moore has a long written out programme of various events around the world supporting hot bodies and everything else. And apparently this particular event didn't make it. Is the answer.
I'm pretty sure he's going to Japan.
Is he doing the 1/8 with a new thing or not?
He was at Halifax, wasn't he? But he wasn't running, I don't think. I'm not sure what the story is there. But I'm pretty sure I heard Frank talking to him.
Yes.
Frank, hang on.
Oh.
Who's on the track? Who's on the track?
Race 2's on the track. We're now overcome by requests at the moment. So race 2, which is involves in car 1, it involves Goncalo Alves. Car 2, Carl Frederick Grosso. Car 3 is Marcus Wegmann, then Fernando Cordero in 4, Rodrigo Antonio Ferrer in 5, Wojciech Radensky in 6, Pedro Jose Morais in 7, and Jorge Cotula, who we're looking at.
We are looking at the beautiful car 1.
Which is the second place car of Goncalo Alves. And he now goes through the first 2 sections of the EFRA E, gives it full beans down the back, heavy braking into the snake bite. Oh, that's very polite as he let through car 3, which must be Marcus Wegmann, who's the overall leader, the German with the plain white machine. Running an aerial makes me think he might not be on 2.4 gig. Might be using an old-fashioned. And they begin to get a little bit of washout at the front there as they try and brake and hard in for the snake bite. Coming through the parasol. All looping round. Having a lovely time. There's only 6 cars in this heat, which is why it looks relatively quiet and relatively empty. So Wegmann's winning on for a 19.501, which is obviously not much to write home about, but he's about half a lap ahead of Jose Mora, who's now moved to second. So our second place man now is car 7. Car 7 is our second place man. And he is now nowhere to be seen. Is that him coming now? I don't know. I'm moving car 7. That's 4. Is he the pink car 7?
No.
That's car 5.
It's 5.
Yellow car.
Now, unfortunately, whilst we were watching him, he's actually dropped down to 4th. So Pedro Jose Moura is no longer the leader and is now in 4th. Frank says he's just observing at Halifax. He was visiting Gilles. That's Andy Moore. Why he was at the 1/8 Euros last week.
Yeah, that's what. I knew he wasn't racing. I was just wondering if you'd had a chat with him on the air and if there was any knowledge gained about if he was going to Japan, if he was going to start running 1/8, if there was anything interesting you could tell us other than the fact that he was there, which we already knew, and he wasn't running, which we already knew.
So Frank has to find something interesting, and then our leader just stuck himself on his roof. So that's bad news for Marcus Wegmann. Just so you think he thinks we're improving, he's landed on his roof. You follow car 4, he's going around the D. Car 4, Stu, going around the D and now on the straight.
Of the long straight.
It goes onto the back straight. Just because I like his paint job. It's Fernando Cordero. On his own there. That doesn't look. Actually, that car doesn't actually look fast on the track. It's very quiet, that one. But that's an automatics, and that's why it's so quiet. But it's different drivetrain. So quiet. Shh.
It has no friction.
It's got no grip. So we've got about a minute to go. Still Wegmann leading, despite his bad lap. Alves second, Mora third, Cordero's 4th, Jorge Chalupa is 5th, Antonio Ferreira is 6th, and Rozwanski is 7th. Now, don't forget, we are broadcasting on Sunday. It's final, and Sunday is finals day. Every single race will count because they're all in their own finals. And we will treat every final as a treat, won't we?
All with equal importance.
Well, apart from the A final.
Is it only the A final that runs 3
Nope,
times?
they all get 3
They
legs.
all get 3 legs.
They all get a chance to race against their peers 3 times. Is that Frank?
It is.
Ah. So they finished, and Cordero has finished. He's in 3rd. Waiting for the rest to cross the line now, and it's he's in 4th actually. It's annoying. He's 3rd. I was wrong. Fegman wins this with a 19.5.10. Alves, Mora might just get it actually. 2nd, not sure. And Mora actually ends up 3rd. Alves 3rd. Right, we now need to address the massive requirement to join our group. Who've been added by people. Someone's added Masami Hirosaka. It isn't quite the same as Masami actually wanting to join himself, is it?
Hey, Masami. Nick was just talking about your protege earlier.
I was. In a negative way.
Yeah.
But I said he can redeem himself. Today starts from now. I don't hold grudges. But Tony Gartshaw has chosen to join us. Go, Tony.
Tony. Hello, Tony.
Hello, Tony. He's got cricket. He's a cricketer. So Tony has a bit of cricket, and he's got a picture of someone who looks like Stu, actually.
No, it's not, though.
No. He looks cool. And I have no idea what that is.
Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Hello, Tony. You did some interesting things, Tone. So fantastic. I think Tony's one of our motorsport people as well, actually. I think he's a full-size racing fan. So let's get Tony in the group. Now Barry Baker's been added. I don't think Barry wants to join. Barry's
Yuchi Kanai. I mean, we're going through the royalty of RC now.
Ricardo Ferrer wants to join us himself.
Ricardo, we've spoken.
Ferrer. And he has
another Ricardo. We had a Ricardo.
I believe he's also a Portuguese person. I'm particularly fond of any Portuguese people who join this week. So Portuguese, you join, baby. And that's Ricardo, and you are now in. If I can find your name down this list, it's getting ever longer as Lewis adds his entire friend list. Jeez. I've lost the last one. Dominic Fleischmann, you're
there
in.
You go.
We know who you are.
We know who
you're
you
a
are.
great racer. I can't check your name because I can't then come back to it. Dominic, you're in. But you're a German racer. We know who you are.
How come Dominic's not here?
Yeah, Dominic, why aren't you here?
Dominic, can you tell us what's the story behind this? Why are you not racing?
So I found
at this
Rodrigo
event?
again. That's okay.
Rodrigo?
No, it's wrong
It's
one.
Ricardo.
Oh, even better. Lewis, could you stop adding people, please? And now his brother's adding people. Rye Cortez and Lewis. All right, can we have no more adding by Lewis or Rye?
Just add them and then they'll go away and then we can see what else we've got to deal with.
All right, okay. Please don't add anyone else, Lewis, or Rye. But thank you very much for doing it. But that's great.
We might, maybe 10% of them will stay. You never know.
I can't see Barry Baker stay.
Why wouldn't Barry Baker stay?
He's a tad grumpy, isn't he? They've added Francesco Tironi, who we forgot to interview after getting 3rd in the world.
We never had a.
No, he's always very nice.
In what world?
1/10. I see. Mike Swager. Kanai.
We've never had crosswords with.
He's added Dario Ballestri's been added as well. I think he's got his hands full. Look, you talk while I add people.
Right. Okay. Well, we're warming up now for the next heat, for the next group. Sorry. And it is. Goodness me! It's approaching 4 o'clock local time.
It is.
We're rattling through. This day is literally flying past. Is it still qualifying round 1?
No, it's 2 now.
Oh, for goodness sake! When did that change?
Ages ago. Oh, you didn't do the graphic.
Oh.
You're such an amateur.
Ta-da.
It's all right. It was the first 2 weeks. It's fine. They'll know what's going on. Don't worry.
Really, really, really sorry about that. But anyway, it's qualifying round 2 here in Portugal for the EFRA 1/10 Electric Touring Car European Championships 2013. We are watching there are only modified cars in this championship. It's the modified European Championship.
Dominic
Yes.
Fleischmann says the story behind what? The story behind why you're not here.
Yeah, no, I was just interested to know. I thought you would be here. but you're not here. So I just wondered if there was a reason behind you choosing not to. Maybe you've got too much holidays this year.
Lewis Cortez is insisting everyone will stay. I'm not sure how you can insist on Masami Hirosaka's part, though.
I would like to take a moment to thank Protoform. We're here because of Protoform. We're sponsored by Durango and the DETC 410. And of course, this event is put on by EFRA and all the club here in Portugal. You need to go to efra.ws to see this stream embedded alongside the timing, which is it MyRCM?
Yes, it certainly is.
MyRCM.ch, which is fortunate. And you can find us, rcracing.tv.
On the website.
For daily news stories and interesting related things and things that aren't so interesting. And
interesting relating things?
Interesting related things.
Lewis Cortez is now, he said, they will all stay for sure. Then he goes, well, 80%. So he's already backtracking. Lewis, I really appreciate your interaction with us today. It's been fantastic.
Yes,
so thank you very much anyway.
Yes.
And we're sorry for Dominic Fleischmann, who's got a smiley story. Tony Gartshaw, this is better than the Beavs cricket coverage. Keep digging, Nick. You'll find a few pictures yourself recognised. I remember that Tony takes photographs. He's done photographs of me at WEC. He stalked me at the WEC World Endurance Championship.
Oh, so he basically does your next profile picture.
Yes, that's right. Every now and again I put my new profile picture. Actually, it's a really good point. I actually think my profile picture is Tony's.
There you go.
I'm not sure it's the main one, but certainly the big one, which is the podium, I think is one of his. I have stolen your pictures, Tony. I hope you don't mind.
All of my best profile pictures come from either Phil Morstead or Riccardo Acciari, the two good friends from Near Buggy.
And John Toman says, would you ever mind pausing the event for a few minutes while I go for a comfort break? You can pause it yourself. You just press pause on the stream and pick it up.
That's true, yeah.
That's the live streamness. Adrian Webb comfort break. I love that. Still missing a selection of manufacturers who we decided they wanted to sponsor us the last 2 days.
Sorry?
We asked if anyone wanted to sponsor us for the last 2 days of this event. And so far, oddly, no manufacturers come forward.
You can get your logo on the screen that you're watching.
Below Protoform and below Durango DETC 410, sorry. And EFRA, to the right of it, the left of EFRA.
Alex Thurston's asking who's coming to the 110.5C. Well, that would be me, Alex.
And Nathan, the cameraman from Halifax.
Yes, so
and
he's John Hindhaugh.
This is the first time John will ever have seen RC racing live. After 7 years of commentating on all sorts of scales, he's never seen it actually happen.
But never fear, I'm sure it will all be fine.
He's done everything. Lawnmowers, he's done dwarf rolling. It's fine, he can do anything.
He's even got a page on Wikipedia, hasn't he? With some very interesting claims about him. Well, they might have been taken down now.
Yes, they were just for fun things. One more quick bit of interaction before we go back and talk about the cars. Matt Chaney Chandler has a message for Stu.
Oh, no.
And he says, Stu, I hope Team Durango are not paying for your food expenses. They're not. So, then again, in fairness, he's just turned sideways. I can't see him. He's just gone again.
Uncle Nick's paying for his food expenses, so that's fine.
It is. Well, that's part of the... Anyway, so in this Heat 3, we have Marek Czerny from the Czech Republic, Jörg Michael Tiet, who was the one who had the 10-second penalty last time from Estonia, Jorge Simons from Portugal, João Carlos Malveira from Portugal, Bartosz Bocipen from Poland, Jeremy Limoges from France, Dai Victor Sakaguchi from Germany, and Pierre Delorme from France. And we are looking at... As we all now stare at the small screen.
Car 1.
We're with Merrick. With the X-ray, I think. I'm just making it up now, aren't I? Just trying to remember from last time.
Can we follow Teat? Reason being, can we find him?
To car 2. No, you can't because he's given up.
Oh, has he?
He's broken down.
Not having much.
Not having a good day. But only 2 out of 5 to count, so it's all right. You can have 2 bad rounds, and there's still plenty of good rounds left. So in second, it's Jeremy Limoges in car 6. Let's talk to car 6 for a second.
You talk to car 6.
Car 6, where are you?
See if it'll listen to you.
And car 6 is nowhere to be seen. There he is. He's the yellow fading to white car. It's an interesting paint scheme. It's like I've got 2 tins of paint, but don't want to pay a professional painter. So I'll start it on greeny yellow at the front.
That's
and
one more
drift
than
to white,
Elliot's got.
and one more than I ever have. So that's a double. That's a look at me. I've sprayed it myself slightly differently. As he goes to the EFRA E. Some back straight action. Brake hard into the snake bite. Predaform point. And then my knowledge of their cars is good enough to tell you that is a Protoform body shell as well. I can tell by the rear lights. In fact, I think just about everything is a Protoform body shell. I don't think anyone really runs anything else these days. So that is heat 3 in the books for round 2. And Jerome Limoges, thanks to our reverse curse of the commentator, took the lead while we were covering him.
Fantastic. Not very often that happens. In fact,
Never.
it might be the first
It's
time.
fast. It's the first time he improved someone's result. Toe Classic 16. Oh, okay, forget that's Frank. What cool swag did you get from the organisers? We got beer yesterday, water today, and a pass. So swag 0.
So far.
Yes. If any organiser listening, you want to give us things. Yes, it's all right.
Usually a carrier bag with a map from the local tourist office, a hat from the associate.
A little hat that doesn't fit.
A little hat that doesn't fit. That's what we had in Finland, yeah.
Did you?
In Oulu.
What did the hat say?
It was just a plain blue one.
What's the point of that?
It's an emergency hat because there, if you go outside without a hat on for
die.
more than 20 minutes, you will die. So they just as a precaution, everybody gets a very small blue hat. And also, that's the colour that you will be seen for the most amount of time if you get buried in snow.
Oh, really? It's brilliant.
The blue tip sticking out.
Nino Durale says, thank you for the hooray. Aha! You've got a ha-ha, which means a bit Alan Partridge like. Aha!
Aha!
Thanks, Nuno. So we have some genuine people to join.
No, they're all genuine.
That's Robert Martin. Right, first person who actually made the conscious decision to join us is Arthur Scrimo.
Hey, Arthur.
Hi, Arthur.
How
Where
are
are
you?
you, Arthur? I'm feeling America. I could be wrong. Denver, I was right. Denver, Colorado. Hello, Denver.
It feels amazing.
Was Mork and Mindy set in Denver, Colorado? It was set in somewhere in Colorado. I'm sure it was.
Really?
Yeah.
All I remember from that is
Denver,
Nanu.
Is it Denver, which has the Mile High Stadium?
We've got at least 3 members of our team who are sat at their desks in their day job who will, I'm sure, be on
Can research this. Was Mork and Mindy set in Denver or in a small town near Denver? South Park go to Denver quite a lot.
Do they?
Yeah, that's, I think they do anyway. So anyway, Arthur Scrimo, really, really fantastic welcome. Lovely to have the members from America watching the European Championships.
Yeah, that's amazing. Arthur, you're really enriching our group by joining it.
Thank you,
you.
Arthur.
We are honoured.
And our second new guest member is Thomas Nastrom.
Hello, Thomas.
Thomas, who is, I think, probably
I'm going to finish from the language, from the appearance.
I apologise if you are actually from another one of the countries in
the world,
Scandinavia area, as we're only really going on. It looks, it could be Danish though, actually.
Really?
Dag. I'm worried now. He could be Danish, or he could be Finnish.
They're all pretty friendly, aren't they, up there?
They're very friendly to each other when they come to voting in the Eurovision Song Contest.
So they're not. It's not like, you know, if you say to like, you know, when you have like rivalries with neighbouring countries, and they would be really mortally offended.
Yes.
Like if you think Frank's Canadian.
Well, I don't think Frank's Canadian. I always thought he was Hawaiian. I didn't realise he was Texan.
Well, there you go.
Now, Elliot Boots has been added by Chris Thompson. Now, Elliot's been on our show enough that he should have joined himself. Elliot, join our group.
Or at the very least, don't leave our group. Now
Yes.
you've been joined by Chris.
Yes. Stop joining people, everyone. We're not a dictator. We're making a conscious decision to join us.
Falsely elevating our figures so that we'll think we've reached our target, and then middle of next week we'll be back down to 1,500 again and cry.
1,500 about 7. Anyone running the Kyosho TF6 apart from Chris Crapp? No, Neil Scull. Neil, nice to talk to you.
Well,
it's just Chris Crapp is running it.
Yes, and he said it's really, really tough actually at the moment.
Neil, of course, and Kyosho back to the very, very early episodes, and including stuff filmed by our alcoholic camera we no longer use.
Wow.
That's how long ago it was. Series 2.
Shall we say Neil, a lot has changed.
Yes,
maybe
Neil.
maybe we should talk again.
Yeah, sorry.
Can we start
Can
again?
we say sorry?
Can we say sorry and start again?
Yes.
Things have improved and changed. You wouldn't believe.
You've seen how much they've improved and changed. You've seen
At least
how
you
much.
should have, yeah.
Yes. If you want to laugh, go and watch episode 1 of Series 1. Nice. Hello, welcome to RC Racing Series 1, episode 1. And it's time for the Heat 4. So we have in Heat 4 Dino Stadler from Germany, Jose Carlos Mosquito, Jose Alberto Cavallo from Portugal, Thomas Figueron, Francois Enrique, Uri Hoodie, Miguel Hugo, and Matthias Rascol. And we are going to follow car number 3, which is Jose Alberto Carvalho. Is it Carvalho? I think it's a Portuguese for horse, isn't it?
What on earth are you talking? Really?
I think so. Stop knocking things over. Can't take you anywhere.
Scale oil drum.
Yeah, right. I've got one down here. Put down here. I've got a bit of space down here for leaving things.
I'm going to have to take them. We'll have to take them to the bin.
Hang on, one more. So can we have a look at Uri Hoodie? He's back going around the D, and now into the EFRA E. So that's the man who designed the X-ray. Very very slow there around the snake bite through Parasol. Round the Durango D. And he goes to the E again. That's a lap. That car looks nice. It looks very smooth, but it doesn't look particularly swift. And his lap times are 16.5, so it's not particularly swift, actually. Still 15.7 there, so yeah, it was a bad lap we got in the first one, better lap second time. And behind him, just drop one car back, the yellow car. That's the only car here running a replica paint job. It's car number 4 of Thomas Figueron of France. It's running a replica Pennzoil paint job, as used to be run, I think, by Steve Park in the number 1 NASCAR. Oh, there we are, from Japanese touring cars. I think it's a 99 car. So I've got a link from an out-of-date NASCAR colour scheme, and Stu's got one from Japanese GT. Don't forget, Stu is the one person in our team who understands drifting. So if you have any drifting questions, you can ask Stu, because I haven't got the fog what the point of it is, but he thinks it's brilliant.
I think it's brilliant.
Do you?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry about that.
Contractually obliged to say so.
Well, I'm not. I don't understand it. Someone wants to tell me.
I think it looks great. I really think it looks exciting. It is all the best, some of the best bits compacted into one corner.
I suppose so. But see then, as Stu explained to me last night, drifting is all about all the action in 2 or 3 seconds. It's the short attention spanists. And my main motorsport job is in endurance racing, so I'm at the far other end of the scale, where I'm waiting for things to unwind over a minimum of 6 hours and hopefully 24. And Stu's waiting to unwind over 1.3 seconds.
You're more into the tantric motorsports.
I am, yes. I want a long, steady motorsport release, not a quick spurt. It could be because I'm so old and I have to wait a few weeks for my next long motorsport release, whereas Stu can have one the next lap round, you see, because he's so young.
Yeah. Or if the if the judges in the drift can't decide which one was best, they go for one more time.
Do they?
Instantly, yeah. They go one more time and then they go and do it again.
Yeah, it'd be really hard to do that at Le Mans, wouldn't it? Okay, let's do another day, another 24 hours. Not sure it's Audi or turn. Give it another go, boys.
Well, that's the thing, though, because you don't like sports where they're judged by judges, do you? You like them where they're done on points.
That's a completely different conversation, which we haven't got time for now. But
Okay,
I do not like subjective sports.
There's lots of things Nick doesn't like.
Even though my fiancée was an ex-subjective sport competitor.
Still is, isn't she?
She's done the Masters, yes, she did. In synchronised swimming.
Pole dancing. No, not at all.
Do you want me to say that till we get back?
No.
Luckily, she won't be listening.
I'm offended.
What, because you offended her? So it's Dino Stadler in car 1. Can we see car 1? No, it's 7. Where is 1? How can cars hide? So here he comes in the orange and white car. The German who's on for a 20. Oh, he's on for a 25.05. That's a really good time he's on for. Because Stadler in Group 4 suddenly pulling out, unless the temperature does appear to have gone down the track, so he also has some light breeze. But that 5.05 that actually comes off is a very good time for a man in Heat 4. And we need 3 laps more or so to complete. He could get a 5.05. Car number 5 is in the wrong part of the track. Car number 5 used so little paint that the sun's actually shining through both sides of the car.
It sounded like the wrong part of his car was making contact with the track as well.
he was having a bit of a roof incident. You know you've had a bad day when you've worn away the stickers on your roof.
I want to take that camera down a bit.
Which one? The EFRA E.
EFRA E, yeah.
Okay. So car 1 actually being held up now by the back markers, and 6 sort of gets out the way, but the damage is done. He's lost a few tenths of a second, and his time's gone out to a 5:06. But I think he's got one more lap to go. No, he's finished on a 25:06. So well done to Donius there. Very good time. Involves I have to write, so you have to talk.
Right.
We call him Matt Dead Air.
Well, that was Group 4. Are we going back up to Group 5? No, next is Group 5. Today we're running all the way up to Group 8, and then is that it, or are we having another round?
That's it.
So it's a really compacted. I suppose that's because there aren't as many races as you would have.
They were expecting to have 10 heats. They've got 8.
Okay. So we're running up.
It's quite relaxing.
So we will be on air for another 40 minutes or something.
50 minutes.
Another 50 minutes. And we'll say a little goodbye. Should we see who's on top at the end of the day or something?
I'll have to work it out.
Oh, it could take some time.
No, not if Volker wins.
Volker's, we could just, Volker wins. Yeah.
So let's see where we're going.
Gas
Oh, right. Dominic Fleischmann tells us why he can't be there. Dominic can't be there because of university duty. It's exam time.
This is very good to hear, yes. Focusing on studies is a very important thing to be doing.
Neil Scull. Nick, we wanted to do more with you, but the test driver you supplied the day was dangerous, rude and just plain crazy. We felt in the interest it's best to stay indoors. Only problem was I was a test driver.
So
Neil, thank you very much.
The cameraman was drunk.
The cameraman... Neil, genuinely, we found out not long after the cameraman had a major alcohol problem. This is a bit where we're being slightly serious about the whole thing.
I think you found out at the 12th Euros, didn't you?
Yeah, that was really quite... Tony Garcher says M&M is the Boulder, Colorado. Thomas Nasham is Swedish.
Morgan Mindy.
He's sweet. Morgan Mindy, Boulder, Colorado, not Denver, Colorado. Sorry, not M&M. Thank you, Tony. I knew it was in Colorado. But
Sorry,
Boulder,
Tom.
Colorado.
Okay, so sorry to Tom.
Thank you
Thomas.
to Tony, first of all,
Okay.
for the Morgan Mindy thing. Brilliant.
Yes.
And sorry to Thomas, because you're
Yes.
from Sweden.
Did you talk about the Australian gentleman's dog?
Yes, but they never told me what it was.
Yes, he did.
Did he?
Yes, he did.
What, way down?
He only flipping well did.
Where?
He told us.
Where?
He did. You got to further down. It was ages ago.
Oh, I'm really depressed about this.
He's bound to be asleep by now.
No. We've had so much interaction today. Cocker Spaniel Poodle Cross. He's a cockapoo.
Doesn't look like a cockapoo.
Craig, I'm really sorry you told us 4 hours ago we didn't say anything about it. Hopefully you're still listening, even though it's now 2 in the morning.
I wanted to interrupt the lunchtime show with it, but I'm far too
Craig, we
professional.
missed it. Can you remember to do it tomorrow morning as well? Craig, it's a cockapoo. He's lovely.
Really nice white fluffy thing.
I want to give him a big stroke. And there's nothing... no, stop it. The Kyosho TFS6 conversation now has got out of hand as well.
Really?
Yes.
What are we saying?
Arthur Scrimmer, they only make enough parts for the TF6 to support one driver. I think that's something...
This is a reoccurring problem in RC.
Yes.
I think whoever makes the most spare parts
wins.
They win. I mean,
Alex
they don't
Thurston.
win. They don't win big competitions, but they win. Whoever gets, they should get the most drivers. In,
Alex
in the
Thurston
conference.
has added Dominic Carter. Alex, thank you very much. We're kind of trying to get away from the adding, aren't we?
Alex has also messaged me.
So I've added
Alex says, I'm the man. I'm the man.
What man?
The man.
The man.
And that he's sure that we'll enjoy 10th scale gas Euros more because of the noise and the smell.
The noise?
Yes, and the smell. Potentially, yes. It does have a completely different atmosphere when it's when you're choking
I
to
quite
death.
like this because we could all hear each other really easily, and
we might have to keep our voices down at some stage.
what, like golf? And
Yeah.
now on the rostrum, it's Ronald Volker, and he's got to drive round what a 5 minutes drive over 800 yards, 4 laps.
Or that sounds a bit like a wildlife documentary as well.
Boulder, Colorado. Everyone's told us Boulder, Colorado. So thank you to just everyone's just our bloody employees are telling us it's Boulder, Colorado. Oh dear. Thank you all very much for the Boulder, Colorado. So,
which one are we going with, Stu? We're going with.
We are now in Heat 5, and we have Tim Val in 4. It is Steve
Going
Weiss in
with car
1,
one, I believe.
Julian Borowski
Or
in 2, Miko Tempola in 3,
something.
Tim Val in 4, Cyril Dye in 5, Dominic Vogel in 6, Helder
4.
Silva in 7, and How Miguel Martino with a
We're watching car 4.
who is still Tim Val. I want to see car 1 of Steve Weiss because he's had a nightmare so far, and he's the middle car going around the D now, and that's Steve Weiss, who has TQ'd Euros, I believe. And no one's
Have you verified this?
I'm pretty
I
sure
worry
he
about
TQ'd the
this.
Euros.
When you convince yourself of something and then you refer to it a lot, and then.
Well, if someone corrects me, that's super. I don't mind. He's car 1. He's down the wrong heat, and at the moment he is in 5th. So 2 cars have stopped already. Car 6 and car 2, who are the bottom 2 cars. God knows why they've stopped so early, but I don't know whether they haven't bought enough sets of tyres, possibly.
What do you mean? As in purchased enough?
I don't know. Just wondering why you'd stop. We don't need to. So Weiss is just ahead of car 3, which is Nico Tepaonyaja, and he's currently Weiss is swapping times with Cyril and Dye. So the Weiss machine. You had 2 of them. You're the Weiss squad. Yeah, that's Sweeney.
Oh,
don't sing. PRS. Okay. And that's not a swear word, everyone. That's Performing Rights Society. So he's got the top photon, is the car he's driving. Weiss there, going through the EFRA E. But the leader is Tim Weil, we've looked for. But in second place, it's Cyril and Dye in car 5, who is going round. No, he's not. He's going round the Protoform thingy-bob, is he? Yes, he's going round the parasol now with the Acomo.
Durango D, EFRA E. Durango D, EFRA E.
Mm-hmm.
Snakebite.
B.
Parango point.
Protoform point.
Parango.
Parango, Protoform point. Thanks
Sorry.
to Protoform, thanks to Durango and the DETC 410, and thanks to EFRA for us being here and having a chance to completely witter on to you all like this all afternoon. Don't forget to tell your friends about this rubbish so they can listen to it again in the evening. And actually, a lot more people actually do watch it as a recording as a live stream.
Did you know that at the boogies over in Valladolid,
yes,
we had the referees listening on their phone whilst they were refereeing?
But it was a minute behind.
Yeah, it was confusing.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Well, they waited to see what they did wrong a couple of minutes ago.
They were listening to what we did. They were refereeing, and then they were coming downstairs and correcting us.
It's like school, isn't it?
Yeah.
So down the front straight and through the Durango D goes Cyril and Dye. I do like the fact that when they come towards you, Matt, on this inner straight, the front straight, you can actually see them almost wheeling as they put the power down. The front lifts up so much.
We're watching the Schumacher car number 8 of Joao.
Joao Miguel Martino.
Yeah.
White with a very matty, dark sort of green you might see on a Triumph Spitfire from 1973. It's kind of lost all its luster.
Luster?
Yes. The body looks slightly out wrong on the inside. On car 8 of Joao Miguel Martino. So we're down to the last minute. Now Tim Weil still leading, Dye is second. Steve Weiss has dropped down to 6th. I think Steve's having what's coming known as a nightmare. So much I don't think he's running anymore. And he actually has pulled off. Steve Weiss's car there is pulled off behind the back of the Durango D. And of course, the difference between this event and the other event we've been to recently is once you qualify in the final, that's it. There's no bump ups in electrics, is there?
No.
So
It was a subject we covered in great detail on the buggies because the buggies, their 1/10 buggy, electric buggies, has been infested with 1/8 drivers. Now, 1/8 drivers are more than used to bumping up. That's
Yes.
what it's all about for them. And they expressed their frustration at once you get in the D final or the C final, basically your day is done. And also they only get one run out in their final as well. They only get to go out once. And
That was new
best
for this
they can
year, wasn't
do
it?
is the D is first place in the D or whatever final they get into. However, we did discuss at great length the idea of bump ups in electric, and Paul Worsley did agree that it has been looked at, and it is being looked at, and it's actually being trialled in clubs all over the world. We had lots of people coming back to us saying that it's being trialled in the UK, it's being trialled in America, and EFRA are looking at it. So you could see, obviously we know that we also discovered the reason why was due to the electrics and charging. Traditionally it was just not possible to run again for another hour or so. So it just wasn't possible. But as technology has changed, we might see in the next few years bump ups happening in that class. So maybe in this class too, who knows? And we know also that Scotty at the 2IC, the IIC, he has, I think it's just 10th place or 11th place empty.
No, there's one bump up from the B. He runs all the B finals first.
Right.
At the beginning of the day, on
Okay.
finals day, and all the winners bump up to their A finals.
Okay. So
he keeps that hour's gap there by running the B finals out of sync. So you'll go all the Bs, and then you get the G final for something, and then you get the whatever the groups are. Which is good, is it not? So that was heat 4. No one was particularly quick in that one. And we're now moving up to heat 5. So we're getting to the faster drivers. No, it's completely wrong. It's 5. Now we're getting to 6. And 4. I can see I've got 4 pieces of paper I can't manage today. We've got 3 more heats to go. And some interactual commenting type stuff on RC Racing TV. Yes, I'll be your friend. Stephen Weiss TQ'd the Euros in 2007. Thank you, Dominic.
Take my hat off to you.
What, me? Take it out of me and my memory.
No.
And Ronald went on to win it back then.
There you go.
Neil Scull, I remember the
In
Here we
France.
go. Neil Scull talking about our cameraman. I remember the cameraman being very special. I thought he was a tree hugger. He's very chilled out, especially when he did not move when you headed straight from it top speed 1/8 car.
Yeah.
Yes. He did have the look of a tree hugger.
Yes.
But he was more of a hugger of bargain booze.
Yes, or even a tree smoker. Who knows? we should get away from this.
Is it libelous or just not very?
I don't know. Because we're not mentioning names.
But thank you, Dominic, for pointing out that I was right. Arthur Scrimo, the X-ray toe blocks are very interesting on Hagbird's car. Oh.
Well, if we get to have if we're allowed,
we've had a long distance view at it.
Yeah, if we're allowed to ask Alex to take his top off, then we will. But that has to be green lighted from the X-ray factory, where Mr. Mario Hoodie will be considering whether to allow us to do this or not. So we're still waiting to find out if we have permission. My thinking is it may not happen because they're very cautious.
Once they go and ask, you're going, it's not going to say yes. What time was the first qualifier? Defcon, it started at 2 o'clock local time.
Alex has come back. Alex is back on again, Thurston.
Is he?
Wanting us to talk to Mark, Reinhard and Yillis about why they were weighing their tyres.
Because
what difference it made. And there was two completely different views, wasn't there? Or at least Alex didn't even bother weighing his tyres.
No, it was all about the A, trying to get a match set, and B, it seems that they want to have the lighter tyres are faster. So I don't know whether they're going to get their 4 lightest on for a rocket round or something, and their 4 heaviest for a slower round. I don't know. Apparently it's worth about 0.1 a second, which is ridiculous. Just the weight of the tyres. This is heat 6, and there'll be some names you recognise here. And it has in car 1 Colin Price, car 2 Maxime Favrel, car 3 Thomas Pumpler, car 4 Oliver Bultnick, car 5 Alexander Laurent, car 6 is Marco Hoffer, then Martin Hoffer, then Marco Kaufmann in 7 and Chris Krapp in 8. And Oliver Bultnick will go first, then off first, then Colin Price, and then Christopher Krapp, who is not having a particularly successful event so far. So he will obviously be making several more changes to his Kyosho in the vain hope that he'll find the magic sweet spot.
He's been driving Kyosho for a long time, and he really
double
likes
world
Kyosho.
champion, not double champion, double world's finalist as well. So there's nothing wrong with the machine. It's just not having a particularly good day. This is a bit of a run around to get the cars lined up. So first off will be Oliver Boltnick, the Belgian.
He's an avid football fan as well.
Of which team?
You'll have to go to rcracing.tv to find out
I
later
will.
on.
I will go find out.
Also, you
With
can
the VB
find
racing
out.
machine.
You will find out some interesting information about Freddie Sudhoff.
Will I?
Namely, what pet he has.
Ah.
What animal Freddie Sudhoff has. If you want to find out what
Is it a
pets.
dog?
No, it's interesting.
Ah.
In fact, we had to get the translation from German to English.
Ah.
It was that.
Is it a sausage dog?
No.
We're car 6, are we? No? Yes. We are with car 6, so we're currently with Martin Hoffer. With the white nose, very pink and variable colours back to a yellow tail. Going round the Durango D and into the EFRA E. Right down the straight before he stops for the snake bite and then goes through the Protoform point. With the Schumacher Hoffer. No, not as of yet lighting up the overall times. Best lap so far is by Marco Kaufmann, who was getting in everyone's way last time.
I believe Martin Hoffer made the journey over to race at the EWS once.
Did he?
I think so. I might have got that wrong, but I
Might
think
have
he
been.
may have done.
Maybe holiday with his family. So Colin Price is
To
so
Essex in the winter.
Marco Kaufmann
I
is
doubt
leading
it.
in car 7. Where's car 7? I don't know where car 7 is, the answer to that question. Here he comes. No, it's 1. Where is 7? There he is. The green, white to green car going around the Durango D here. So it's mainly white. The 2-pot of paint colour. I guess he painted it himself. It's not been farmed out to one of the many paint shops available, including those named after Japanese monsters. That's an X-ray. And Kaufmann is on for a 20 in 5:01, which would be a very, very tasty time. From last round, I'm getting the impression the track's quicker now as it's cooled down. So Boltnick, who won the last one, is in 4th. Price currently in 2nd. Crap in 3rd. Laurent 5th. Pomplus 6th. Hoffer 7th. And Fevrel in 8th. They're not racing, they're qualifying.
They're racing the clock.
The clock is a wicked mistress. And Stu's having a problem with the parasol that's collapsed on him. Oddly near parasol corner. Let's see if we find Colin Price car 1. He's in 2nd. He's driving the Schumacher as well as Hoffer. So car number 1 is our next target, and he is coming in now, and he needs to get past car 2. That is of Maxime Frevel. He's done it already. Very neatly there, Maxime got out of the way. And he sets off in pursuit, probably, of car 4. So he's actually trying to get closer back to Boltnick, who is ahead on the road but behind on the clock. They all start at different times. Chris Krapp currently in 3rd. Still Kaufmann from Colin, who we're watching now. And then behind Colin is Chris Krapp, and Chris Krapp is indeed behind Colin. So we drop back 1 car. Stu will pick up Chris Krapp in the Kyosho. So say that 3 times quickly. Car 5 has stopped. He's thermal or something. Alexandre Lemont just stopped entirely. So we're down to 7 in this heat, and we are 3.5 minutes down. This is heat 6 of 8 in round 2 here at the 110th European Championships in Portugal. I'm Nick Damon. Sitting beside me is Matt McCallum, and on the camera is Stu Noble. And we're with EFRA, and of course with the support of Protoform and Team Durango.
With the DETC 410.
That's right. You're contractually obliged to say that.
Well, you're contractually obliged to say your sponsor's name's correct.
No, you just have to. Well, yeah, that's why I've let you do it. You see, I've contractually obliged you to say the correct model and nomenclature in case I get it wrong and upset anyone.
It's more just upsetting me.
I'd like to point out again that Durango will be coming with light gold anodizing. Exclusive information.
More exclusives to come.
Oh, yes. Kaufman's still leading this, but he's dropped back now to 15.04. Colin Price very, very close on time. Within about a tenth, picking up the win in this heat. We are currently with Chris Crapsell, are we?
Yeah.
So you drop back one car, you'll pick up the erstwhile leader again, which of course is Kaufman. Kaufman is a tiny amount, 1/10 of a second ahead of Price overall. And they're now all finishing, so it'll be interesting to see who has won this in the end. And it's Kaufman, who picks up with a 5:04.746, compared to Price's 5:04.785, so 0.04 of a second between them two. How close was that? Well, it's 0.05 of a second, actually. I know the answer to that question.
Is the track as fast as it was this morning?
They've gone 3 seconds faster than the winner of that heat last time.
Goodness me. So it was fast, slow, faster, or just almost as fast, or about as fast?
I think it's about the same as earlier, because the temperature's dropped down quite a lot. You can feel it in the air.
It doesn't feel like it.
The wind's taken the heat a lot of it away. It's wiping off the steaminess. And we're now getting ready for the two top heats. This heat will feature a world champion. And we have John Hinkle to add to the group.
That's a different group, isn't it?
Is it the wrong group? Oops.
That's the wrong group.
I'm adding the wrong person to the wrong group. I have done it. That's a disaster. I add someone to a group who's not listening to us. I have too many groups to add. Thank you for pointing that out. Let's add someone to our actual group rather than somebody else's group, because that would be wrong, wouldn't it? Well, we've got two people to add. We have Spence-R Jones.
Spencer Jones. Hey, Spencer Jones.
Is from Slough in England.
Wow.
And has a picture of a tug.
A what?
There's a tug.
A tug?
Police tug.
Which is a boat.
Yes.
Let's just
And
say
a
a
picture
boat.
of him on the rostrum in his backward photograph, and something about the Spec R to do with diff. So obviously something to do with the Spec R diff people,
Ah.
who invented the gear, who popularised the gear diff a few years ago. So it replaced the friction diff.
Well,
And
either way, Spencer, we are honoured and very, very happy to have you with us.
we are. And now Tobias Seidel.
Hey, Tobias, how are you?
Who is a young man from, I believe, in Germany, I would say. He is well, he's been to events in Germany.
Haven't we all?
He qualified second and finished third in the South German Championship, behind Dominic Fleischmann, who actually turned up for that thing. And
he's studying. Leave him alone.
I like the fact he's actually writing some of his stuff in English. It's really impressive. So thank you, Tobias.
This is more than I can say for your page.
Yes, that's just in gibberish. So Tobias is our latest member. And
Tobias.
Welcome.
Welcome to you, sir.
So here's to you, Tobias. Yeah, I mean, that's stuff to sing. I'm not allowed to sing. Luckily, I would sing, but contractually, I'm now not allowed to.
It's a bit of a turn-off, I think.
I can imagine it was. So no more advice from me recently. People now watching the racing now. It's top heat.
I'm worried that Dominic isn't studying because he's actually answering all the questions that we're asking.
So the warm-up for the Heat 7 begins. In car 1, it's Gilles Groskamp. Car 2 is Alesso Menigucci, who broke down in the first of the qualifiers. Bruno Cahello. Bruno, who is our Mano to the moment.
Okay.
Then Martin Hoodie, Chris Granger, David Abar, and Francesco Martini make up the. Oh, I'm sorry. And Michael Orlansky make up the 8 cars. All waiting to get going. All excited. Excited people. I've been picked up by Christoph van der Pitt. And
what he's picking up
my pronunciation of Oliver
Good.
Boltink.
Good.
It's Oliver Boltink. So I'm going to write that down. I'm going to write down the phonetic spelling of it's Boltink.
Phonetic.
So, thank you very much.
Boltink.
And thank you to the Keep Up who's saying, damn, I'm listening because these commentators. That is the reason we're here.
I'm laughing.
I'm laughing, yes. Because, not at. So that's okay.
Wow.
And top jokes as usual. It is a fine line. And line we often fall off, in fairness.
Can we give a big shout out to P1 Brand?
Oh, is he listening? Is he watching?
Well, he has been listening at some stage. I can't guarantee he's listening right now.
That's because he's got a new baby.
Right.
And therefore he may be changing nappies.
Right.
It's why it's up so early in California. Hello, P1 Brand. I'm wearing a P1 Brand t-shirt. Stu has knocked himself out on the.
Goodness me. Are you all right?
Stu is not wearing a P1 Bram t-shirt due to a slight issue with the packaging.
A wardrobe malfunction.
A wardrobe malfunction. He will be wearing one tomorrow if he hasn't knocked himself out in the parasol before then. So we are going to be following this Heat 7. First car off will be Mr. Jay Groskamp, the world champion from Holland and also Thailand. With a mini camera battery issue. And so off will go Groskamp. So let's pick him up as he leaves. And let's see how tricky the car is off the line. Often these cars aren't quite drying up to temperature. And there goes the Orion Tamiya powered machine of Groskamp. Of course, just 1 week on from becoming European champion at 1/8 track. He's back at another European Championship, but this time 1/10 electric touring car here in Portugal. So a lap with Gilles, he goes down the back straight and he comes very quickly to the snake bite. That's the bottom corner there, coming through the protoform point, braking hard before he comes to the front straight. Car lifts, powers on, it comes down the parasol hairpin, around the Durango D and then into the very tricky EFRA E section. How much, again, avoiding the curbs there. Someone biting the curbs in the second and third part of EFRA E. And that lap time you just saw spinning around in front of you was a 14.735. And this is currently a lap setting off that's good enough to take the overall fastest time we've seen, but the cars do slow down during the run. Michael Olowski in the new Durango is currently running second, and Groskamp is running in third, but it going particularly quick to get the moment. A couple of including Alessandro Menucci, who started well. Chris Granger's going better. He's currently in third. You need to give it about 6 laps to settle down the timing, and we're doing those 6 laps with Gilles, but I'd like to try and see if we can drop down to car number 2, the Italian Alessio Mencucci, who should be somewhere else entirely on the track. Car 2. Very big thump. Where is he? There he is. God, my lord, we were there. He's actually got the Italian flag and he's in the kind of the side skirts of his car. Going like well.
Naoto.
He's running. Yeah, but he's driving nicely. Running second with the yellow roof. He, of course, stopped in the first round, got no time. At the moment, he's second in this heat. And on for a fast 20. Gilles on for a 21.5.13. Which will be faster than Ronald's fastest from the last race. So, Alesso. Very attractive car, that, with the yellow, the green, the white, and the red. Comes to the EFRA E. That lap sounded a bit noisy, and he's done himself a 15.3. So let's put David Abar now into second place in car 6. So car 6 has taken second place. No, it hasn't, because car 6 is in the hands of a marshal, been broken down. So there's car 6, and car 3's pulled off as well. Just say it.
Just say what?
You're waving at something.
I'm trying. There's a guy who's got his hand resting his hand on our camera.
Ah.
Never mind.
He's not looking. Yeah, take it off, silly boy. Honestly, wait, waving. I thought you were talking about car 3 of Bruno Cahello, our local star, has had to retire from this heat. Well, the car 6 had crashed, but no, the problem was a man putting his hand on the camera. But Grosskamp's still leading. Menucci is second. Michael Olowski's in third in car 8. Can we find car 8 at Cool Tools, Stu? No, you're probably with him. With the one of the 2 Durango. There he is in the red. That's a nice bit of print from Michael there, young man. He's got a white nose and a red over pink over red coloration. And the man actually broke our camera whilst having his hand on it. Moved it, silly boy. Honestly. No, it's been told off by Matt. So that was off camera, he got told off. So we're still with Olowski in the Durango. Groskamp on for a very fast 20. Dropped off the 21 pace. It's Alessio Mencucci in second. Chris Granger's moved to third now, just ahead of Olowski, who actually, as he picks the lap at the pole, young pole, is looking there or thereabouts. Let's see if we can pick up Chris. Chris is going a bit better now in car number 5. He's about to start the main straight. And there he goes in the Schumacher. Round the snake bite. Takes the Predaform point. Now comes a huge power up towards the Parasol. Round the Durango D. First, second and third. Look at that curve he took there on the second part of the EFRA. And Matt returns from telling off someone who broke our camera by leaning on it. Honestly. And there's a picture from it. Which is very nice. And it's still Groskamp with about 16 seconds to go. Granger and Orlowski are swapping positions, as is Minucci. It's all very close between second, third and fourth. So Orlowski just ahead of Granger, but it's all down to what's happened this last couple of laps as Chris sprints down through again, taking a lot through the second part of V. This is the last lap. Everyone's going to start finishing now. Off they go. Groskamp finishes. Granger finishes. Gilles finishes. And Masusu finishes. And it's Groskamp who wins. He's just got the 21 as well. 21, 5, 14, 19. Menacucci second. Orlowski is third and Granger fourth. At no 4 from Minucci. This is all making the time way back in a couple of heats go by. Dino Istad looked really good. He did 6:06 back in heat 4. So 5:04 for Minucci, a 5:05 for Orlowski, and a 5:05 for Granger. But it's the 2:14.9. 2:14 for Gilles Groskamp there is the fastest we've seen so far. And any minute now become our last qualifying heat of the day, which will be heat 8 of round 2. We'll have a little bit of a wrap up after that. And Ben Cosgrove's added someone. We told people, Ben, thank you for listening to us at Durango HQ in sunny Aspie de la Zouche. Is that where it is?
Aspie de la Zouche, the
Excellent.
home of Durango.
And Crisps.
And Adrian Mole.
And Crisps.
And Adrian Mole.
Okay. It's mostly the Crisps. Paul Robinson, you're in.
And McVitie's.
Greg Garcia has decided to join us. Thank you, Greg. And Greg is in... Oh, where are you, Greg? He's in Vancouver.
Awesome.
I was in Vancouver only in March. It was very grey. I believe it's normally very grey in Vancouver. Hi, Greg. Thank you for joining us. And Vesa Heinemann. Vesa, I'm sure, is a Finnish name. I'll get this wrong now. It is. He's from Tuusula, Finland. Vesa, lovely to see you.
Vesa, welcome, sir.
He looks like a fan of the hat as well, actually.
Hats are very in, but especially in these times
With
of...
the young people. With people like me.
Nah, it's more in these times of education around sun, the damage that sun can do to your skin.
Peter Phillips has thanked me for the shout out where I likened him to Princess Anne's son. He said, what shell is Groskamp running, or is it just painted with a large front grille? I think it's just painted. I will check. I think he's a Protoform driver. So I will check to see what it is. It might not be, but interestingly, most of them end up running Protoforms anyway, even though they might work for somebody else. But I will check that later and come back to you, Peter, about what shell is where.
Have you been getting people into trouble again?
No, just the Grosskamp's got into be painted. So let's look at the rostrum. And on the far left, it's Viljami Kultoven, then it's Elliot Harper, then it's Mark Reinhard, then it's Alexander Hagberg, and then it's Freddie Sudoff, and then it's Victor Vilk, Thomas Prumper, and far end, wearing the white Yakomo t-shirt rather than the blue LRP t-shirt, it is Ronald Volker. And these are your top 8 drivers for the second round of qualifying. 2 rounds to count out of the 5. Waiting for the track to be officially opened. These cars have new tyres that have been balanced and weighed, covered in additive, put in tissue, stuck in tyre warmers, and they'll now try and retain maximum grip and get temperature in the tyres, which is not an easy thing to do. So first off, by my reckoning, should be Ronald Volker.
Did Jürgen just lay his car down? No, he laid down car number 4.
Ronald hasn't got his Umijo, his thing, his mechanic with him.
Umino is focusing on a Japanese championship this week.
Why would you do that?
I very interestingly read in our fantastic preview written by Bruce. So yeah, is that gonna hinder him? Well, not so far.
Brian Loynes, what are the racer's opinion of the track? Well, if you listen to our lunchtime show, which was at lunchtime, and we'll tell you where it is on the stream, basically just after the last controlled practice, we talked about the track, but on the whole, they seem to quite like it. So it's low grip, but quite fun. Jim Skinner Jr., Jim, hooray! Are you coming to Las Vegas this year? Not at the moment, unfortunately, unless someone from a major manufacturer wants to sponsor us, in which case we're there like a shop. Especially as I can get cheap flights now.
Can you? Oh, yes.
So if anyone wants us to go to Las Vegas, though, couldn't we do live streaming? Because, of course, our live RC are already there.
Yeah, so it's pretty well catered for as it is, isn't it?
But, Jim, we would love to come, is the answer. And off we go.
That's definitely the wrong pond.
And we are with multiple European champion Ronald Volker, who I think has one of our most spectacular crashes at the at Heemstead last year when he did a complete lift-up flip like the Mercedes at Le Mans job down the straight.
Yeah. Oh, it was a very
when we were doing the TV show for that, I think it was episode 2 of this series, I didn't tell John it was going to happen, so it was to get his reaction properly. Because sometimes I tell John what John was going to happen so he can tell the story, and sometimes I don't tell him what's going on, so just off you go. And Volker taking a lot of curb there through the EFRA E. And his first 14.9, totally a 14.7 first lap. So currently at the moment, it takes a while to settle down, but it is Volker from Reinhard, from Kotoven, from Harper, from Vilk, from Prumper. Hagberg not started well in this one, but Volker's leading by a small amount. All of them for a very, very fast time. So running second at the moment. Now I think it's Elliott's in second. He's going to pick up Elliott, the bright orange car. He's about to go around the snake bite now. All the cars going pretty quick, which is good for them, which means they're not catching or being caught. So they can run their own time. Elliott's slightly getting a bit of oversteer as he braked into the parasol there. Rat coming round, taking a lot of curb through the second section there of the EFRA E. Comes down again, nicely tight through the snake bite. Across the protoform point. Didn't back it in as much there to parasol, and comes around the aptly named Durango D with the orange unpainted, well it isn't painted, but unlogoized body shell. And he still holds second. Hagberg's now looking to get a bit of a wiggle on, but it is in fact Reinhard in third. So we move a car forward if we can from Elliott, and that will find Mark Reinhard in that oh so famous purple, white and blue colour scheme that is he still the
trademark?
I was wondering who is the winningest most driver on RC racing. Is it him?
Not anymore.
Who is it now then? Is it Lee Martin? Is it your Neumann?
Not anymore.
Who do you think it is?
Both
Is it Ronald?
they both had unexpected losses in recent history.
Is it Ronald? I don't know.
I don't know.
Who has won the most races on RC Racing TV? We'll have to go and work it out at some point. I think it's still Reinhard. He's not been on for a while. He needs to win something, not qualifying obviously, but on the actual championship races. It was Lee Martin or Mark for a long time. But Martin's inability to win either of the championships this year, for goodness sake, in 10th, is going to put him down the list, I think. So Reinhard and Elliott still going well. In fourth place, it is Alexander Hagberg in the not in the 7 car. It's in the 7 car. And he's now coming up now towards Parasol now. Hagberg with the X-Ray with development parts we may or may not be able to film. And very good sockless shoes.
Yeah. Boat shoes, I think they're called.
Yeah.
They don't look like boats, and I wouldn't wear them on a boat, but I believe they're called boat shoes.
You're not supposed to wear shoes at all on yachts, are you? They always make you take your shoes off when you get on the yacht.
I didn't know that. I haven't spent as much time on yachts
Well,
as you have.
me and luxury yachts is every Tuesday. You know that, really, obviously.
Tuesday, yacht day.
Yeah. Wednesday is obviously HGV day. I deliver for Asda.
Yeah. Down the dogs on Thursday.
Down the dogs. Yes, that's how I earn the money. So number 7, Hagberg is still running in second or third, depending on where the clock is at a particular time. But he's putting in he's found a real bit of pace now. He wasn't looking too quick at the beginning of the run. Hagberg now has Annex second for himself. He's doing 14.8 laps. He's faster than Volker, but the damage was done early on, I'm afraid. So we are looking at the fastest man on the track. Now we're in the middle of the run. But Volker is still looking to take the overall fastest. Volker just ahead of Hagberg. So these were first and second in the first round. Grosskamp, I believe, was third. Now, with 4 minutes gone, let's move forward, can we, to Volker. Forward to Volker, go around the Durango D, because he's got some traffic. So the car 4 of Sudov needs to get out of the way, and not, because it's very, very close between Hagberg in absolute time. It's about 8.8 of a second between Hagberg and Volker. That was all lost at the beginning by Hagberg. Now Volker needs to get through Sudov. I think Sudov will move aside, possibly coming down now. Is he going to move aside at the point? No. Yeah, the Predaform point lets him go. Good driving. Didn't think he cost Ronald anything there. Ronald a 14.8 there to pull out a second's lead in timing from Hagberg, who's still in second. Whether he lost any time will come through on this lap for Volker, with 2 laps to run. And that was a 15.0. Yeah, he's lost about 2/10 in getting past Sudov as they begin to finish. Harper's finished. No, he hasn't. Harper didn't finish. Reinhardt's finished. Harper just missed it. So Harper's going to get himself a 21 lapper and finish in third. Volker wins, I think. Hagberg is second. Harper is third on a 14.6, which I think will put him in fourth overall. It does. So the winner of that round is Ronald Volker.
Let me read his body
Second
language.
is Hagberg. Third is Grosskamp, and fourth this round will be Harper. That means with 2 wins, Volker is in first as we go overnight with 3 rounds to go, and with 2 seconds, Hagberg is in second.
Well, the two of them shook hands on the podium, on the driver's stand, and walked down the steps together, sharing a moment of conversation and light-hearted joviality.
I did well. So did I do well.
Yes.
I did. Did you do well? Yes, I did.
Yes, yes. We're both pretty happy with that. Yes.
I'm happy too. So there we are. So 2 rounds are done. Let's just take a final look at the RC Racing TV page and just make sure we cover all this off before. They can catch you tomorrow.
Exit.
Thank you very much from Pat Wayne Grace. So
Hey,
that's
Pat.
Great.
Yeah,
He's off to Broxtowe, and I will now tell you we will be on air at about 10 to 11 tomorrow local time, 10:50 local time, which is
Goodness
11:50,
me.
and we'll be with you all the way through to about 5 o'clock because we have the final 3 rounds of qualifying.
Mm-hmm.
We do have a lunch break, in which we'll just do lunchy break things.
Yep.
But we are going to have, at the end of qualifying tomorrow, which is about 20 past 4, a post-qualifying live show.
So, yeah, tea time, Saturday.
Tea time live show.
Get
so
in from doing the shopping,
I
come in
would
and
like
watch
to
that.
say thank you so much for everyone. The interaction has been absolutely superb today on the both on the stream and on the Facebook page.
One of the best this season.
It's been
so
brilliant.
far.
We've really enjoyed it. The time's flown by. Hopefully you see what. If there's anything you didn't see you want to see, then just stick it on the page and we'll remember to do it tomorrow.
Yep.
If there's anything you didn't see you want to see, you may need to see later. That's fine.
Anything you saw you didn't want to see, then close your eyes.
If anything you want to see again, you can go back in the stream and watch it.
Okay.
So you
I
can
think
see everything.
we've covered everything.
I think so. So thanks to Stu Noble for fantastic camera work. Thanks to Matt.
Cheers.
He's a teenager. He's on his phone immediately. Straight on his phone. He's been released. He's straight on his phone. I'm going to text everyone. I know he's not. I know you're 25. And 6. And thank you to Matt McCallum for being my able assistant and also leader.
Vaguely.
You're the leader and the assistant, depending which. Because at the moment you're my assistant, and in about 2 minutes you start breaking the stiff down. You become in charge again as you pack away.
Yeah, we take it in turns as to who takes the lead, don't we?
Oh, we do. Like any good relationship. Who's on top this morning? My name is Nick Damon. This is RC Racing
Disgusting.
TV. Please check out rcracing.tv, the website, because there's all sorts of news which we'll have time to put up now. And I'd very much like to thank the 3 organisations which have allowed us to be here. Firstly, EFRA, without whom there wouldn't be a championship, and there certainly wouldn't be us. So I want to say hooray for EFRA and the EFRA turn. Also Protoform and the EPS, and also the Proline gang as well. So thank you very much for support. And finally, Team Durango and the DETC 410. Thank you indeed for your support. Thanks to Stuart. Thanks to the rest of the people in the Durango factory. It's all much appreciated. And we are about to leave you until 10 to 10 tomorrow.
10 to 11.
10 to 11, sorry. Thank you. Good start. 10 to 11 tomorrow. But all the information will be on the website.
Yep.
When we came back
There'll
on
be
again.
a barrage of it
for
coming.
3 more rounds of qualifying, a post-race show, and hopefully lots of chitty chat you'll enjoy. So thank you very much, and see you tomorrow.